Okay, I think it's been waiting long enough. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hello, everybody. Stellaris night. Kenpo is here, though he's not. I mean, he's in the call. I don't know. He's just not at his PC at the moment. But Tory should be here in a little bit. David is not joining us tonight. So we will see where this evening goes. Could be interesting. Yep, got points now. Well, I have to do a new game because David's not going to be here tonight. Tori's not going to be here for a while. And Kenpo is here, I think, in chat, just squatting around in here at the moment. I don't know, though. I was going to give the hard reset try a start. I haven't tried that one yet, and it sounds super interesting. A disconnected machine origin. Several non-military body functions. Oh, it's going to have pop growth speed down. Hey, you know what? We'll give it a shot. Hey. We'll have to wait for Kenpo to get here for a minute. Yeah, sure, you want to hop in, Cronum? Go for it. We're just down here in the Stellaris chat. You know what? Do a Bard Spiral. Just something interesting this time. I'll even get an invite sent to you, buddy. If you're gonna hop in. Oh! Ah, there we go. Yeah, if you wanna hop in though, Cronum, feel free. You're gonna be here a little while. Hopefully Kenpo actually pops in or comes back to the chat in a minute. I don't want to just be sitting here at a lobby screen for the next hour. I am both known for my patience and yet not known for my patience for different reasons in equal measure.
Hey.
Hello there, Cronum. Yeah, as you can see, Kenpo is in here, but not.
Did he join the chat before you?
Yeah, he did. So I don't know where he went.
Pre-potted and then went away.
Maybe. Could be. He wouldn't be the only person to ever do that when he goes to join one of my shows.
Server's ID and password. What are those? Well, you're gonna have to write them, I suppose.
Wait, what?
Server ID and the password.
I sent you an invite through Steam.
Yep. Try sending it again. See if it will let me through without the password.
Well, the password is the same as it was last time. Here, I'll put it in the... I'll put it in the text chat here in the Stellaris thing on our Discord just in case.
This time around they gave me the ID. Now I just need the password, which will open here. Same as in that game.
Yep. For right now, I'm starting to use other passwords, but this is just the one I got for right now because it's the one most people are familiar with that I've used previously, so I haven't wanted to rock the boat too much. Let's see. Oh, my camera ended up all the way zoomed out again. There we go. I don't know how it got zoomed so far out. I think that happened because I had to restart the computer.
Barred Spiral.
Yeah, I don't do this one very often for a galaxy layout. I thought it'd be something different.
I do like the look of it. I mean, you pretty much have like 2 mini galaxies.
Yeah, that's kind of how it ends up too, and there's only a couple of points between them that actually connect. So, I have noticed it helps AI empires, or stop AI empires from spiraling all the way out of control. Like, say if somebody takes the start where Minimar is in the game, it prevents them from taking the entire galaxy in one go.
Oh, I've been trying my best to try to get the Minimar to appear, but MSI, they never appear, even though I have forced the pre-FTL civilization. If I force them to appear, MSI never appears for me.
Really?
Yeah, which I find very odd because they always appeared for me in in the previous version of the game.
See, I haven't tried forcing them to appear, and the only way I've ever had them appear in my own games is when my empire has either spawned in randomly or I'm playing them.
Yeah, I just like to force them in so there is extra challenge.
I wonder
Or
if
I used to, and
yeah.
I played a lot on the highest difficulty.
Oh, that setting is not available when you're in multiplayer. I can't pick which of my empires actually spawn in or force them to spawn.
That's unfortunate. Try to go into changing your empire. I think you should have the option there.
They're all allowed to spawn in, but not... There's no, like, force spawn button.
If you click on the bird, if you click on the bird until you see a lock.
Ah. Instead of a randomly generated. Okay. Let's see. I think I have 2 empires that make it so that Minimar shows up. I have to remember where the other one is. Or was that on my modded files that one was there? That might be... That might be
I
the
often
mod.
try to force one of the pre-FTLs, and then I tried to force the Imperial Thief to get the Holy Empire.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one other thing I tried to force in through one of the other ones. I've unfortunately forgotten what it is. Oh yeah, I forced in the Commonwealth of Man by just editing it and then completing it just as it is. And then I will force in a powerful Earth, United Nations of Earth.
I could turn the Scion on just so it's there.
Oh, just if you're interested in any of this.
I'm still gonna play my hard reset guy.
You haven't played the hard resets yet.
Yeah, this is one that looked interesting. Yeah, I'm playing it for the first time. Yeah. I haven't tried it before, so it seems like, you know, I made this Empire right after they released the update, but I still haven't gotten around to playing it because I really like the, what is it, the System Under Siege one with the Citadels. I really like that start. Yes. I think it's a really cool start.
Yeah, of the new ones, I've only tried the evolutionary predators. That's an incredibly powerful one thing.
Yeah, I don't play hive minds that often, so I think the last time I played a hive mind was before 2.0.
Oh yeah, same. This was the first time I played since... okay, I think I played like early 2.0. I played very little in the original. I was more into, well, everything else in the original.
Yeah, in the original I played a lot of hive minds, and before they introduced the machine empires, I used to play like the Klingons, essentially, the big martial empires. And I always had them using gateway travel because I thought it was really cool.
Oh yeah, I actually loved that FTL method.
Mm-hmm.
Actually very sad when it was, you know, when they were closing it down, because I found it to be the superior to all of them. But I remember my last game in 2.0, I actually set it to the, what do you call it, the lanes that we have now. I forgot
hyper lanes?
Something lane.
Yeah.
Hyper lanes, exactly. I set it to that so I would, you know, train myself to be more used by the time 2.0 came out. And the next day it came out.
I used to do a lot of warp bubble as well, because I really liked being able to get to places because it made it hard for other empires to defend against you if you did warp bubble. Also, it made defending your own borders next to impossible, which is why you had to have so many damn fleets and just kind of station them everywhere to rapidly respond to stuff.
Yeah, I miss it though. How, like, with the warp bubble was slow. It was very slow, but then again, you could go wherever you wanted. There was nothing preventing you from going where you wanted to go.
Yep, closed borders didn't mean shit. Oh yeah, the speed was annoying, but the closed borders didn't mean shit once you got the longest range FTL drives. It was like having the warp jump or whatever it is now, the astral jump or something. For the jump drives, because you would just be like, okay, and here I go. Sure, it might take me just to get a couple light years, it might take me a half a year, but I would show up because the other empire using hyperlanes couldn't defend against me just showing up in a system. They would have their...
Of the original three, the hyperlanes were the worst by far, in my opinion, because you were competing against people that can very easily outmaneuver you in every way.
Yep, and you could get stuck very easily and quickly. The gate travel was really cool, but it was also very easy to get screwed by, because if somebody started... Well, that was my favorite way to do it as a warp, using the warp bubble, is I would pop in, and if I saw a gateway, I would destroy it and leave the system so that whatever fleets were in there were stuck there. And that's a lot of times how I won wars against gateway civs, is I would pop in with a tiny fleet, destroy the gateway, sacrifice that tiny fleet, and then they would be trapped.
Yeah, that's how I lost my main fleet most of the time when I was playing against on higher difficulties. Because on higher difficulties, the AI seemed to be smarter. It always went for the gate.
Yep.
Just locked me in there. And I used to play with Doomstack, so I never really diversified the navies because there was no real reason to do it. So when someone destroyed the gate, then, well, I don't have a navy anymore.
Well, see, and what's funny is the way the navy system works now is the way I always played my navy. I always would have... I mean, you remember watching me at the very beginning.
Yeah, Nick making destroyers. Making destroyers.
And you were always like, why do you make them? They're so terrible. I'm like, a real navy is going to have destroyers and things like that. Like, I need them. And you were always like, well, but cruisers are better, or your corvettes can do the job even better than the destroyers. And it's like, yeah.
Yeah,
but,
and they're a lot cheaper.
Can you
on the,
Were a lot cheaper. And then, of course, you had your coronation.
yep, and then I
King of
became the
Meta.
king. And now, yes, now we can.
Have y'all been talking this whole time?
Yes, we've been talking for like the last 15 minutes at least.
That's a weird ass bug. It has been dead silent for me this entire time.
Oh, we thought you went away.
Yeah,
No,
that's why I finally
I've been-
sent you a message.
I've been connected on my phone this entire time, waiting for you to come back from your smoke.
Yeah, I came back within 5 minutes of that.
Jesus, I just thought you were taking a really long time.
No,
All right, well, I'll reconnect to my PC. My Stellaris is still loading. It's
Well,
at
you should have-
89%.
I was gonna say you should have an invite waiting for you. The I lost my crown though because now I don't understand how the population or production system works with the new stuff. I'm still trying to figure it all out.
Yeah, same. A lot of the new stuff is still very foreign to me. But then again, I've only played one game all the way through, and then several multiplayer games, only like 50 years each.
Yep. Meanwhile, Tory sent me some screenshots. He has figured it completely out. He's actually more dangerous now than he was before.
I remember the stream when you were playing with him, like, for the first time. You and Kyle were teaching him how to play.
Yeah.
And he was talking about... he said something that was very funny. He didn't mean to say it, but... what was it? Something about shifting shits or something like that. He was talking about the ships.
Yeah. Yeah, now he is outplaying me. It's kind of wild to me sometimes because I've taught Tori a bunch of different games, and Tori always ends up being better than me at those games. And I don't know if it's just because I get really set in my ways, or if he's just, like, better in general. The only...
Could it be that he plays them better? No, plays them more.
Well, that's
Or he
probably
used
part
something
of
as
it.
such.
That's probably part of it. He does play like Stellaris, even though I've got my, 4,000 hours in the game. Tori is very rapidly approaching. My 4,000 hours is over the course of 10 years. His like 1,800 hours that he has now is over the course of like 2.5. So, and he sticks with one thing. Like, he turns out he really likes hive minds, and he has stuck with it the entire time. Like, he doesn't.
Like that.
Yeah, he
Absolutely
does
in
not
love with
play.
hive minds.
Yeah, he doesn't play non-hive mind empires. He either plays his machine hive mind or his trees, and he does really well with both of them.
I used to be a lot more, how do you say, diversified in what I played. Everything prior to the Unity update with Overlord. After the Unity update, I'm always playing something like a democracy or a oligarchy, just because of the Unity bonuses.
Right?
For me,
Oh,
I
and obviously
usually only
Civic.
do Imperial or Machine Empires.
Oh, I used to love Imperial. They used to give a good Unity bonus that I really ignored, but they also had another bonus that was for like I think you got like a
Or specifically,
ship
I
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
ship
fire
fire
rate.
right.
specifically I like Become the Crisis from
It was
Nemesis.
it was
I did that
15% is what the bonus was. It was a big fucking bonus. Because that's why I played
That.
when you first
Oh, and then
started
you add to it, what was it? The Admiral. You add that Civic.
Yep. The Distinguished
And
Admiralty. When you first started watching the show is when I was playing only Imperial Empires because of the fire rate bonus. What's up, Kenpo?
Whether I like it or not, almost basically every empire I build is built towards becoming the Crisis, and I can't stop myself. I have tried.
I
I
prefer
haven't tried a pacifist
Cosmogenesis.
run. I hate
Just try
pacifist
becoming,
empires, and I tried it just to see if I could stop myself. Nope. No, I detonated the galaxy.
You know what stops you from becoming the Crisis?
What's that?
Turning up the difficulty.
You know, that's a fair point.
Oh
No,
yeah,
I
if
mean
you're playing
dead
on the highest
serious.
difficulty and you start becoming the Crisis, every fallen empire will know that you're becoming the Crisis, and every single fallen empire hates you. They will start bullying you, declaring wars on you, and everything.
Damn, that's just rude.
Meanwhile, if you do cosmogenesis and slow burn stay at tier 1 of the Crisis for long enough, you can build up your science so quickly that you could speed run the rest of it, and by then it's too late. The galaxy can't stop you anymore.
Oh yeah, I find that Crisis to be very fun. The newest Crisis I'm not a big fan of. I mean, you get
figured
like
out
a
Cosmo.
5 million fleet
What?
power.
Becoming
beast,
the
which is very
Flood?
nice.
Yeah. I haven't-
Becoming the beast, the big beast. You turn yourself into a massive dragon, basically.
I haven't tried that one yet.
Yeah,
Yeah, one of the newer
I've
ones.
gotten myself to that in-game version of the dragon. It's close to, once it's fully grown, I think between 3 to 5 million fleet power and just one fleet with just basically one ship, the dragon.
Well, I'm ready to go when you gentlemen are. Tory won't be
Oh, yeah.
here for a while. You didn't hit ready
Hey,
up?
Kenpo. I haven't.
Yeah.
Kenpo, I would highly
Yeah.
recommend if you do the Crisis, the Nemesis Crisis, to try it as the students of the oh, I've forgotten what their name are. The red dressed people. It's a special origin. If you
Shroud
do that, you
Walkers?
get a very Dreadwalkers. You get the special flavor text with every single level of your Crisis. Basically, the masters becoming very disappointed in you, and
Which
Yes.
origin is that?
teachers, students of the Shrouds, I think it was.
Yep.
That
My
actually
game
became
crashed.
my favorite origin back in Overlord because you could so easily. It was the first time if you're playing it, you could get so much unity. That was the first time that a biological creature could gain a lot more technology than the machines.
Hey Nick, my game crashed. Why don't y'all just play without me? And
What?
Now we can wait.
And well, honestly, I'm
Also-
just fucking tired.
Oh,
I think
I
I'd rather
found-
just do a bit of Cyberpunk for a little while and then.
I
go
found
to bed
another
early.
server. Yay.
you sure, Kenpo?
Yeah, I'm sure. And we're gonna have a bigger group next weekend anyway.
Well, yeah, because David will be available and we can keep going in our save again.
Yeah, I'm not really in the mood for anything multiplayer tonight. Today was fucking awful.
Sorry
It
to
was
hear that.
so bad. It's called the electronic scheduling log. It shows every truck that we have, every rental, every reservation, every late return, late to pick up. Every single truck other than the cargo van fully booked out or already on rental. All the way to the very last of the trailers too. It was insane. And I never got more than 5 minutes at a time to sit down every couple hours. I think in total, out of a 6-hour shift, I spent maybe 30 minutes sitting down, actually doing rentals.
Yikes.
And when we were about to close, Terrence stayed behind to put a dent into it, the return lane. But there was somewhere about 20 trucks in that return lane. Because for the last hour, we just didn't fucking touch it. We had no time. I had a guy walk in 3 minutes from close saying he was there to pick up a trailer. He was an hour late for his pickup.
Say nah, man. We closed.
I can't say that till it's actually 7.
Thanks.
Why do I start with hostiles already in my system and all around me?
Magic.
Oh, good news. I found another mail sim. It was the one everyone left to. And I think, yes, it's fun.
Oh, that's good.
I got to fly again for the first time in a while. It was nuts.
What, Arma?
Who are the ones that are in your system? Are these
Flying
fellows
little
or-
birds.
Opus accumulator? I don't know. I think it's unique to my origin.
What's your origin?
Hard reset. Abruptly severed from the machine that assimilated them, this nascent civilization has fought fiercely to establish its own presence in the galaxy. Archaeology site, pre-FTL.
That's the new one, right?
Yeah. Cybernetic Commandos and Unplugged. And a 100% devastated tomb world spawns next to my home planet.
Ooh.
With an archaeology site on it. Okay, well.
Do you have a tomb world? No, you do not.
No, I don't. No, I don't. You sure you don't want to hop back in?
I'm sure.
Kenpo?
Go on without me.
Alright.
How about you, Mac? Do you own the game?
He does
Yeah,
not.
but it don't interest me that much.
Hey, don't bother. I've tried getting him into Stellaris for years.
Oh no, we did it for a little bit. It doesn't interest me super much.
Alright, well, if you're good for me to unpause Chronom.
Yep, go ahead.
They are assaulting our space.
Oh god, I'm already under attack. Well, there goes my starting fleet. And I'm already hemorrhaging energy credits. That's nice.
-20. I have +100.
Hey, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna get some good sleep tonight. I'm gonna try and break that habit of falling asleep at 3 in the morning.
Good luck with that.
Yes.
-26 a month. What the fuck?
Oh, Nick, guess what I figured out?
What's that?
Debris analyzed.
Vortex.
Oh, it's good that you did. I told you it wasn't gonna be that bad.
Updated.
Yeah, I watched a few videos on how it worked and whatnot.
It's way easier than the old mod launcher. Nexus Mod Manager was a mess compared to Vortex.
That's what I saw.
I don't think it was too much of a mess, but then again, I was used to going in the files and such. I cannot do it today because I haven't done it in many years. But I got very into it back in 2011, 2012, thanks to Skyrim.
I was gonna say, as long as I'm modding Skyrim or Fallout 4, Nexus Mod Manager is super fucking easy to use for me, but if I were to try and use Nexus Mod Manager with a newer game, I think I would have a conniption fit. How do I unfuck my economy that is drastically fucked at the moment?
Oh, by the way, which precursors did you allow in this one?
All of them.
Nick, I found a mod for the Rayfield Caliburn that turns it into a Lamborghini Terzo Millennio.
I'm gonna assume that's cool.
It's a really cool Lamborghini.
Yeah, I'm not really a car guy, despite working in a car factory.
I'll find you a picture of it.
I don't know much about cars. I have to fight my way out of my home system? What the fuck?
Construction complete.
Alright, I got.
Yeah, first when you mentioned this, I was wondering if you were playing Spiritual, because Spiritualists have a chance of gaining the Heretics, which works similarly. But those are not Heretics.
I've been getting the Heretics even when I'm not playing a Spiritualist Empire. It happens all the fucking time to me.
I've been lucky enough never to have him unless I'm playing Spiritualist, and not every time.
Situation log updated.
And my head scientist just went missing for no reason. What? Something about having wanderlust. The fuck?
Construction.
Thanks,
complete.
dickhead, for going AWOL and messing up what I was doing. Oh boy.
Oh, nice. I actually have 3
Cancel agenda
worlds that I can use very close to me. One that's 23, and then I have 2. One is 15 and the other 14, so... 2 weak ones, 1 very great one.
Nice.
Alright, Nick, I sent you a YouTube video on it, on the Lambo.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with cars, and when it comes to high-end vehicles, because I'm poor, I don't pay much attention to high-end vehicles. Because I will never own one. I don't want to stare at something I'll never own.
Yeah, look at something, and if it looks nice, it's very nice. If it's shiny, you know, those are things that I kind of like with them. But I have no interest in buying such things. If I had the money for something like that, I'd probably spend something that, you know, I have more benefit from.
Yeah.
Never say never. And the immortal
Yeah, I think
words
even
of
if
that
I were
one
like-
twink, never say never.
I'm not going to say the joke that just came to my head. I'm not going to say the joke that just came to my head.
Twink.
Yeah, that song just jumped into my
Cancel
head.
agenda enabled.
You know what? Fuck it. The little Jew mouse lies. That's not the joke I was going to make, but... Yeah, no, I get the whole message of never say never, and yes, it's all well and good, and we should dream big dreams and so on and so forth, but I don't know about you, but I don't come from generational wealth.
Same. I'm gonna
So-
make
Most
my
people
own.
don't.
Yeah, the odds of me ever seeing something like that or owning something like that are so astronomically small.
But tell me, do you think that you would actually buy one of those even if you had the money?
Hell no.
Yes.
Yeah, I honestly
I
don't think
don't
I would,
want
even
a
if I
car
won the
like
lottery
that.
for many billions.
The closest to a quote sports car I would actually want would be a what do you call it? An old school Mustang. I'm talking like a 67, 68 Mustang. Or a 66 Barracuda. And then the next closest thing to a sports car I would want is a DeLorean. That's it.
Oh yeah, definitely want a DeLorean. I'd
I'm a
probably
simple
customize it
man.
to look like in the movies, to be honest.
To actually get a brand new DeLorean in the original stainless steel, but with a V6 engine, is $73,000 because DeLorean Motor Company still exists. His son owns it now. I have researched being able to get that car extensively.
I really like the idea of having a door that opens up. I find it very great.
Oh, gull wing doors. They're so fucking cool. They're so unnecessarily cool.
Blockade cleared.
It's like you're walking out of a spaceship or something.
Right? That's it exactly. Such as...
Probably another construction ship. So when did you get the points? Is that today or was that last stream? I didn't make it to your last.
Last week.
Last week.
Yes, after technically this week. After the Sunday stream, we hit affiliate. So, because the month rolled over on, was that the 25th? Because it's based off of when you first started streaming, and the first stream I did on this channel was October 25th. Let me double check. Let me make sure I'm not just over here whistling Dixie. Oh no, it was in December. Right. I thought it was October. No, because I did a couple of streams on the old channel before I had to leave. So, yeah, 30 days, so it would have gone from the 7th to 7th.
But how come it just didn't become yours? I mean, you are the only one who actually used it.
They had the password.
No, I did.
Wasn't it like they kicked you out of the channel by changing the password or something?
No, I gave it up.
No, I have a lot of trouble remembering certain things, like what happened with all that. After it happened, I just kind of figured you wouldn't want to talk about it, so I put it out of my head.
And I don't, and I likely never will on this channel. I've given small amounts of details to it, but the wider picture, I will very likely never speak about.
Yeah, that's why I kind of put it out of my head. Figured you wouldn't want to talk about it anyway.
How many civilians do I have left on the planet? 1.3k. 1k.
Starting to look like a very great start for me. I just found a damaged ring world.
Lucky bastard. I mean, how good for you, Rick?
I know, right?
Okay, let's see.
I must admit though, I kind of, how would you say, miss the old ring worlds that were pretty much just 4 max level planets.
Yeah, but I do understand why they did the thing that they did, because now people can settle on them without them being, you know, if you find a damaged one, that way you don't have to restore it. But it does make it, with the new population system, if you do the ring world start, you can't, unless you have those technologies, don't settle on those ring worlds, because you will just hemorrhage pops. They will go commit seppuku.
Yeah, like when they gave out that origin, they had to add the like a special building that was supposed to keep it up, because you cannot keep up on the base buildings. You cannot keep up a ring section because it's so expensive. So they put like a building that kept it up for you. Only one segment there, of course, but you know.
The fuck is? So tired of his crackhead ass. Dude, why can't you just be fucking normal for once? Ugh. I get that the guy has mental health issues, but my god.
Who? I wasn't listening.
My fucking neighbor. Outside being a weird fucking crackhead about things. Ooh, trade. That is kind of important. And then I should put some admin offices down, I think. Right? Yeah, because I'm going to need bureaucrats.
Oh, by the way, have either of you played a lot with the Toxic God origin?
No, I have not. What about you, Kenpo? You ever used the Toxic God origin?
Tried it once or twice. It's not bad. It's got a fun storyline.
Fun storyline and very, very great, how do you say, bonuses that are attached to it. Like, you have these knights, and you can order those knights to do 3 or 4 special jobs that are extra bonuses for your empire. One of them is to be your knight commanders, your admirals, and that increases your fire rate by, I think it was 15 or 20%. And add to that this distinguished admiralty and a few other technologies, you will be shooting faster than anyone else who is not a hive. Because the hives, the ravenous hives, can get the, was the plus 33 or plus 44? And with the hives can get like a massive bonus for it.
Probably
But
plus
yeah,
33.
But the knights can add this to you. It's very nice.
Huh. A hive mind with Knights of the Toxic God. I hope the desyncs are manageable. Thank you. I hope so as well.
Five systems.
I really hope we don't have a lot of desyncs. We did last week when we were doing this, actually. We had,
There's only 2 of you this time, so it shouldn't be as bad.
sometimes less people can make it worse. That's the weird
Really?
thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah, back on your old channel, you were constantly desyncing.
Yeah. Well, once they went from, what was it? 2.5 to 2.6, that's when we ended up in a desync hell until they released 3.0. Then everything was good for a while with 3.0 until they released 3.08. And then it started getting worse again. And we weren't really able to do much multiplayer without shitloads of desyncs until like 3.4. Then 3.6 came out and ruined it again, and I've been playing solo pretty much ever since then, so it hasn't mattered. But last week we were, I think Kenpo, we had what, like 8 desyncs? But
Oh,
it
yeah,
was
we had a
all,
lot.
but it was all like really weird stuff too. It was like
Yeah.
random count.
I remember we got one that apparently nobody had seen before.
Yeah, I've gotten that a lot in my my multiplayer games as well. It's very odd, and once it happens once, it's more likely to happen again.
Yeah, unless you completely reload the save. Then you can
Yeah,
buy
I've had
yourself
to-
some time.
Then David just
even
straight
so.
up crashed. His whole system crashed out on one of them.
Yeah, well, David
That was
crashing
what
out
ended.
made my game crash out.
And I think mine crashed as well in the process.
Yeah.
His single crash set off a chain reaction.
Yep. My personal anecdotal evidence the last patch made it at least manageable, above unplayable. That is true. I think part of the issue that we have here is this is the same version of the Clausewitz engine that they were using in Crusader Kings 2. Like, obviously they've done a lot more with it, but it is the exact same version of their flagship engine. And Crusader Kings 2 was a nightmare, and for basically the last 3 years it existed before they made Crusader Kings 3, you couldn't do multiplayer because you would start a save and your checksum would immediately change just from loading a save. And it would tell you at the bottom you couldn't connect to multiplayer because the checksum was now different, even though you weren't running mods or anything else. This version, I think, is the half step up from that, because the one that's in Hearts of Iron 4 and Victoria 3 is the 4th version of the Clausewitz engine now. Yeah, same as in CK3. It's Clausewitz 4. So this still being on essentially a 2/2.5, it's amazing this game even works. But that's also a big downside.
Showing us like the updates for CK3 when CK3 hadn't been come out yet.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot bigger game than CK2. It has far more many numbers going on in the background, and a lot more things for each and every character, and you have to load in every single genetic variable for each and every person.
And the wild thing is, it's so much more stable.
War stable. It's a lot smoother. It's how they did it was like magic, and they actually showed in one video how they did it. And they actually had CK2 and CK3 next to each other. And it was just like magic. How the fuck did you do that? And I remember thinking, I would like this technology in EU4.
Oh, don't even get me started on EU4. EU4 is just desync central. EU4 makes me sad.
And I've heard a lot about EU5, and apparently those who are allowed to test it, they've all said that this has absolutely terrible performance.
Oh no.
And I'm just thinking, no shit, have you seen everything that's going on? There's so many numbers, so many counties, and each and every county has many variables for each thing. I just looking at people play it, and they're like, can my computer actually run this when it comes out?
Yeah, I have no small degree of paranoia, because if they follow what they've been doing for years now, EU4, so we finally got Victoria 3, right? Before that was Hearts of Iron 4. And before Victoria 3, we had CK3. So we had Hearts of Iron 4, CK3, Victoria 3. Now we're getting in the Europa Universalis. If they follow their cycle, their next game is probably Stellaris 2.
Yep.
Because we're right about at that 8 to 10 year lifespan that their games get to when they release a new game. And that makes me both excited, but also very sad, because there's still a lot they can do in here despite its spaghetti code. But
and also when they give it out, when it will be released, it'll probably be incredibly empty.
yeah,
Like
we're going to be
CK2
missing.
Who was originally CK3 kind of was more in CK3 than CK2, and God forbid Emperor. I really do like Emperor, but that one it was very empty. It's still somewhat empty, but it was.
Yeah, Imperator. That's.
Yeah, it was raw, absolutely raw.
Well, and that's my fear that we would end up having here too, is that Stellaris 2 is going to come out. It's going to run a lot better. It's going to be a lot prettier game, but we're going to be missing about 60 to 80% of the content that's in the first game. And then some of our favorite stuff might never make it to the next game. Kind of like how Merchant Republics are still missing from CK3. The ability to play Theocracies is still missing from CK3. We're finally getting a full China map, which I will say, Chronom, I fucking told you so 3 years ago. I told you it was going to be coming out probably in the next 3 years.
Yeah, I said it would be 5 years after launch, because they said in a joke that it would be 5 years after launch.
I told you. When it comes to Paradox games, I know them well and how they do things. But no, joking aside, it'll be great when it finally happens. The stability is going to be so much better. But it's probably going to be a good 2 to 4 years before it's really worth playing a Stellaris 2 over base game Stellaris. And even still, as much as I love, like, when Crusader Kings 3 came out, I still play the absolute hell out of it. But I do quite frequently go back to play CK2 because I can play my Merchant Republics. There's a little bit more stuff you can do inside of the court that you can't do in CK3. There's some life paths, and there's the fun monks and mystics stuff, as well as the royal councils, which is still not in CK3. Where are my viceroyalities? Yes, all the papal stuff too.
Everything around the Catholic Church. It's great. You have the conclave, you have the elections, and you have a powerful pope. The regent, God's regent on earth, and he lets you know that he is. You do not go away from Catholic teachings, or you will pay for it. You have a very powerful pseudo-emperor over everybody. It's a very fun system to be around. The Pope here is a joke. It maybe gives you some money, and then you ignore him for the most part.
Yeah, and you can bully him.
He's not even as likely to... yeah, exactly. And he doesn't go around excommunicating as he did in CK2. I mean, to the same extent. You maybe see 1 or 2 excommunications. And that's an entire fucking game. CK2, he was constantly excommunicating people. You had to follow the law, or the church, and so on.
Well, and don't forget that alongside that, you had the argument over investiture. There's so much of the content that made CK2 really great on the roleplay element that just isn't there. That's not to say CK3 is a bad game, though. It is still a superb game, and it is so much easier to run. But
Like I said,
where's my meat and potatoes?
Just put in the code. Yeah, they should have put in the code for all the old stuff from CK2. That way, we wouldn't feel like
Got
we're
some
losing
meat and
out.
potatoes for you.
Yeah. No, and that's the thing.
We
Is
wasted
it's like,
shit ton of money on CK2. Why don't we get to have the same content? And this is supposed to be an evolution. But instead, it was a downgrade in many ways, but a massive upgrade in looks and, well, overall stability.
yep. If it doesn't crash like City Skyline 2, that is. Yeah, when it comes to a Stellaris 2, that'd be the true test. I love City Skylines, but I was so incredibly pissed at how much it crashed out constantly and how much it still crashes out, to the point where I have it in my Steam library. I have 10 hours in it. I'm not going to go back and touch it until they fix it. And who knows if they will at this point. Part of me thinks they probably never will.
Do you know if City Skylines 2 has taken over the player numbers for City Skylines 1?
It is
Remember that one
not.
being their... Alright. So it's still the best game, well, most played part of this game.
Yep.
Battle is joined.
Because the first game was just great. I mean, it was still a little janky, like the lack of real water physics sucked, but at least you could play the fucking game. City Skylines 2, I can't play the game for more than about 20 minutes without it crashing. I think I even refunded it. Oh yeah, I did. It's not in my list anymore. It can, and I'm glad it doesn't also at the same time, because I don't trust you guys.
What do you mean it can?
It can.
You should do it just
Nope.
once.
Nope, never will.
We could gift you millions of resources.
Yep, you guys could
Then
also do
spawn
to
a
me.
dragon in your home system.
Yep, there it is. That's why it'll never get turned on. It's a third-party app. It's also a third-party app on top of it that's technically a mod, and it's
I don't like it.
well, Twitch is very iffy about this series of integrations because you do have to pay, and Twitch gets none of that money. So using it's a gray area. Using it could get you banned if they just see you making too much money with it. And on top of it, games like 7 Days, if I'm being completely honest, games like 7 Days, I am far more likely in a game like that to tolerate you guys messing with me than I am in a game like this, because a game like this has so much that goes into it. There's so much planning and everything else that I would pitch a fucking fit.
Pitch fit?
It would be on the level of me just shutting down the game and being like, I'm done. Because just with the channel points, you have to think about this. Sorry, I need to take a drink. I'm choking.
Oh?
Just with the channel points on the old channel, sometimes people would come in here with some of the commands that I had available there, and and they would completely ruin my runs here. Oh, thanks for the follow, Fanfy100.
Wasn't it
Appreciate
like one time someone came in and made you just like you couldn't do jack shit for like 3 hours?
Oh, that was in 7 Days. Here in Stellaris, somebody spent so much channel points that I wasn't allowed to go to war for 4 hours, and if I got into a war, I would have to surrender. I lost the
You
game.
tried to say that. Tell me that was me at one point. I promise you it wasn't.
You did do the no war thing, but
Didn't I
not,
only do it for like 10 minutes?
yeah, not to that degree.
I also did the no war thing, but I don't remember for what game. And I remember I did it for a while.
You did
Just
it
make
on
sure you think it's war.
You did it on CK3, which was driving me nuts because I was a Viking. I had my first, that was right after Northern Lords came out, and I had the first ever Viking Conqueror, and I was so excited, and you're like, yeah, you can't do war. And it's like, Cronum, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Oh, and I had
I'll
so many
come to your
points. I think
country and murder you.
I think I had like 400,000 points by the time you made this channel. So I
Yeah,
had a shit ton of points, and I was always spending a shit ton of them as well.
yeah, you were always doing the
Cronum,
take
I'll
your
come to
glasses off.
country and skin you alive type moments.
Kind of.
I'm gonna go get a smoke and put these dogs out because they have been looking at me and whining at me. And I think Elvis might have ear mites. I'm not sure. He's got this weird black bristly feeling in his ear. Apparently, it's either ear mites or it's like build up from his ears.
Ugh, get that taken care of.
I don't have $500 to take to a veterinarian, the doctor, animal doctor, Dr. Doolittle.
Doctor, dude. Huh. Go take the damn dogs out.
That's a good point.
Hey,
Honestly,
Nick, you know that you're often
no
talking
war.
about how very unlucky you are.
Yeah. What about it?
You know what? Now I want to say how incredibly lucky I am this run. I just found another ring world.
What, uninhabited?
Yep,
How?
Analyzed.
almost next to the other one that I found.
This is bullshit.
So I guess I'm going science in this run.
Construction.
Honestly, no war doesn't feel that bad. Then again, I mostly just play Stellaris or pacifist trading, so maybe not the best judge there. Yeah, I tend to be a lot more war oriented.
Yeah, I usually go very much into war, but I usually do it like after the first 30 or 35 years. The first 30, 35 years I'm always in building mode.
Yeah.
They have slowed it down a lot. I remember like in early 2.0 and all the way up to I think it was 2.6 or 7, I would always have cruisers by year 30. I would already have that amount of technology, but they slowed down technology rush at one point.
Yeah, well, and I also tend to play whenever I'm playing solo or multiplayer, I turn the tech cost up. This time it's only at 1.25, but normally I have it at 2 times on purpose because it makes the game more of a challenge for me. It keeps me from spiraling out of control too early. But
You
aside
also get to
from
use your technology for longer. Like your fleets, they're gonna have the lesser technology for a longer amount of time.
yes, so I'm not constantly just sinking new resources into shit. But I also, like, there aren't very many runs where I have had tons and tons of first contact wars, but, like, there are runs where I have been stuck in first contact wars over and over and over again.
Scientific breakthrough achieved.
So, like, oh, look at that, torpedoes already. That's, after I just said I turned the tech down, it's like, here, by the way, torpedoes.
System survey complete.
I'm hemorrhaging money again. I don't know why I'm hemorrhaging so much money. Fuck it. The flesh is weak, brother. The moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I knew then that I craved the certainty of cold, hard steel. Oh, I should have done that with the fucking voice changer on. Damn it.
You got a voice changer?
It's not cold, but it's hard, baby.
Construction.
Yes, I do have a voice changer, brother Captain.
Scientific breakthrough achieved.
And you, Tori, why'd you do that?
Local man joins call and proceeds to verbally molest all within it. More at 10.
Not all, just you.
Oh, great. That's
Fake news.
You fake. Considering I was using the news voice, that was oddly appropriate. Well done. I can't even be angry.
You can just be unfounded.
Yeah,
Just
more
like
or
fake
less.
news.
Just go fuck off. Well, we have literally. Why is there a.
Survey
Oh,
complete.
no, you go right ahead.
What's that?
Oh, the second ring world. It is actually the ring world start, but the player is actually a pre-FTL.
Oh,
With
I have
last,
the interloper and everything. So yeah, it's a pre-FTL start, so I can actually take it over just now.
oh, nice.
with last night's late up and today's early start and the chaos of today, I'm not long for this world, brother.
Oh.
Especially since I have 2 more large events tomorrow. I'm probably
no.
going to be out by 10.
What do you have going on tomorrow?
Debris
Pre-release for Lacana and a pre-release for the One Piece game.
Oh, God. Yeah, you're going to be busy. So I guess it's just Chronom and I until Chronom dips out, and then I will be probably continuing a solo run at that point.
Yeah.
And
Normally
if,
I'd be all for
if you're
jumping
liking
into it.
this one, then you can just save it and continue with this game.
That's true. I could create a single player save of it and leave a multiplayer save as well, just have 2 different branches.
I do it all the time when I'm playing multiplayer and somebody has to leave. So
I
I have
actually
like the
always
same
forget I can
game
do
with
that.
like 4 version where we are 3 or 4 playing it, and then we're only 2 playing it, and then one that I'm only 1 playing.
Fuck did this spider web come from? Huh? The fuck are you?
Spiderweb.
Little spider? A spider literally just made a web to my microphone while I was sitting here, but I don't see where the fucker is.
Are you in your garage?
No, I'm in my house. I have lots of spiders in the house right now, though. It's that time of year when they start moving inside. Playing a Society Tech Rush at the moment to strat out with my playstyle. I have plus 157 right now. Before year 20 starts, I'm running Bioships' Toxic Knights Megacorp. Yeah, no wonder you've got so much tech going. It's a lot of tech. Why do I have low amenities? What the hell? How did I end up with this few amenities?
Yeah, I think for the Toxic Knight, isn't like one of the knight jobs to increase technology? They had like 3 specific jobs for the knights. I remember all of them were, well, several of them were, 2 of them were good.
I have never played Knights of the Toxic Gods, so I don't know. Yes! Oh! Yes! Guess who's got the Cybrex, baby? Oh!
Lucky.
I am going to war with the entire galaxy.
You can go to war with these nuts.
construction.
Really, Tori? Really? You just gotta come over here and proverbially rain on my parade with your nut jokes?
I mean, I can. Give me 5 minutes. Hold on.
No.
As funny as a threat that is, I don't have the energy.
Well, at least I could take comfort in that, I guess.
Breakthrough achieved.
Or am I just bullshitting you so that way when I leave, you're scared?
I don't like that either. You know what? If you're gonna go harass someone, would you go harass my neighbor?
No, I don't want to deal with any more fanatical maniacs today.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So I think he's out there getting high and drunk right now, and he's just agitating me.
I had to deal with Steak Knife Tweaker again today.
Bro, what? Why is he even allowed back in the shop?
technically didn't do anything wrong, and when I told him he had to take it outside, he took it outside. So like,
that's fucking wild.
Construction complete.
Fair, honestly, this build just started as throwing together whatever and has gradually turned good as I refine it. Well, that's how a lot of builds start in Stellaris, though, so, you know, good on you for finding something that works right away.
I'm just perfect out the gate.
It's because you're playing a fucking hive mind. What?
Are you on the eastern or western wing of the galaxy?
I am next to the core on the eastern wing. If you see the Bach Globule Badlands, I am directly to the southwest of that.
Yeah, you're far away from me. I'm like in the center of the western ring.
Oh. Close to the Adra patch, or... Uh-oh. Oh, piss, the galaxy has a tail. Oh no, don't open any fucking wormholes. Nobody touched the wormholes.
Do it, you cowards.
No. Leave them alone.
Just go bully him like I did.
The worms are allowed to have their holes free and clear of anything we have. That
Gross.
doesn't sound right. Yeah, no, I need to think. I really do need to start thinking more about what I say before I say it. Oops.
Alright, well, I just wanted to come in here and harass you. I think I'm gonna go watch a movie and pass out.
Alright, Tori.
You two have fun. Make sure to bully him.
I'll try.
I did think it was funny, though, Tori, that Mech thought we were going to do another round of 7 days. It's like, are you kidding me? We're all fucking exhausted. Go back, watch the end of that VOD, by the way, Tori.
So?
You're,
I caught a little... So right before I laid down, I opened it. I'm like, let's see how they're doing. And the first thing I see is a demolition blow up. And I was like, oh...
You're fucking demo zombies, and we're not even... that's the second Horde night. That's not fair.
All I could think of is, well, that's my fault. I mentioned them.
Yeah.
Fucking spoke it into existence. That's on me.
A little bit. Only a little bit. Because I thought we were safe.
I just closed it right away, and I was like, yeah, I'll deal with it whenever.
Like, I don't want to see what they do to my Horde base.
I mean, I did say I wasn't sure of the integrity of when we get to demos.
No, you were correct. It did not survive it.
Hey, Tori.
Hey, buddy. I'm actually leaving.
Oh. Well, Nick said something earlier, and all I could think about was how you weren't here.
What?
He said he was choking earlier, and all my thought process was, wait, Nick, Tori isn't here.
No, he was practicing.
Yeah.
I hate both of you.
He's being a good little boy.
Go away. Go to bed already.
Alright, my little,
Construction complete.
Oh, I had a thought. I lost it. I'm definitely going to bed.
My planet's on fire with drug dealers.
Are you gonna wear him like a sock?
Go away. First thing I threw together since playing again after last playing when Overlord was releasing. Holy shit, you haven't played in a while then. Had to have whiplash coming back to the game after all this.
Didn't Overlord come out like, what, 3 years ago?
Yeah.
I think. Maybe 3. I think 2.
Was that before Nemesis or after?
It was before Nemesis.
Oh yeah, that's been a
Or was it after? Wait a minute.
No, I think it's after.
Is it?
That's when they did all of the vassal systems such.
Oh, right. So, yeah. Okay. It was Nemesis, then Overlord.
I absolutely
That's
loved
still a long
Overlord.
time.
All the updates in Overlord, they just made the game so much better. Aside from the only thing that I was not excited with by Overlord was the main mechanic of Overlord, which was the vassals. I didn't really care much about that.
Yeah.
But everything else they added just made the game so much better.
It really did. Mostly on account of me not having played much before, so I just had to deal with the new player brain lag. That's fair enough. That's almost a better position to be coming in from versus, you know, me who's been playing since 1.0, Chronom who's been playing since 1.0, and having to constantly deal with the game essentially being a new game every major expansion. Though I really haven't had that much of an issue with it since we moved from the early 1 builds to the 2.0 release. Once 2.0 hit, it became very easy to memorize what was going on in the game and just have a set pattern and way I did things. This is the first update. Moving to 4.0 is the first update since the 1.0 to 2.0 change where I've been like, I don't fucking know how to do this anymore.
System survey complete.
Oh, I'm hemorrhaging money, speaking of which.
Situation log updated.
You have a massive problem here, Nick. I'm just
What's
too
that?
fucking rich.
Fuck you.
Yeah, I have plus 100 in every single thing. I'm constantly selling them.
How do you have plus 100 everything?
Yeah, I'm just better. My beautiful, beautiful religious zealots, they're just gaining money through donations or something.
You a bitch, you know that?
Construction
Oi, what the hell happened to my thingy thing? Yeah, my science ship, it just went away. That sucks. And what the fuck is this? Oh no, I got another... Fuck, I have a contact war. Well, time to use those resources, I guess.
Oh, wow. That is a big fleet I'm gonna have to go run into. Alright.
Construction complete.
I think my entire economy is about to get stuck in a bankruptcy loop. I don't have enough resource generation to sell stuff to buy the energy credits. I think I'm screwed already. Wild.
I'd recommend that you try having the living ships, because if you have living ships, you spend a lot more
Situation
food
log
on everything that
updated.
you do except for the other resources. So you're suddenly gaining a lot with the other resources. That's one of the reasons I'm so rich right now. It's the living ships. I believe that's one of the reasons.
It's actually my pops that are costing me all the money. Because we're cyborgs already with the disconnected start.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, so my pops,
But doesn't your upkeep only half energy and half food?
Complete.
0.3 energy credits, 0.3 energy credits, 0.3. So each pop is 1.2 energy credits upkeep. Each and every single one.
Special project complete.
Or I should say group of 100. So 55 times 1.2 bless you. Are you good?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I be?
Because of the sneezing that's happening.
It's work.
System survey complete.
The you know those mattress pad or furniture pads that U-Haul rents out?
Yeah.
They're really like the material is really dusty. And I had to move probably like 40 or 50 of them today, and it got my sinuses just in hell.
Ah. Okay, so what the game is showing is correct. It is per 100 pops, it costs me 1.2 energy credits, and I am losing 66.39 energy credits because of my pops being cyborg. Because I don't have the infrastructure to support them being cyborgs. I also apparently don't fucking have
Construction complete.
amenities at all. Like, how am I 5,000 amenities in the hole? Why are 5,500 pops needing 12,748 amenities? What?
Reasons.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I was wondering why I had so incredibly many consumer goods. I forgot to put my people on social welfare.
Situation log updated.
If I do that, my pops are gonna fucking implode. I think I have to try settling another planet because I desperately need the income from basic resources on another planet.
No! Now I lost my other one. Both of my science ships just vanished into the ether. Do you have to? I see. Then I'm trying. No, you already have that. Some stability. Popo. Yummy.
Mr. Popo. You can leave the tower. Bitch, don't tell me what to do. Tommy, I need you to tell me I can leave the tower. I need to go back and rewatch DBZ Abridged. Ah, poop. I have broken something. Oh, not broken. Okay. It's not broken. I just inconvenienced myself. Never mind.
Construction complete.
Spreading our faith to a new world.
What are we doing? What are you doing?
I'm spreading my faith to a new world, or so the advisor said.
And you believe what the weird little robot tells you?
Perhaps. I mean, they're going to accept our faith, officially at least. I mean, we do have pyres, after all.
I really hate that you got a pre-FTL planet that you could just take over, because that planet would fix my economy right now.
Yeah, and that's not actually a planet, it's actually a ring segment. So...
That's what I mean. Like, the ring segment would completely fix my economy.
Special project complete.
Yeah, already, let me see. Yeah, I'm colonizing my sixth planet, plus the ring segment.
Sixth?
Mm-hmm.
I'm colonizing my first planet.
Yeah, you and Locke apparently are not good friends. Remember when we were talking about another game where we had just started on the same time, but you were streaming and I was playing my own game, and you were on your third planet when I already had my ninth.
I don't even remember.
Yeah, we were also playing the same thing. We were both playing Necrophages, and then we were talking about our different experiences with that specific thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think this was when they were relatively new. I don't remember if they were brand new or not, but they were relatively new, definitely.
Construction complete.
Well, in my case, it's also the new pop system is outrageous. It makes no sense. And oh yeah, what? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, I've forgotten.
Debris
Oh.
analyzed.
Oops. I've analyzed the Deborah.
Construction complete.
The initial survey of Specs deletion reveals a shattered world decimated by Our decimated villages, roads layered with abandoned buildings and structures scorched by heat signatures far beyond what a pre-FTL society should have produced. Whatever descended upon this world brought devastation swiftly and deliberately. The precision of the destruction suggests an organized assault, though no bodies are in sight. The evidence is clear. The population fled, though not far enough. Oh.
Initiating tactical retreat.
Oh my god, are there fucking barrier fleets everywhere? Really? I'm going to get trapped in my home cluster.
Initiating.
Oh my god, another barrier fleet. Oh man. Well, game over, Scoob. Game over.
Oh, I maxed out my energy credits.
Alright, listen here, you little shit. I'm tired of hearing about how fucking great you're doing when I am suffering over here.
Time to convert. Religious saladism apparently pays a lot.
I don't think in this case it has to do with the religion. I think in this case it has to do with this fucking terrible new pop system. There are some parts of it I really, really like, but there are other parts of it that I still really hate. Like, why is every single pop born a specialist? This has been an ongoing bug, and I will beat this horse until it is dead and paste, and I will continue to beat it even then, because this has been an ongoing bug since 2.0. We're talking 7 years ago, with the pops being born as specialists instead of as workers and promoting up a strata. That doesn't make any sense.
Construction complete.
I was just wondering, why are soldiers workers but police specialists?
Don't know. I've been wondering that since they did that.
Scientific
Yeah, I never really
breakthrough achieved.
noticed it before.
They should either both be workers or both be specialists.
I
Oh,
mean, I
my
definitely
nose.
think soldiers are specialists. Specialized in war. And how to keep people civil. With guns.
In 11 months, I will be bankrupt. Cool.
The Codex Astartes does not support this action.
I bet we're too far away, because I'm so
What the
rich
fuck
I
was
could
that?
easily bankrupt ya. No, not bankrupt ya, bankrolled ya, that's the word.
Construction complete.
We must pray to the Emperor Brothers for redemption.
I'm literally selling off my alloys to keep myself running on my economy, and I don't make enough alloys to sustain this for very long.
Hey Nick, you know what you could do?
What?
Make an empire or dark consortium, just start selling off black, dark matter.
Oh, the only problem with that is in the very beginning of the game, without the galactic market, the prices fluctuate too wildly, and you'll end up not making enough to sustain yourself anyways. It's like the alloys. I make quite a bit of them, but I'm selling so much of them to stay afloat that I am crashing the price.
Fair enough.
And because there's no galactic market, whatever they settle at, they stay at until the galactic market shows up, or until I buy some instead.
That's fair.
I might have to give one of my megacorps a try after this and see if it has the same fucking issue.
Construction complete. We have
Oh, damn it.
established a new planetary base.
And see what that said. I'll have to go see what that said in a minute. Let's see. Resettle.
Boy, what do you think of EU5 becoming almost like the Paradox game?
Battle is joined.
Johan said that he wanted to take all of the best things from all of the games.
There's nothing best to take from Victoria 3 until they fix that god-awful war system.
Well, the economy crap. Economic
Construction
simulator stuff.
complete.
That part's alright.
Must say, I really do miss the trading system from Imperator Rome. Like, where you have to trade between each and every province. I really like that system.
I mean, I'm not against it, but they should really fix Victoria before they make this attempt. Or are they going to give it the Imperator Rome treatment, which is my big fear?
Yeah, I hope not. But they might. Then.
Yep, there it is. Bankruptcy. Hello. Wow. So great. I love it so much. So good.
Initiating tactical retreat.
Alright, cut 15 system, 6 colonies, 36 districts, and 10,000 pubs. This is actually a very good start. I need to conquer this AI next to me. No! My third science ship just went away. That sucks.
Construction complete.
I'm so fucked.
Alright, this time around they were actually killed by the space crabs?
System
No, those things that
survey
use
complete.
asteroids like a shell, you know, like a sea creature.
Oh, the Colthoids.
Yeah, those guys.
Fucking hate those things. They are a kill on sight for me.
Battle is joined.
I need to go do that now, though I do fear if I move my navy that my southern neighbor might get ideas. The same ideas that I have.
What, Mikasa, Sukasa?
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Oh, this is bullshit.
You know, I think these people just don't understand
Scientific
ownership,
breakthrough
and therefore I
achieved.
think I should be able to, you know, declare ownership over those territories.
Oh, you sure sound like a European colonizer to me. Damn, what is this, the age of colonization again? Fuck.
Yes, indeed.
So, how
I'm
many...
actually playing a... I'm
Fucking-
technically playing a Roman colonizer here. I am playing on Terra, with the Roman names and all that, though I'm playing like the, how would say... Elves? An all-female race. They are called the Vestal Virgins.
Alright, what do I need to do to fix this? This is
Yeah, into the
ridiculous.
Roman thing here.
Debris analyzed.
Criminal world? What?
I don't know how to
There are no criminals in Basing Say.
No war in
Special
Boxing Say.
project complete. Situation log updated.
Whoa.
I don't think screwed begins to describe me at the moment. What's that line they use in Princess Bride? Oh wait. Inconceivable! You keep using that word. Do not think you know what it means.
Yeah, I find that actor to be very funny. Don't remember his name though.
Situation log.
I always forget his name as well. I just remember he's the Grand Nagus.
I really liked him in that Sheldon show. Young Sheldon.
Oh, I didn't watch Young Sheldon, so I have no judgment I can pass.
Construction. Scientific.
Okay, so
breakthrough
you
achieved.
said what? 400 pops on a new world is about what you need to get it started
System survey
quickly?
complete.
Like growing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, let's see if that does anything. Oh, great, I found someone. I don't want neighbors. Please leave. Oh, ancient mining drones. God damn it. I hate when these things are near me.
System survey complete.
I wish there were a way to turn them off.
I like that the ancient mining drones look like primitive version of the Fallen Empire ships. I kind of find it very unfortunate that we can't have a ship set, which is, you know, the ancient ones, and once you get a certain technology, they can be upgraded to look like the Fallen Empire ones.
Well, you can get the Fallen Empire ships from the one Cosmogenesis.
Yeah. Though it's not the
Construction
entire
complete.
set. It's the escort class and I believe the cruisers. Or the battleships.
I think you can get
No,
the...
I don't think. I know
um,
Titans.
With that when I'm not actually the Crisis? I don't think it will. No, it won't.
Construction complete.
Okay, there's farming subsidies. Don't know what I'm supposed to do to undo this problem. I thought it was my ships, but it's not. They're only 16. It's all my pops. It is entirely the population. Oh, look! A fucking space storm. Yay. Just what I wanted to deal with right now. Game is powered by Haterade.
Storm overall. Like, how would you judge the storms? Is it something that you like having in the game, something you're against?
Oh, I think it's pretty interesting as a system. I don't mind it.
Same. But it seems like most people hate them a lot.
Most people don't know how to play around them and can't adjust their fucking play styles. I say as I'm sitting here struggling to adjust my play style. Oh, look, it's Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man again.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you don't adjust, you wait for the game to adjust to you.
Listen, you're not wrong. How did I put it? I am the new meta. I am the king. And I am. And all must bow down before the king.
Everybody had to relearn the game. You were no. The way I play the game is not the best way of playing the game.
Fucking, the best was when that change was made and David was like, "This is bullshit. The way you play can't be the right way." I'm like, "It is now, David." Multiple fleets, instead of each one being specialized to a certain thing, now set up in true NATO naval style. Glorious.
And I felt like such a heretic actually making destroyers. What kind of noob makes destroyers? And now I need to have them in every single fleet. I mean, it makes more sense now, but still.
What's
When
funny
you're
to me,
used certain-
huh?
when you're used to a certain prejudice against certain things, when they become useful, it's gonna be. I mean, I've spent like 3, 4, 5 years hating this, so.
The funny thing to me is still that, despite me, like, doing all that, I still had to adjust to certain things because, like, certain weapon layouts became not good anymore.
System survey complete.
Like, they just weren't. It's like how disruptors are kind of like the king of weapons now for smaller ships. Like, that didn't used to be the case. Disruptors used to fucking suck.
At most, I had like 1 on a battleship, and that was, for the extra benefit from it. But
Yeah.
nah.
No, that was having to adjust to that was a whole thing for me. And now, I relatively understand, especially because they changed the tooltips to more accurately show how damage is done and how damage is blocked by certain things. Like, it makes way more sense now. But at first, like, month and a half after that change, I was like, I don't know how I'm supposed to arm my ships, And I tried doing it the old way, and despite having, like, a fleet that on paper had 45k worth of power, it was only dealing out, when you look at the combat evaluation, it had only dealt out, like, 22k worth of damage, but it received, like, 70k from a fleet half its size. That's when I started paying attention to the way it talked about the weapons and what their damage multipliers and everything were. It's why I have to use frigates now. I have to. Everybody was bagging on those at first too, but I was like, there's something here. And then they made the change to the torpedoes, and it was like, okay, now I see what they're going for, because they're the only ship besides the cruiser that can have the torpedoes. Which...
Yeah, I always let them until I unlocked the cruiser, and then I pretty much went for them with torpedoes and always a lot of corvettes around them to defend them. No reason to have the frigates after you had the cruisers.
Well, and now because they have... Well, now because they have a bonus, their movement speed and avoidance, it really depends on what the rest of your fleet composition is, which one is going to be better. But
yeah,
it's still...
Like I said, I always really relied on the corvettes to do all the other stuff and to defend it from other destroyers and such.
I love putting torpedoes on cruisers with there being frigates already, because watching not only the frigates but the cruisers just go screaming in, especially if you use the torpedo run combat computer instead of the artillery one, watching cruisers go screaming into close range to stuff will never not be funny to me. That's always going to be fucking hilarious. It's trying to get my attention now. What the hell? Sending me money. Oh, it's not money. Message. Why do I care? Get out of here. I don't give a shit. I hate it when people make it sound like something is urgent, and then it's a dumb question like, where's the salt grinder? Or something like that. And it's like, you're bothering me at almost 10 o'clock at night, which makes me think something bad is happening. And you say it's urgent, and then you're asking me a dumb question.
Nick, how do I turn the lights off?
I will cut you. I gotta have enough fleet power to punch through that thing. 2.5k fleet. It'd be really nice if we could have the ship set that the Marauders do. The asteroid-looking ships. I would love that.
Council agenda available.
Yeah, it's a normal one.
Construction
That'd be nice.
complete.
When you can get them as the Crisis, the original Crisis.
Yeah.
Systems
To an extent,
survey
though,
Like
this is
ship
why I also
hybrid,
use
though.
mods. Huh?
Yeah.
No, it's not. You have the
Yeah, what's the
corvettes
type?
and frigates, and then you have the battleships, and that's it, right?
You have the destroyers as well.
Oh, there are. Oh, right.
We have encountered some manner of spaceborne.
And then you had
beasts.
either battleships or the cruisers. I don't remember which, but I don't think it was the full thing. And you do not have the Titans.
Get away from there. That's my Cybrex house. Go away. Nobody loves you. I will do a first contact war to keep that. Go away. And it's a Gaia world. I will fight you. I will fight you right now.
Then you fight a long and hard war, you just survive it, then you find out it's a holy world.
I'm clicking on it right now to make sure it's not. It is not. I will fight for it. I will fight and die. I will run my empire into the ground just to take that from you. Give me that.
I really do like the change that they did where all of the holy worlds, they actually glow, so you know that they're holy world without checking the
An alien empire wishes to commune.
checking
No.
the planet stats.
They already... Bastards!
System complete.
Liars, conmen, thieves. They've already taken it. I will fight them for it.
Oh yeah, I hate that another change, why they disabled where you can no longer bomb colonies to the ground where they are just gone. You know, if they are colonizing. They used to
Yeah.
allow you to bomb them to, away, so you can colonize yourself.
I'm sorry,
You know,
there's...
kind of like a horse. When a horse gets a mare, gets a new mare and she's pregnant, he uses his saber to kill the baby, then insert his own. It's a very nice concept. No less?
Apparently... Well, apparently, the people next to me that have this Gaia planet have already killed the Tianki matriarch.
Ow.
I don't know. But I guess maybe I'm not fighting for that system. I am retreating until I understand exactly what the hell is happening and how they were able to kill the matriarch this early.
Are they advanced?
I don't think so. If they were, we're still only 30 years in. There's no way they should have the fleet power to fight it.
You got me puzzled, I fear.
Their fleet that just entered the system is a 1.1k fleet. There's no fucking way.
Survey complete.
There's no fucking way. No way. How did they kill the matriarch?
Yeah, and those are all corvettes.
Oh, did you just go on and see it for a second? Other ships left. What the fuck? Alright. Wait, here's their fleet. Yeah, it's 1.1k versus... No fucking shot.
Scientific
Alright, whatever,
breakthrough
game.
achieved.
It's bullshit, but
Construction
whatever.
complete.
Game's on some hot bullshit today. Matriarch was not feeling it, that fight. Yeah, no, it just straight up was like, you know what? I no longer vibe with this existence. This world, as it stands today, no longer pleases me. I die. Let's see, let's make that my primary spaceport. I'm gonna put a defense one here and a defense one here. I've got some really weird hyperlanes this game. I don't know about you, Chronom, but
System survey complete.
Seems fine to me. Though, I have two massive choke points, so
my
lucky I got here early.
the entire way into my home cluster of nearby stars is a single hyperlane. One.
Yeah, I got 2 of those on both ends of my empire.
Yeah, I don't know if you've got the stream pulled up, but there is literally only one way in and one way out of my home area.
Yeah, you're the orange guy there. Let me see.
Yeah, the Asperia system.
Yeah, and you're blocked there by the AI.
Yep.
How powerful is that AI?
Oh, it's 2.5k. It's part of my story for the origin I have. I have to fight it to get out. Wait, do you have the whole map revealed or something, Gronum?
No, I'm looking at your stream.
Oh.
Unfortunately, I have not found the eye mega structure. That would be very great. Oh, it's called the eye relay or what it's called. The one thing that you build up and suddenly you see the entire map.
The observation center.
What's it called that?
Anyway,
you know what I'm talking
I can't.
about.
Yeah, I can't think of the actual name, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think when you finish it completely, it says something like "I see all." So for some reason, the "I" is the name that got stuck in my head.
Oh, it's not inaccurate.
Construction complete.
There's a challenge. Send the threatening noises back.
Construction.
Now that I've made such a large navy, I'm only making plus 30 energy credits a month.
I hope you step on a Lego in your bare feet. Uh-oh, we're desyncing.
Yeah?
Ooh. No, I guess we're not. It acted like it was going to for a second.
Oof. That would have been unfortunate. Ooh, artillerist. But yeah, I'm not really happy about this. I went from plus 111 a month, and now I'm just plus 31 a month.
Construction complete.
Still hate you.
Ships are very expensive. Oh yeah, and I also have all of my people on social welfare.
Oh, that must be nice.
Best people get everything. And I had slaves for a while, but I decided, allow them to be residents.
Why
Maybe
are
because they-
amoebas attacking my space station?
Didn't want to suffer. Rebellions.
Anyways, you were saying...
Something about the rebellions.
Oh. Already? I've learned. There is in my house. I wish he weren't. It is being surprisingly stable right now, Fanfi. I'm quite pleased with
Our
it.
ships have been made superior. Our ships have been made superior.
That should buy me some additional
Scientific
time.
breakthrough
Oh, really?
achieved.
Right as I upgrade my ships, another ship upgrade becomes available.
Situation log updated.
It's fucking wild.
Scientific breakthrough achieved.
And Nick, you know that mobile game AFK Journey?
No, I don't.
Well, one of the ads for it on YouTube doesn't even play the full video. It plays like a 4-second clip of it.
Huh.
Like, you'd think it would get to that end of the bar so you could skip it, but no, it just fucking ends. And all you hear right before it ends is a grown man scream like a little girl.
Okay.
Thought it was funny.
Our ships have been made superior.
Other fanatic xenophobes. That's not great for me in the long run.
Complete.
This is not good for my ongoing health.
Construction complete.
Ah, I got an event that I've never seen before. Long live the mechanical god.
You could just, kill the xenophobe.
I could, but that would require my economy functioning first.
That's fair.
Still trying to fucking workshop it. Come on, hurry up. Come on, come on, come on. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
Council agenda ready.
I am impatient.
Are you?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I am patient. I'm Kron.
Kill, kill, and kill again.
Okay. We can turn off the anti-crime campaign because I don't need it at the moment.
Där ligger det ut. Take one of those.
Scientific breakthrough achieved.
Alright. Fusion reactor. Beautiful, beautiful. Hello there. Ah, yes. General Stromboli. Privet. Oh,
Our
boy.
ships have been made superior. Our ships have been made superior.
I suppose if I don't know if the person I'm greeting is Muslim or not, maybe I should be saying Assalamu alaikum instead. Do you have to slurp that into your microphone?
Yes. I was finishing my smoothie.
Well, now you don't. Have you
Maybe I should
learned
go
your
make another
lesson?
one.
Have you learned your lesson?
Nope, maybe I should go make another one.
Only the cultured, indeed. Real recognizes real in this case.
It has strawberry Greek yogurt in it, and a bunch of, like a
go.
superfood juice, some fruit.
I thought you were going to stop with that statement. I was going to be like, what? What do you mean by that?
The ashes of the Jews.
Oh, no, no, no.
I said juice.
No, no. Be careful with that.
Sprinkle a bit of tannerite in there.
Ugh.
Maybe a bit of gunpowder.
Construction complete.
If I ever make the choice to be cremated when I die, the day after I make that choice, every time with breakfast, bit of Jack, bit of gunpowder. Just imagine the day they finally light me up. The boom.
Oh. Oh, that's why. Just ingest a bunch of nitroglycerin right beforehand. For legal reasons, this was a joke.
Yeah, only my Christian Minecraft server.
Let's see, we'll put down another one of those. Okay, the population is growing steadily, it seems, so that's nice. Yeah, no, for the cultured though, and this is only my older copy of it. Star Wars, complete Star Wars encyclopedia, 3rd edition with brand new, completely revised and expanded, based with. Holy shit! I really need new glasses, including material from Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, and my other copy of it is out there, which is a 6-volume set. So, if it has to do with Star Wars, I'm your guy. As long as it doesn't have anything to do with what Disney's done. I don't know shit about what Disney's done.
Special project.
Are you saying that Disney has done something?
Shit the proverbial bed with Star Wars as far as I'm concerned, yes. But I'm also a fan of the old expanded universe, so I just more look at it, and I think I've talked about this ad nauseum before. I more look at it as it's not made for me anymore.
I seriously do not think that Disney had anything to do with any of the 6 movies.
Ah, yes, the 6 movies. Yes, I see what you mean. Starbase. Awesome. Yeah, the ships did upgrade.
Do you have a large fleet at the moment?
Working on it. I have a 2.3k fleet, and I have another 40 some odd ships that need, or 34 ships that need to be reinforced into it to complete it.
Got 2.7 at the moment, trying to make it bigger. And I have not finished Supremacy yet. But I am, almost done with it.
I finished Supremacy. I'm halfway through Prosperity right now.
Yeah, I've already finished Prosperity and Statecraft. I'm now halfway through Supremacy. Oh. Now I'm at negative 37 for energy.
Womp womp. This is because you were using it to make fun of me.
Oh.
And I will reiterate, womp womp.
Are you still in the negative 30s as well?
Negative 24. I'm still trying to get the population numbers to increase more. I'm having a bit of difficulty.
Yeah, I think I have too many people. I have about 12,000 pops, and I think that's too much for my 7 planets.
Hey Nick, you know the Blue Bunny ice cream brand?
Yes.
My grandma likes keeping the cartons and using them for leftovers when she makes me stuff. It's got the lid of vanilla bean, or the container of vanilla bean, and the lid of salted caramel craze. And you want to know what was in it?
What?
Spaghetti.
Huh.
I just emptied it.
That's a little weird, though, that you're using those cartons for that.
Nah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little weird.
Nah, can't be, right?
I mean, old people are going to do what they do. We can't really stop them, but...
Like, I just fucking emptied it.
Doing me an uncomfy.
It was kind of warm because I forgot it was in my car.
You know, I've never said this before, but I'm kind of feeling like I hope you get food poisoning.
I'm not gonna get food poisoning. It hasn't been in there that long. I got it yesterday.
Yeah, no, still kind of hoping you get food poisoning.
Why you gotta wish that on me? I've had it before. It's not fun.
Yeah, so have I. Food poisoning is
I got
not
myself
fun.
salmonella a couple years ago on accident.
Salmonella Fitzgerald.
Have I told you about that?
Yes.
We have encountered some manner of
How I
spaceborne
didn't know you had to cook chicken slow and like low and slow.
Yes.
Don't really have to
I
cook
ended
low and slow. Just
I
have to
ended up
cook-
in the ER with morphine in my system.
Battle is joined.
Just have to cook it through. Easy.
Easy peasy squeezable lemons.
But speaking of something similar, when I was in 9th grade, I believe, I always took with me, I'd say, apple juice to school to drink during like food time. The thing is, I rarely looked into my bag, and I didn't always drink all of it. So at one point, I took one up that I thought I put in the bag that morning,
Oh no.
and I drank it, and it had bubbles in it, you know, like a soda. And I was
Oh,
like,
it was fermenting. Oh no.
Yes. Like, what the hell was this? And it wasn't until later that I figured out, well, I was actually drinking alcohol in school right there.
Oh my god. That's not good. Friendo. It's not good.
So I drank alcohol in the middle of school as a teenager and didn't even know it until years later.
You were the cool kid before it was cool to be the cool kid. Oh, the Numismatic
Oh,
Order.
shit.
What?
Fuck, I found the Mongolians.
Oh, the Space Mongolians?
Mongolians.
Yeah.
That's fine, they just want to take you to a barbecue. You're on the menu, though.
I fucking bordered those fuckers.
I mean, that you could have far
Yeah,
less
the chance that
secure
they would give
borders.
Yeah, but they can't give me ships, so there is a tiny possibility of benefits.
They might also bully you for your resources, but given how much you're making, Mr. Rich Man... I hurt my neck doing that. Ouch. Why is getting old such hell? Why did nobody warn me? I don't know why people say the medical center is not worth it to take on a new planet. I think that's the only reason the pops on that planet are fucking growing.
I think it depends on how your speed is. Like, I personally, on this empire, I have rabbit breeders and I am a xenophobe, so I have a 20% bonus to growing. So I, for instance, I don't see a reason to beg it because I'm growing so fast already.
And with hard reset, I've got a negative 20% growth speed because of the cyber commando thing.
Oh yeah, I definitely built it then.
I think I'm gonna go after robotic like assembly plants and stuff though, just because then I can have some robots there too. And if I get lucky enough to find any non-hive mind robots, they changed it so that the robotic assembly plants will now assemble those pops instead of basic robots. Which is nice.
Oh yeah, I remember you did play that Origin where you are dying out and you have to turn yourself into a robot. I never actually played that one.
The virtualization one? It's a lot of fun.
No.
It's a really unique origin.
Yeah. I remember you lost once because all of you died before you managed to do it, but then you did it again and you were successful. I just don't remember the rest of that campaign.
It pretty much entirely comes down to how quickly you can build the robots out so that you can at least have that proto, like, synth body type going. At the end of that campaign, or by the end of that campaign, I had managed to become the Cosmogenesis Crisis. And actually, that was one of the last playthroughs I ever did with Tory and Kyle. They surrendered because they saw I was already stage 4 crisis and they had no idea it was happening. Plus, I opened the L gates on them, remember? And wrecked their empires.
Ah, poor bastards.
I can be sneaky when I want to be. It's not very often I'm successful at it.
Our ships have been made superior.
Yeah, most of your games usually ended up with Kyle taking over most of the galaxy, either directly or through other ways.
Well, same with Tory, but there's a big reason why I didn't try and play like that. I always went through the vassalization system myself. Because why should I work when other people can do it for me?
I remember there was a guy on the internet, he showed that how he played on the highest difficulty with only like some friendly bonuses, like he was a fanatic xenophile and something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he pretty much got oh yeah, and he used all of advanced AI. Every single AI was advanced, so everyone was better than him. But he used his friendship skills to persuade the others to become his vassals. So he had united the entire galaxy before the galactic community even appeared.
It's a hell of a thing, isn't it? Oh, I found the ancient mining drone hub. Oh boy. Oh, that's a lot of mining drones! Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. I would like that to be my house. Where are my ships? I'm gonna go destroy everything around it so I can lock that star system in so that the AI can't fucking steal that shit from me.
Nick, I want to make a joke, but honestly, it's a really bad joke. Like, not even like dirty, it's just bad.
Yeah?
I'll mine your drone.
Boo.
Yeah, it's just bad.
Boo. Oh, Cronum, how much longer are you going to be on? Because it's got to be like 2 in the morning for you, doesn't it?
It's actually up 3. Really should go to sleep, but I'm not feeling tired, so I probably continue.
Cronum's not real, he doesn't sleep anyway.
Sometimes it does seem like Cronum doesn't sleep because he's been here at the beginning of a stream and then sometimes pops in right at the end of one. Of course, that's also my fault for streaming for like 12 to 14 hours sometimes.
Yeah, when you're ending those streams, I'm like waking up at 8 in the morning.
I actually, now that I think about it, I haven't done a stream like that in a couple of years now. Because the last time that I did it was kind of fucking rough. I mean, just...
for me, 8 in the morning. That happened just, I don't know, a month ago.
Oh, well, that's also because I didn't start until 9 p.m. my time, so going until 3 in the morning, that's only a 6-hour stream. No, but I'm talking like, right about the time you first started watching, there were those streams where I would do 14, 15, 16, 17-hour streams. I can't do those anymore. I just can't. I don't know how people do it.
Council agenda ready.
Just the one from last night where we were doing 7 days, that was a 10-hour stream. And I immediately got off the computer and went and collapsed. I did not wake up today until noon. And it was like 4 o'clock when we ended the stream. And I had started that shit at 5:30.
We have encountered
Needless to say, won't be doing another one of those for a long time. No more double horde
night. It was
night.
easier when I was a teenager to wake up for a very long time. I remember like when I was in, guess you could call it high school, but it's like the last 2 years of high school and the first 2 of college for you. What we would call like school of education. It's like an advanced school. But yeah, I was awake when I was playing Black Flag. I played the entire night, and then I went to school, and I wasn't tired until I came back home from school, but then I started going back into Black Flag.
I was good with doing stuff like that right up until about the time I was 30. And I've done, like, during this last school year, you know, my freshman year of college, I have had to do that a number of times, but each time I did it, it was increasingly difficult to do it And then after the last time I did it for finals, just a couple of weeks ago, I got sick. I got sick for the next 2 weeks, and that's why you guys didn't get a fucking stream out of me after I got to that point of being that sick. Because it just, body couldn't handle it. Body entered open rebellion. And I don't blame it. The working conditions here are fucking terrible. And the boss is a real dick. Speak to the overseer. Hey, you sound like some sort of dirty commie. You talking about labor rights? USA! USA! Alright. The propaganda I've ingested my entire life still permeates my brain.
Oh no, I didn't read that. Damn it, they have updated the mannequins. The
What?
mannequins, it's no longer just an event where people are dancing in the streets. Now it's actually that way that you lose 30% of your specialist resources.
Wait, the Manifesti do that now?
Yes.
Oh shit. Thank God I haven't had that pop up yet.
Nick,
I just
what
clicked
time
the
did y'all
option,
get
so
off
you
last night?
Like 4 a.m.
I don't know. I don't remember what time it was when I kind of dropped out.
Oh,
The
hi,
stream,
holy
but,
guardian.
Man, I straight passed the fuck out. I didn't even plug my phone in.
Let's see. Yeah, last night was a 10-hour long stream that ended at... I have to look at the analytics to see exactly when it ended.
The analog.
4:15 in the morning.
Oh fuck! I was gone. I was out way before that.
Yeah, 4:15.
Pretty sure I just had. I think I may have fallen asleep with the stream on.
You wouldn't be the only one. My wife did too.
I just straight passed the fuck out. I don't even remember what time it was.
Scientific breakthrough achieved.
I remember thinking, man, I want another smoke, but I already got undressed. And then nothing else after that. I'm gonna go get a smoke. I'll be back.
I might actually do the same thing in a moment, but first I'm going to set up my new planet. I've never seen this building before, an automation district.
Yeah, so it's saw it as well right now. Earlier this gameplay.
What the fuck
run.
does this do? It automates.
Construction complete.
Automated workforce for this district, plus 25%. Building upkeep per automated district. Oh no, I should not do that then. That'll sink me financially. It's a financial decision I will never recover from. Fuck you, I can't believe you've done this. So resettle 100 specialists and 100 workers.
Manifesti. Manifesti.
Scientific breakthrough achieved.
Ooh, robotic workforce. Yes, please. Abso-fucking-lutely. Let's get some robots going here, folks. Who doesn't love the robots?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to, once we finally get the thing, the trade, the galactic trade, I'm gonna have to buy a lot of robots. You know, because I have the money to do so.
These are my robots. You can't have them.
Only a little robot. I
No.
buy a little robot.
No, they're mine. You can't have them.
Construction complete.
I paid good money for researching this because my scientists are galaxy brain big thinkers, and if you cannot big galaxy brain think, no robot. My brain is just so explosively large. Say hypothetically, all corn and corn derivative products, as well as corn seeds, vanished, excluding plastics. And in an alternate universe, all paper suddenly exploded like a firecracker instead. Which universe is doing worse? Oh, wow. 40K is doing way worse. Star Trek is definitely doing worse. Our reality is doing worse. Star Wars would be kind of okay because they don't really do anything with corn. Damn. The D&D universe, it would just explode into flames. Wait. All paper suddenly exploded like a firecracker instead. Oh, you're not saying corn. Okay, wait.
Scientific breakthrough achieved.
Corn?
So, corn vanishes, including corn products, but not including plastics. But in exchange, paper explodes like a firecracker. I still go with my same answers. I'm gonna be honest. I'm still gonna go with my same answers. Whether they're right or not is open to interpretation. But I made a snap judgment, and I will stand beside it. Oh, either of these events. Oh. I once again misread it. I misunderstood the assignment, even though it was fucking explained to me. I'm so good at this. It's definitely not a consequence of the dyslexia. This one is a consequence of me not paying attention.
Yeah, I was going to say you're giving us dyslexic a bad name. I mean, we already have a bad name.
Shut up, Chronom. Just because you've been here for this many years to be able to see what I do doesn't mean you're allowed to bully me. The fuck?
Bullying?
I'm not bullying, he says. Maybe you'd do better in the paper universe.
Basil Jones at the chat. We will be doing a lot of spice innovations.
If I'm being completely honest, even though I do have dyslexia, I love reading. Reading is one of my favorite things to do. It's one of my favorite relaxation activities. So I would think, in terms of our universe, we would be doing far better without corn than we would if paper were to explode like a firecracker. Because of a
corn.
Why not any corn? Well,
why did you like corn?
No, I love corn. I love corn as a food. I love corn for all the different uses we have for it. But most of humanity survived without any corn for eons outside of the New World. So throughout history, we have not needed corn. Plastics still being able to be discovered, even if hypothetically corn were to vanish, leads to a couple different things. We don't have high fructose corn syrup, so, sodas would be using sugar. Things like corn being put in every single food product we have, whether it's high fructose corn syrup or corn starches or what have you, a lot of uses of corn starch can be done by flour instead. Corn.
Americans do overuse it. I think like the entire state of Indiana is like your biggest corn producer, and none of it is made for human consumption.
Exactly. Our cattle, our animals would be fed a lot more healthily. We would be fed a lot more healthily. So much of the arable land that's taken up by corn production all over the globe now could be freed up for other grains that are far more healthy and have a far denser nutrition content. I would be sad because, as I previously said, I love corn. Corn on the cob, sweet corn, corn chowder, foods like that are some of my favorite foods. But I can also see the potential benefit from corn never having existed. Paper in the firecracker universe can... Okay. No, I feel that. Yeah, corn syrup. I'm with you, Basil. No more corn syrup, please. It's not never having existed. It simply vanishes right now. Ooh. Okay, in that scenario, I would rather the paper turning into a firecracker were a thing. Unfortunately, my desk would explode, as would I, since, you know, I'm a college student with a shitload of paper surrounding me at any given time. I would be dead within a heartbeat. But the more destructive option there would be the corn suddenly vanishing because millions of people would starve. Entire industries would collapse, and I don't want to even know what the fuck America would do without corn, because even things like Budweiser are made with corn, despite it being a beer, because thank you, high fructose corn syrup. And if the rednecks are without their Budweiser, nobody in the world is safe. Not a single person.
You know, I haven't been looking at my trade score at all this game, but I've maxed out my trade.
Fuck you, Cronum.
50k trade score and plus 111 every month.
How are you making that? I'm only making 32.
Pays to believe in the right religion. The mechanical god of money is clearly blessing me.
This is bullshit. I will,
Praise the space Jesus.
Also, every hospital is fucking gone. No, yeah, exactly. How many governments can weather almost every public official who works with paper and also every government building exploding? That's a good point as well. That is a very good extrapolation from what I'm currently dealing with all the paper that is sitting around me, and I can't even begin to think of office buildings, government buildings, everything else. The world would literally be on fire at that point. I think less destructive would be a nuke going off than all paper suddenly imploding.
Yeah, I did read something that your current government, that they are starting to put all of the paper stuff that they've been collecting since the 40s into computers. Apparently Obama wanted to start it but never did.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about that personally, because the people in charge aren't competent, but that's a whole other can of worms. I will be back momentarily, Cronum and chat. The show's not over. I just, I very much have to go use the bathroom real quick. I will be back in just a minute or two, hopefully. No more than 5 minutes.
back.
Welcome back.
Sorry about that. I have returned.
Welcome back. Just noticed that the Necrons to my south, they are also reanimators, and they have been spreading way too quickly.
Oh, gross. Oh, you good for me to unpause?
Oh yeah, completely. There are a lot of large empires around me now.
Oh, thanks for the sub, Basil. 6 months, holy shit. Thank you. An advert for hookworms. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry you got an advertisement like that. I do not have control of what type of ad plays.
Why are you saying sorry? You have no idea what he's into.
Oh, because apparently that was a nasty one. Revolting pests. The animals of this planet are fascinating but disgusting. Close proximity to these creatures is not recommended. Oh, this planet's gonna make less food and happiness. Ah, damn it.
Well, you can put your slaves in there, or maybe your robots.
I don't have slaves. I'm a fanatic.
Civilized nation does not have a slave.
I'm a fanatic, militarist, materialist empire.
But you could have slaves.
I don't wanna. You never did give your final conclusion. Sorry. Corn explosion, event, or paper explosion. Ugh. I would have to go with corn disappearing. I mean, it's still going to be incredibly destructive compared to the paper disappearing, but at least we'd recover from it faster than we would paper disappearing in explodey bits. It's revolting pests proving difficult. Younger members play with the animals. Stomach proteins have become their preferred source of food. Our colony has become a much easier target. Just our planetary fauna avoid their... Some benefits our scientists have discovered they emit. Okay. Wrangle them up then. I'm not doing a genocide on them. I'm now losing 93 energy credits a month. What the fuck?
Oh, I'm back to gaining 33.
I think I need to resettle more people on this planet. Yeah, that's what it is.
Magic.
And it automatically promoted the regular workers I put on the planet to specialists. Aye.
You could try to block every single specialist job when you don't, or those that you don't want to be filled.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that I can do that. Are no longer causing mass regurgitations. They're now gaseous fauna, so all pops produce 0.5 exotic gases and a 20% extra happiness bonus. Ooh, I picked right. Don't kill the weird little cute space creatures even though they're disgusting. Turns out they have benefits. See, this is why we don't do a space racism.
But I like space racism.
Now that's why you're wrong. And it is your God-given right as an American to be wrong, but go somewhere else and do it. I'm just fucking with you, Kenpo. I would have done that, but unfortunately my control and V keys were stolen by Somalian pirates a few weeks back, and I've yet to recover them. Alright, Nate, I like that. I like that. You fact-check that. It's in the news, won't say where, though. What? This frightens me for several reasons. Now what is costing so much? It is my pops. Okay, I have enough pops that it's really costing me now. 90 energy credits per month. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, we're prioritizing energy credit production now. I think I need to make a few star bases that have solar panels on them now.
Oh. That sucks.
Because I do not have the production of the other resources to keep up with that level of tomfoolery. Playing Kazan? No. Going and digging up all the places in the galaxy I probably shouldn't dig. Gaseous fauna would be great if you didn't get 400 exotic gases by breathing too hard in 4.0. That is true.
I'd like to play like a 40k mod for this, and if you're digging on archaeological sites, you can accidentally find like tomb worlds for the Necrons, and that would be a very bad thing, you know, for the surrounding area.
There is a mod like that. I think that's a total conversion mod, but I don't know if it's been updated in a long time. Archaeo studies.
I've played is playing the Origin, the one where you start with the Luminary under one rule.
Yeah, where you can basically get the Empire of Man.
Yeah. Have you played with it?
Yes, I played with it a lot actually. It was my primary run type for a long time.
Construction complete.
I really like that one for RP reasons. I mean, also you get a very powerful leader, which back when this was new wasn't a very special thing. But after they updated the leaders, that Origin is just way better now.
Oh yeah, No matter which of the outcomes you actually choose, it's good. I am going to be bankrupt in 8 months.
Construction
Fuck. One of my metallurgists tripped once and covered the entire planet into various strategic resources.
battle is joined.
That's a hell of an ability.
You remember, like, when I was playing this, like, most of the time, depending on how I played, I ended up as, if I went the Imperial route, I ended up being stuck to the throne, you know, on, you know, spending minerals and such to feed the throne, keep me alive through the throne.
Yes, the Golden Throne.
At one point, I was very fast in technology, and I got cybernetics, and then I got the option to just turn my Emperor into a cyborg. And suddenly I just got a completely different event about the Emperor becoming the biggest supporter of cyborgism and encouraging other people to become half human, half machine.
Yeah, for flavor reasons, I always go with the psionic ascension.
That's my favorite ascension in the game. Again, mainly for the RP, but also because of the bonuses.
My favorite is always either cyborg or going synth. Though I did used to take the crossbreeding one a lot.
Why am I not getting? No.
You'd think so, but we actually teach it in alloy crafting school. Don't know why that's still in the curriculum, frankly, but it seems rather dangerous. Oh no, I spilled my nanites everywhere.
Right, this is fucking sucks. So, when we were talking before we started the game, I went into my species and, well, we were talking about the origins, I was flipping through the origins.
Yeah.
When I played the game, I thought I had loaded back the species that, like I had saved it, but apparently I just continued when I was flipping through, so I'm actually playing with Prosperous Unification and not the thing that I want to play with.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Not very happy about that.
Initiating tactical.
Not a big fan of Prosperous Unification, but you get extra pops, so you are quicker to get off the ground.
Yeah, Prosperous Unification used to be an alright start, now it's a pretty fucking useless one.
Incoming transmission. Special project complete.
2 months until bankruptcy. Yay.
Magic evolution.
I think I'm just gonna let the bankruptcy ride. There's not much I can do about it at the moment. Grey Goo has many valuable philosophical insights. Do not reduce them to mere nanites. Sorry.
Special project.
My bad. Nanites sound like tiny grandmothers. I like that. Another goddamn barrier. That's a 5K barrier fleet. Good lord. An embezzler, you're fired. You're fired. Stop. You're not allowed to move for a minute. You're fired. Where's my councilman? Get out. Get out. Oh, that's the person in charge? How do I murder you? Give me Crusader Kings where I can murder you. Please. Please let me murder this man. He's a drain on the resources of the state.
Construction complete.
Damn it.
Battle is joined.
Originally opposed to my homeworld being transfigured into an uninhabitable mass of nanomachines, but the Grey Goo made some really good points while they were consuming my attic to add to the collective. Oh. Some very convincing arguments, I imagine, yes?
Hey Nick, you know, I think might be one of my favorite things about combat in Cyberpunk.
What's that?
You throw a grenade at someone and it just takes away their bottom half.
That's kind of
I'll
funny.
have to find it. I have an edit on my TikTok somewhere where I shot a guy with a shotgun and he went to the fucking moon.
Moon
And I shot
Gulag,
him with a
when?
shotgun and he just went straight up.
When physics engines break, it's oftentimes one of the funniest things that can happen in a game.
Oh yeah, he went up and he fell back down. You can see in the edit I actually, I no joke, just looked straight up like, wait, what the fuck?
I have a very bad trouble with my Cyberpunk. I tried to play it now for like the first time in 6 months. The last time I played was in November. But for some reason it was constantly crashing when I am loading a save or creating a new character, always in the loading process.
Really?
Yeah, and it crashes constantly and it doesn't even make a crash report. The thing is, this is the only game where I'm having any trouble. And I'm playing other games that are a lot more demanding that don't have it at all. Back in November I played it with max graphics and ray tracing and everything and no problem. Now I can't even get it to load on the lowest.
That is quite odd.
System survey complete.
Cyberpunk has some Goat Simulator level glitches. That is true. Deity gives entire government the sack tomorrow's Times headline. Yeah. It's rather unfortunate that my entire livelihood was worth only about 2 months of nanite collecting Starbase production, though. Would really think it'd be worth more than that. That's feels bad, man. Feels real bad. Who the fuck? No, I meant... Stop it. No. Doing a show. Absolutely not. Stop it.
Special project complete. Situation log updated.
I'm sorry, are there fucking barrier fleets everywhere? This game is such a bastard. Alright, go blow that one up too. And may as well go blow that one up. So I can actually get out of my home cluster finally. We'll ever do a Ring World. Oh, Rim World. The game? I have it. I could do it sometime for a show. I'd be willing to. I have no clue what I'm doing with it, but it could be fun.
Battle is joined.
The Vor Technocracy, the iRobot Alliance. Okay.
Oh, you found them. They're my neighbors.
Huh. I think it's quite likely I will be finding you at some point. Good, my corrupt guy died.
Construction.
Oh, never mind, I'm still bankrupt. It's...
Incoming transmission. Battle is joined.
Nick, I found it.
What?
The edit where the guy just goes up. I'm gonna try to send the video to me. Let me know if it doesn't work.
It'll be hard to watch that at the moment.
That's fair.
I will watch it as soon as I get a chance. The entire economy is fucking collapsing.
Speaking of watching something, did you see the song that I shared?
See the what that you shared?
The song, the Helldiver song by Jonathan Young.
Yes, I did.
Unfinished democracy.
When you watch that video, the dude's legs kind of just go to the fucking moon while his torso. I will be clear. I disconnected his torso from his legs with a shotgun, and his legs went straight up, and his body just flopped on the ground.
Disturbing.
Nah, it was perfect.
Here, once again, I've maxed out all of my resources.
Must be nice. I'm going to be further bankrupt in 3 months.
Project complete.
You know, I never knew that there was actually a bankrupt mechanic in that game until you told me about it.
Yep. If there is a game with a monetary system, I will find some way to become bankrupt in it.
Speaking of bankruptcies and video games, have you played Victoria recently?
Nope. The last couple changes they made just did not jive with me.
We have encountered
Yeah, ever since they added Sphere of Influence, the playing has been very hard and very easy to get bankrupt. Seriously, I still have not figured out how to play Japan again.
Not only that, the fucking war system is still absolutely terrible.
It is. They have improved it a bit. Now your armies do not magically disappear when you have just invaded somewhere. They don't disappear into the main capital or go away. Now they actually stay where they're supposed to be.
And it'd be nice if I could actually command them Hearts of Iron style. But I suppose progress is progress. I love gifting about 50 battle chinchillas. Oh dear. So does that have full Twitch integration then? Is that what you're telling me, Basil? Or hinting at? I can't keep up with the hemorrhage from my pops costing 90 goddamn energy credits. This is insane.
system survey complete.
I literally can't keep up with the production demand of energy that I need.
How many plants do you have?
3.
Battle is joined.
Yep, there's bankruptcy again.
Are they all bad when it comes to energy creation, energy slots?
Yes, because each 100 of my pops costs 1.2 energy credits to sustain. So the more planets I have, the more pops I have, the more expensive it is.
Scientific breakthrough achieved.
So I think I might have to go edit the species. Yeah. I think I might have to go edit the species after this and take away whatever traits it are that are making shit this expensive. It's a fun game to play with chat is all. Ah, I see. I actually know the nanite collecting starbases work. Frankly, all of our calculators indicate that they should have eaten the entire system several years ago. We tried asking our sociologists about it, but they said it's probably the Shroud and then blocked us. Not native, but RimWorld modding is open enough that I could probably turn the game into Doom if I wanted to, and there's a very high-quality Twitch integration mod. Ooh. Yeah, I played a little bit of RimWorld, not super long ago, but long ago enough that I think there's been several updates since then. I think.
Debris analyzed.
This is no longer good.
Debris analyzed.
Building upkeep per automated district plus 10. I would go bankrupt faster from that than I would. Ah, shit. I think I'm in a unique rock and a hard place situation.
Oh, yes, just faster that.
Initiating tactical retreat.
Yeah, if you can find me, I could alleviate some of your troubles.
The worst part of this is I can't even really pay attention to what's popping up because I'm too busy trying to stave off the economic crashes. Like, I wish I could say that this is because I'm operating too large of a navy or something, but
Our ships have been made superior.
Yeah, my navy is only at 100 naval capacity. I'm not even sure if I can take over my neighbors.
mine's at 92, and I lost most of it fighting against the barrier fleets, and I can't afford to replace it because I have to sell all of my alloys to make trade to buy energy. Which I'm about to run out of again in 7 months. Just I fucking... What? I'm just gonna have to resettle workers on the other planets and see if I can get them running.
Oh, I just found a megacorp. They have a species that I don't remember seeing before, like a naked rat. So it seems that this game has Skaven now. Can I send the picture to the chat in Discord? Have you
Yeah, go for
have
it.
you noticed the species before? They rival me? Well, fuck you then. I rival you too.
Damn it. I sent them to the wrong planet. That was a waste of resources. Going to explain how eating a goddamn salted caramel Butterfinger makes you game better? Pfft. Spawned a pack of boomalopes in Hippo's kitchen once. Oh. Lovely beast boomalopes. They sort of explode if you knock them about. Oh dear. Not sure why we keep our sociologists on payroll. They ignore us for several years at a time and then just hand a paper on why obliterating entire civilizations is morally justifiable. Yeah, sounds like the average Stellaris experience to me. Ice and swarms would be nice. That would go a long way towards unfucking the situation that I find myself in. Yeah, energy credits are now so expensive, I have to sell hundreds of resources to be able to afford a single batch of energy credits.
So the very great start from the very beginning, I found right next to my starter location I had a Dyson sphere, and like one jump away from that there was a the dark matter You know, that black hole one that makes minerals.
On the matter decompressor. That's
Yeah,
great for
it's
you. I'm
the greatest start ever.
I think it's literally the traits that my species have that are screwing me at the moment, because now I'm losing 103 per pop. Or 103 per month thanks to all my pops. I can't... I literally cannot sell...
Like that.
Huh?
Are you luxurious? Is that one of your traits?
System
No.
survey complete.
The traits are all cybernetic traits, like integrated weaponry, streamlined protocols, enhanced memory, loyalty circuits.
Scientific breakthrough achieved.
Those all cost energy upkeep. So 0.3, 0.6, 0.9, 0.12. Or 1.2. So each 100 group of 100 pops is 1.2 energy credits upkeep. And that's what's collapsing my economy. That and the pops randomly bouncing around and reassigning themselves to new jobs constantly that I did not ask them to assign themselves to. So I'm not 100% sure what the fuck is going on at the moment. I do really dislike, though, that, you can't make planets, quote, rural worlds anymore that just get a blanket resource production bonus. You have to specialize them now. Really doesn't do any good for me most of the time.
Man, the wood technology seems to be fucking massive.
It's gonna make me disassemble my navy soon. We don't even ask them to research that, they just did that. And I don't think selling more and more resources instead of trying to fix the problem is going to help here. That's the thing, though, is I can't really fix the problem because the production level of the energy credits is not enough to outweigh the cost of putting people into the job. That's the problem I'm having.
How did you discover my neighbors? And is there a way for you to discover me?
Don't know. They discovered me on accident. I don't even see where they actually are, though.
Closest thing that I discovered near you is the caravan system, the chore compass.
Yeah.
That's because they contacted me. Oh, I also discovered next to them there is the witches, the space witches. I hired the leader from them. Shikai. Yeah, an authoritarian. What were her traits again? Infiltration.
Bought myself
Sorry,
a
robot
little
lady,
more.
but I'm not really a espionage kind of guy. Seriously, I still think that espionage is a terrible thing.
Oh yeah, it's one of the most terrible aspects of the game.
You know, like ever since they added it, like has never been of any value.
No, it really
Oh, sorry,
hasn't.
There's one good thing that you can do with it, and that's only if you are the one to kill the Stellar Eater, Stellar Devourer. With that, you can throw one of the eggs, you can throw it into the capital of your enemy and turn that and blow that up and make a new Stellar Devourer in their empire. That's the one thing that is good with that thing. And that's heavily based on luck and rolls. So.
Change specialization to generator support? No. That's what I'm a-doing. Fortunately, it's gonna fuck up the rest of my resource generation, though. this. How bad is that gonna?
Council agenda.
That actually had no effect. Okay. Not being able to pre-build planets anymore either kind of sucks. Fucking barrier fleets. Next time I'm going to play this Empire, I remove these traits, or I only keep 1 or 2 of them. Because 0.6, easy to deal with. 1.2, not so much. Fucking 105 loss.
Our ships have been made superior.
Opus Sentinel. I don't like that. Doing me a concern. Will be another continental world. Fun.
Trade policy.
I don't get why you guys still hate me.
Oh no!
Don't worry, Nick, I don't hate you.
Not you.
They changed the marketplace of ideas policy. It no longer gives you half of your trade as unity. It now gives you only 25% as unity.
Yep.
You have to limit me so. I have infinite amount of trade. I want infinite amount of unity. Because yeah, we are already in 60 years and I've only maxed out 3. So
How absolutely tragic for you.
I know, right? And this is supposed to be a unity build. Then again, I am not with the origin that I had in mind for this build, but still.
I'm weeping for you. I'm crying tears of abject sadness.
As you should. I'm only a little bit up ahead of you, right? You are on your 3rd, correct?
Hmm?
Are you on your 3rd tradition tree?
I just finished my 2nd.
Transmission.
Ah,
I only make 42 unity.
I make 400.
You're also a hive mind.
Nope.
Battle
Individuals
is joined.
with living ships.
Now I'm hemorrhaging all resources trying to unfuck this. Oh my god. This is hell. I think if you had gone with a better homeworld, like what? What homeworlds increase your energy production? I don't know of any planet type that does that.
Right.
Right?
Right, well, yeah, they don't really increase your energy production. They have a higher chance of having more slots for energy production.
Oh, I've got 12 slots available here on this planet. I just can't afford to switch them over off of the other stuff that they're on. Could just do that. I'm gonna lose more alloys, but I'd have more robots coming online. But now I've got the amenities issue popping up. But if I upgrade that,
Incoming transmission.
oh yay, commercial pack, thanks.
battle is joined.
Oh, do you know like that renowned or legendary paragon that you can get that looks like an alien, like with several tentacles, looks very, how do you say, very dominative, and yet more intellectual looking.
You talking about the teddy bear thing?
No, he had like tentacles. He looked like a regal version of Cthulhu.
The Blorg guy?
No, he's a lot.
Construction complete.
Anyway, he's very. He actually has a very good science stuff, and he's a psychic, and he has more. I think you need to have a positive thing, like you cannot be a xenophobe or something like that to get him. Not an authoritarian and not a xenophobe.
Huh.
I was once playing a democracy, I got him and I elected him as my
Incoming
leader.
transmission.
Shortly after that I became the Emperor of the Galactic Imperium and turned it into a highly fanatical authoritarian state with him as the Emperor.
Oh. That's something.
Yeah. Very liberal, egalitarian guy, now the authoritarian Emperor of the world.
That's wild.
Debris analyzed.
The Deborah has been analyzed. What?
That was a 14k raiding fleet in my empire. I thought they were going to kill my fleet, but thankfully they were going to my enemy. So now might actually be a time to subjugate him. Once I figured out more about him, I don't want to attack him if he's stronger than I.
Scientific breakthrough achieved. Construction complete.
I've also noticed that ever since they turned it into 4.0, that you are a lot slower to discover everyone around. It's like they want to force you to use the espionage system a little bit more.
Good luck with that, because I'm still not paying any attention to it. Huh, that works. That helps.
Construction
I had a fleet that was over 5k at one point.
System survey complete.
It felt good while it was there.
Got 6.7 myself. I really want to use it, but I'm afraid that if I use it, I'm using it against somebody who has more.
I feel you on that. I can get this energy production situation under control. It'll go a long way towards repairing the damage that's been. Economically, at least.
If I want to get bigger, I need to attack.
I'm still working on getting where the fuck I'm stuck. Factory setting.
Alright, I got 33 systems, 7 colonies, and 15k people.
Oh.
Debris
My robot people decided to crossbreed with some of the space axolotl people that came through, and now life finds a way. The good news is I can settle all these fucking tomb worlds that are everywhere now. Oh,
I found a species that I could that is Tomb World habitable. They are clones that I found on one of the ring worlds.
Construction
Huh.
complete.
They are nerf
System
damaged, so they
survey
cannot
complete.
vote, they cannot do anything, so they're just warriors.
Debris analyzed.
Unfortunately, I have no Tomb Worlds around me, so I can't really use them. I mean, aside as warriors. Let me see here. They are... Yeah, they're nerf stapled, strong, and proles. They're proletariats. Dumb and hardworking.
Sorry, did you say dumb and hardworking?
Yep, that's the trait. Proles. Army damage 10%, job efficiency for workers and menial jobs 10%, job efficiency for research job negative
We have
15%.
encountered
So
some
dumb
manner
and
of
hardworking.
space-born beast.
And those are the proles. Yeah, I've always thought it weird that Marx called the working people proletarians or paroles, because he takes that from this from the Romans, and he is basically saying this is the lowest class, and that's why he called it that. But the thing is, proletariats, paroli, it technically means breeder, people who are worth absolutely nothing, but the fact that they can create more people.
Oh, because
Poor
that's
people,
how.
those are poor people on social welfare that the state viewed as absolutely useless, aside from making more people that might be of use in the future. While the proletariat, which Marx was talking about, were very hardworking people. People that made the 18th century work.
Well, but that's also how the ruling class views proles still to this day. I mean, people like me, people like you, people like those watching.
The proletariats were always viewed with value because of what they gain, but they were treated like shit. But they had value. That is why they had laws such to keep them in the factories. The factory laws to pretty much, if you were too poor, you were stuck in your factory forever because you were of use.
Yeah,
You know, there was
and
a value in you.
we did away with laws
Well-
like that, but we are still seen as valuable and having use. We're stuck in the workforce forever with the way the laws work now. It's not a literal factory anymore. It's the workforce.
Yeah, I agree with you with that one, but I still do not accept that calling those people proletariat, like we understand it today, with this word, because this word was used for literal breeders, people that were viewed not fit for working because, well,
the etymology
less-
of words change over time.
True, but he decided to pick that because he saw, this was the underclass in the Roman Empire, so I'm using that now. It's a very
They
thin,
still,
not thin, shallow way to look at it.
they were still an underclass, though. Saying that they weren't isn't exactly being honest.
True, but in a completely different way. One of them had value, tremendous value, and the others had none.
We're still not really
The only-
looked at as being that valuable, though, Cronum.
It depends where you are and what the laws of your country are. I
In
mean,
the
like
US,
America, you don't really have laws that protect the worker, and
No.
you have laws that incentivize getting a lot of foreigners in to fill the jobs for lesser pay.
Complete.
I mean, one of the weirdest things with American left is that they are very pro massive immigration, but doing that you're lowering the power of the working class by tremendous amount.
you
No
don't have to,
socialist
though.
in the 1800 and 1900s would have agreed with such a immigration policy, because you are tearing apart the power of the worker to make deals with those above for better conditions.
The thing is, though, you're really not, because the whole thing is still united we stand, divided we beg. A worker is still a worker, regardless of the borders they inhabit. It doesn't matter if that worker comes from Honduras, or from Mexico, or from Canada, or from Europe. That's still a worker.
Yeah, but there's only X amount of things in every single piece of land. You only have certain amount of jobs available. And when somebody has to choose between a worker who has protections in one country and a foreigner who does not have the protection, then they will go for the foreigner because they could pay him a lot less. That's
And
why
if
a lot
you
of
have
people
the
that move into
laws-
your country are always paid less and are treated like shit.
If you have laws that are structured properly, where it's equal pay for equal work, that becomes a non-issue.
Yeah, but you still have only X amount of jobs that can be filled. That
So
means
you-
you either have a lot of people that are either native or foreign that don't have jobs in the new country that they're in.
So
have a
then
lot
you
of,
create
unemployment.
work. We did this once already in the 20th century. You can create work. Things
Yeah,
like the Civilian Conservation Corps, things like opening new manufacturing, things like service industry related, maintenance work for automated industries.
All
Or
of this
the
work
ultimate
has to be made,
goal is not
yeah,
to
all of
have
this
to
will
work.
have to be made through the state itself. That means that the state requires a lot more taxes from average people. And this will create hatred between, the lower classes and the classes that can do it on themselves, like the anti-bourgeoisie and those below them, like the middle class.
The petite
when you have
bourgeoisie,
hatred
it doesn't matter what the petite bourgeoisie want. They're leeches.
But it does matter. Those are the shop owners. Those are the people who have their own businesses. Those are the people that are, how would you say, the dream of most people to have their stable job. These are not rich, but they're not poor.
Most people, though, that are these shop owners and workers aren't even in the petite bourgeois class at this point, because they do not own any sort of means of production.
Construction complete.
So in the
All right,
world, like,
Basil, see you later, buddy.
very few actually own it.
Yes, so they are more in line with
look
prole
at,
than they are petite bourgeois. Think about it. Most of it is franchising. Do you own that franchise? Do you own McDonald's? Burger
You may
King?
own a part of it, but you technically don't own it. You own a license.
Exactly. You don't own anything. That's the point. You are not petite bourgeois at that point. You are lumpen. You're not even lumpen pro. You're pro, like everyone else. You just happen to make a little bit more money. That'd be like saying that the amount of money that I made at Chrysler, because I made a considerable amount at Chrysler at almost $50 an hour, put me in the same class as petite bourgeois. I own nothing.
No. You were still working for somebody else. While if somebody has the franchise license, they technically are their own boss.
But they're still working for... No, because they still work for somebody else, because at any point corporate can step in and say, this is mine now. They are no more an owner than the workers under them. They are the middle management.
Yeah, but they have certain rights due to this license. It cannot be revoked for no reason.
Yes
And
and
if it's
no.
revoked, you have to buy everything back.
Yes and
That
no.
is one of
Depending
the
on...
most, how would say, laws that protect people in America. They are more towards people that actually have more capital. So you have laws that protect those people. You don't really have laws that protect those below, though.
Construction complete.
The thing is, though,
to have a lot of those laws.
there are a lot of...
Like,
There's a lot of ways around those laws, though, Cronum. That's the thing.
course. There are loopholes.
That's how a lot of franchise owners lose their franchises. Even leaving franchises aside and just going to the regular mom and pop shops. I know personally here in the town I live in, and again, this is just people I know personally, and this does not translate to a wider population, because personal experience does not necessarily mean wider experience, but the mom and pop shop owners out here that I know do not own their buildings. They may own the shop, they don't own their buildings. The few that do also don't actually own the land. They own the building, but not the land. They can still lose their businesses at any point in time, and they have people over them they have to listen to. Be it local government, be it state government, be it federal government, there are still these people that do exist.
Incoming transmission.
One of them lost their entire business because even though he owned the business and he owned his specific part of the building according to his, I believe, lease or whatever it was for the building, for that part of the building, Somebody else came and bought the entire building and kicked him out. His shop is gone. He is gone. What did he own? That is not a petit bourgeois, that is a prole. He owned no capital.
We are talking about specifically about the building, but I find that very odd that that could happen, because you do have a lot of laws that protect leases. That is why you have such a massive squatter problem in like California. Where you have squatters who are living for free their entire lives because they are getting themselves into squatter opportunities.
Many people are completely ignorant of laws like that. And in some states, this is the thing with the United States. Each state is different. And not only that, inside of a state, each county is different. And then inside of each county, each town is different. Yes, federal laws supersede. Well, yeah, it is very weird.
Calculator into a store is something that sounds ridiculous to someone like me, who everything is in the same price.
You also had those socialists and rabble rousers create the conditions that you have for you to have the protections that you have.
We are not Sweden. We do not have those rabble rousers. We have influence from other countries, and we slowly took up some laws and always had our own twist on them.
I'm saying Europe in general has those people's influence and those things that happen to be able to have those kinds of laws as an example to protect people. That's the thing. Here in America, we were so allergic to workers having any sort of rights that we had the Red Scare waves, the crackdowns, everything else, not that Europe didn't, but ours were so much more extreme that there is no such thing as worker protection here. Not in the traditional sense. Even your tax money goes places that make sense. Ours goes 80% plus to just the military. Our limited social safety net that we have has been robbed by the federal government, Christ knows how many times, to pay for this inflated military budget. It went from having a $3 trillion surplus and being solvent for the next 75 years to being potentially insolvent before I even make it to retirement age because Bush robbed that $3 trillion from it to go bomb brown kids. The protections that you guys have in Europe came from the blood, sweat, and tears of those revolutionaries and dreamers. We never got so lucky. And the anemic reforms that we have because of free market ideology and people like Ayn Rand and the Chicago School of Economics is anathema to our entire country to even protect people, let alone provide for them. We don't even have the same baseline. Sure, we're the richest country in the world, but compared to you guys, your workers have infinitely more wealth than we do. Infinitely more, and power, infinitely more power than we do. Our people cannot change our government. Our corporations can. Our bourgeoisie can. Your workers in your countries vote and can change things. Our votes are ignored, and the moment session starts, bribery begins because it's legalized here, so the corpos get what they want. The bourgeoisie gets what they want, which is further entrenched power, and now we've begun our slide to fascism because of it.
Very similar things here. It's very hard to change anything, and it's usually the rich who manage to have any influence at all.
But it takes a much longer time.
We are now probably gonna go and do the energy pact, the fourth energy pact with the EU. The only people that actually support this are the rich. The reason is because once they do this, we will be able to sell electricity to Europe. But what does that mean due to European law? If we sell anything to Europe, that means that we have to put the same price on electricity as it is already in Europe, and we have to force it on our own citizens, because you cannot have different price in your own country and sell it on a different. That means that the one resource that Iceland has that is very cheap, and every Icelander is proud of, the cheap electricity, will skyrocket, and we will have it over 500 times more expensive. So it is in the same price that is in Germany and France. The rich want this because, well, then they can sell and get a lot of money, and they've been buying up a lot of land just so they can make electricity on it. Electricity favored land with heat and water.
We have encountered some
This is something that is a very big thing being talked about right now. And this is being supported by the rich and by people who are very favorable to European Union, but this will destroy the nation economically.
construction complete.
So yeah, we do have a lot of rich people who have most of the power here as well.
But even then, in comparison,
you seem to be viewing us with too many roses glasses.
It's not.
Iceland are not that way. It's more closer. Like if you look at Sweden, for instance, Sweden is probably the biggest when it comes to such things. We Iceland are definitely not, and we in Iceland are in many ways the most Americanized nation in all of Europe.
You still have more protections afforded to people, though, than most of us can dream of.
Oh, I'm not arguing that. I'm just arguing that you seem to be making a little more out of it than it is. Probably because you've heard a lot of things about our neighbors, for instance.
No. I've been there. That's the thing. I'm only a second-generation American. My family has been there. I know. It's not a rose-tinted. It is the truth with how terrible things are here. I don't think people in Europe realize how fucking terrible things are here. You, in comparison, you've got your healthcare alone. I, myself, am $250,000 in medical debt. I can't declare bankruptcy on it and wipe that debt out because of the ways the laws are structured. I will be in debt until I die, and because of the way the law is structured, it will be passed on to my son. That is how the federal law is structured. My mother is still paying off debt from when my grandfather died. Debt is inherited. Medical debt especially. Some states it's not the case, but in most states it's passed on. Because it doesn't go by where you live, it goes by where the company is based out of, and they're based in the states that let you do this. And sure, you can fight against it, and you could probably win even. But do you have the hundreds of thousands of dollars to fight that company in court? You don't. You also don't have the years it would take to do it. Comparatively, you have infinitely more protections than we do, and our situation here is infinitely worse than you think it is. The influencers and people on TV make it look so much better than it is, because it is for them. Because once you hit a certain wealth threshold, you do get those benefits. But the people like me, the people in this strata of society, troll is the right word for us. We are good for our breeding power and for our tax money. Nothing else. Or we would be protected. Just on the fact alone of schooling. Just for a community college. For my first 2 years of school, I have paid $10,000 for 2 years of schools. Once I go to the big university, after next year, that cost, $10,000 is still outrageous. But that cost will go from this $10,000 to over $85,000 a semester per half year. That's $160,000 a year. That is with my in-state tuition discount. That is with my grants that I have from the federal government. That is with the state grants that I have. I will still have to find some way to out of pocket, through a loan, the rest of this $160,000. By the time I graduate, I will be almost $1 million in debt. for a job teaching,
Council agenda
an essential job for the next generation. People that were with me that are going into engineering because everybody says go to a trade school. The people that were going for the engineering classes at my community college were paying double what I was paying for teaching. And the engineering school at the cheapest university near me, the one I'm going to be going to, is still $137,000 a year.
Transmission.
In what world can you graduate these schools $1 million behind? You need these degrees for the better paying jobs, mind you. The job I had in the factory at Chrysler was an anomaly, making almost $50 an hour. Those kinds of jobs, by and large, don't exist. I am going to graduate almost $1 million in debt, and teachers are paid so poorly, I will not be able to pay that debt off before I die. There is no world in which I pay that debt off before I die. That is how fucking terrible America is compared to Europe.
We do have better schooling policy. I do agree with you there.
Scientific breakthrough achieved.
Like, and I apologize if I sound like I'm yelling at you. I'm not.
No.
I'm trying to raise my voice out of emphasis.
Blockade cleared.
But like, that's the thing. It is. Oh, look, the Prike T, fanatical purifiers. Compared to you guys in Europe, like, people. I don't remember if you were in the call the first time I talked about medical bankruptcy and just being shocked, how people were shocked by it. Some of the European viewers that we had. But that's the normal way people go bankrupt here. And once you go bankrupt, getting out of it is hell. It's 7 years before it leaves your credit report. And in that 7 years, you can start accruing debt again right away, because those companies that you took bankruptcy from are going to try and find a way to reattach the debts to you. And largely, they are successful. Maybe not as much as they did, but they're successful. I would trade in a heartbeat my lower taxes and all the niceties of America for just your guys' healthcare systems. And you want to say they're inefficient, whatever, they're still infinitely better than this.
Special project complete.
I would trade all of the things of America just for that. And I would trade the rest of it for your guys' worker protections. As anemic as they may be in some countries. Because they're still better than here.
Blockade cleared.
Minister of Defense. So yeah, I might be, how do you say, undervaluing the situation in America, but I still think you're overvaluing the one that we have here.
Oh god, no, our fucking healthcare sucks.
Oh yeah, I mean I've heard many things how people do not like it here. No, here in America, but I've also heard from many Canadians that they would prefer the American system because they have such a terrible system in Canada.
Well,
Oh yeah, Canada's
Canada
fucking
badly.
worse.
Yeah, they have
But-
a very terrible version of the American system, of the European system.
well, that's the thing, though, in comparison to like the full European system of actual state healthcare. Canada, since 1970, since the Chicago School of Economics was exported to them and privatization began gutting their healthcare and health insurance and what have you, more towards the American, quote, free market system from the jump. And they've spent 50 to 70 years now breaking that system on purpose to be able to point to it and say, look, it's broken, we should get rid of it. Because for millions of Canadians, Not the ones you hear complaining either, because that's a subset of the population. That is their only way of getting healthcare. Just like when here in America, people say, we have to, like when they were doing this whole thing with Elon Musk and Doge, we have to shutter these certain departments because they are a drain on government resources. You are correct. They are a drain on government resources. However, for large portions of the country, they are the only healthcare you have. For a large portion of Canada, their system is the only healthcare that they have. Why? Because big corporations see no profit in putting their healthcare system out where those people are, and on top of it, they know they couldn't afford it anyways.
You can see how bad it is when this is the only system they have, and you can go with very terrible diseases, but you still have to wait 8 to 10 months just to get an appointment.
But you can get.
Canadians are dying before they actually get to the table.
You can get an appointment, though.
It is there.
You can get that appointment.
Or you can also get it in America if you have enough cash or go yourself into debt.
See, there's the thing. You can get it if you have the cash or are willing to go into debt.
Indeed. I'm not saying that your system is good, not at all. I'm just saying that comparatively, systems like this in Canada, which is a derivative of the European system, they can be absolutely terrible.
Oh,
due to
yes.
many reasons.
Due to all the mismanaging and everything else in the privatization and everything that goes into it, you are not incorrect.
How much you actually need it. Very few, a lot of people need this thing, but there are very few doctors, very few this, and that they are paid like 5 times that of a average person. And when every doctor and such is paid so much, therefore, obviously, you're going to have, how would you say? They are very expensive to maintain, so you can't afford to have a lot of them.
But see, this is the other problem, though, too, is their bottleneck. That's a big problem. The easy solution is to have more doctors. The easier solution is to remove...
Not the standards, because these jobs are law protected. They have to be paid a certain amount. So you would have to change the law first, which I would agree
No,
to.
you could keep it right where it's at. You don't...
No, if you have a lot more doctors, everyone has to be forcefully paid X amount of money. And
that's
a lot of
fine.
Money.
That is fine. People deserve money to be able to live. That's fine.
Yeah, but
the way to get rid of it...
Health systems only have a certain amount of money. That's
you're
why
looking in the wrong place.
Are always complaining about money. They don't have enough money to do this and that. They don't have enough to hire more people.
You're looking in the wrong place. The profit motive exists in the healthcare system. It should not. There is no reason there should be a profit in healthcare. That is where a lot of this shit comes from. It's like a spider web on top of it. Why are people paid what they're paid? Why is the wage so high? Because the cost of living is so high. Why is the cost of living so high? Because the cost of goods are so high. Why are the cost of goods so high? It's not because Habibi from Syria has moved in and taken some really low-paying job. No, it's because some corpo dick has decided my profit margin went down by 0.25%. I'm going to raise prices by 8%. It's literally what happened during COVID with so many goods here in America. COVID was used as an excuse, and do you know what these fuckers reported? Record motherfucking profits after saying we don't have enough money to produce these items in great enough quantity to meet demand. They jacked up the prices by 500%, made as much fucking money as they could, and still made out like bandits.
You know what
that is an American problem. We do not have private things here. Actually, we do for very, we call them clinics. They're very tiny.
You gotta understand,
the actual
every country
system
on the planet has privatized shit. It's just they don't tell most people in other countries. Here,
we have many things here are forcefully nationalized if they are I would say important. But yeah, we also do have that with power. We had nationalized power, but we had a person similar to Bush who sold it and turned it into privatized. not our healthcare system. That
know what
is
I remember
very,
about
that is
COVID?
completely nationalized. That means
My
that every
dad-
penny that you're paying to everybody who's working there and all the system you get, it's all taxpayer money. Every
Yeah,
single thing.
my dad. What I remember about COVID is I quit my job right before it hit because I was gonna get fired either fucking way. And then about 4 months into COVID, well, my dad had been stuck in Saudi, by the way, from February to August because nobody could leave the country. And the company came up and said, all American contractors are going to take a $50,000 pay cut because prices of oil are too high and we can't afford to pay.
Oh, that sucks.
My dad has over time gotten that money back, but still it was a fucking blow to the throat. 2020 was very hard. And he and I got in a lot of fights over it.
The privatization versus nationalization debate is still the wrong debate, though, because it still boils down to profit motive. There is still profit being made by somebody. When the people in the government are as profit motivated as people in private capital, and they are often the same people, of course the system is going to get changed and used to generate profit. That profit motive is the problem. There are certain industries that should not have any sort of profit motive to them. Healthcare is one of them. That's why it does not matter when it comes to what a doctor is paid by mandate, by what a nurse is paid by mandate. Fair work deserves fair pay, period, regardless of what the pay level it is. It's the cost of living that is associated to make that the fair pay level that is the problem, coinciding with the profit motive itself. Because even, quote, nonprofits in government organizations still seek to make money. For governments, it's because it generates revenue for the government. And that's the problem when you have a capitalist government serving a capitalist class. When it comes to these industries that are not privatized but are nationalized, it's because of that. And then you add in this additional onus on the worker of rising prices to fuel massive price growth, which, okay, I get in Europe, your guys' cost of living did not skyrocket in the same way because you have laws that fucking protect you from it. We don't have that here. Most of the world doesn't have that. And we got fucked and are carrying the bag for it. That's the thing. I do not think many people realize how many fucking protections you have compared to the rest of us. Europe got off easy with a less than 20% cost of living increase. We had a 90% cost of living increase in just the last 10 years. It's insane because we have none of the protections. Even those minimal, weak, anemic, terrible protections that you guys have still blunted the worst compared to us. And we still didn't get it as bad as the global south did it. The third world and the global south have been decimated by this. That's why we have people coming to America and other countries seeking new jobs, seeking opportunities, seeking a better life, better pay, because they got fucked massively, even in comparison to the US in the global south. But in comparison to both of us, Europe still barely got fucked. It's not just one thing that contributes to these systems. It is multiple things going at the same time, all interconnected. Pointing at just one thing and going, that's the thing that does it. No,
there
it's
are many
not.
things to eat and everything. There are many symptoms to one disease.
Yes. But refusing to acknowledge also that these things are indeed happening, that these symptoms of this disease, as you put it, are happening, it flabbergasts me. I don't...
Incoming transmission.
That someone could look at these things and go, yes, well, okay. For example, my electric bill. ComEd raises its prices. Instead of 44 cents per kilowatt hour, I'm now paying, I think my last bill, I actually have it right here. Let me open this up because I just saw it digitally, but I have the paper copy here. This truly blew my mind. So, this time last year when my wife and I first moved in here, we were paying 32 cents per kilowatt hour. 1 year later, I am paying 67 cents per kilowatt hour. Nothing changed. Nothing changed to me directly, but the price of oil changed. The systems that they use to monitor electricity were updated, so they passed that cost along to me as well. The price of coal has changed and gone up, so that was passed along to me as well. Our county just decided to do as well as the state, just decided to do some solar stuff. I actually have a meeting with solar panel people on Monday because it might get covered entirely by the state. Because, or 3 months of electricity. I have a bill here for $822 for 3 months of electricity. That comes out to over $200 a month. The amount of lights I have in my house, how long they're on, the amount of equipment running has not changed. Why are they able to double their prices?
Yeah, I find that fucking ridiculous. I don't live in the capital, I live on the outskirts, and I pay more for the transfer electricity than for the actual electricity. It's 3 times the higher just the transfer. I'm glad that we have very low cost for electricity. It's one of our greatest benefits as Iceland, because we have a lot of geothermal and hydro electricity creators. But the transfer is very expensive. I fucking hate it.
Well, and as annoying as that is, at least the price is cheap. Do you, like, to go along with that?
Cheap is relative.
Oh, cheap. I would say cheaper.
Probably cheaper than you. It's still relative. It can hit hard every single month.
Well, so over this 3 months, just again, just to kind of keep going and giving an example, because it's truly outrageous. I paid over the course of 3 months for my supply of electricity $441.87. Okay. All right, that I can see. That's only half my bill. The taxes on it were $10, which $10 in taxes, that's nothing. That is straight nothing. I'm not even agitated with that. The delivery cost, $431.77. Do you know where the nearest power plant to me is?
No?
There's actually 3 of them. There's the nuclear power plant that's about 100 miles away. There is a solar generation farm that is 8 miles away from my house. And there's a wind farm that's about 60 miles away from my house. Why am I paying?
Yeah, that sounds very ridiculous if you're paying considering how close it is.
Uh-huh.
Tell me, do you have the ability to buy electricity directly from someone who is producing it?
No, because ComEd's a monopoly. The only way you can get around it is to install either wind or solar panels. Or if you have water, like there's a couple of, I shouldn't say that's the only way, because there's the people that live on the river here in town have small water wheel generation and stuff. So there's a couple of other ways around it. Some of them have coal boilers and things like that they use, high efficiency stuff where they, burn their own wood or coal. But they also, I think most of those are summer houses, so they're not using the same kind of electrical draw as a house that's in use 24/7. But there are some ways you can get around it. But the entry point for those costs, if it weren't for the program that the state of Illinois is doing, where they will pay for, you to either get a couple of small wind turbines. I'm talking actually small, like, small windmill, not those massive ones you see online or in pictures. But, that are maybe 8 or 10 feet tall. You can get 3 or 4 of those in your yard. The state will pay for those. They'll pay for the solar. But before this program was launched, to put solar panels on my house plus capacitors and batteries to make them work, which I would then actually be able to sell the electricity back to ComEd because I would generate too much, since my house is in the middle of an open field with no trees. I am in direct sunlight all day. It would still cost $12,000 for this tiny little house to get those. And it has to be paid up front. I'm paying thousands of dollars a year for electricity, so it would be a cost-saving thing after a couple of billing cycles. I would save a massive amount of money. But do you have 10 grand up front?
No.
That you can just spend? You have 10 grand? Because I don't have 10 grand. I just sent 10 grand to my school. I know, right? But that's the thing is, the alternatives are so prohibitively expensive on the ground floor to get in that, and I'm also going to say that the paperwork to do some of them there's so much red tape, which is both a good and a bad thing, because on one hand, it means that the environment is looked after, because we've had a lot of environmental problems in America over the last several decades. But it also means that the cost was raised to cover such regulations and additional inspections and things like that must be done.
Oh, something interesting happened. A planet actually surrendered when it was being bombarded. I've never seen that before.
Oh, you've never had planets do that?
No, they always fight till the end.
Shit. If I don't feel like actually going in and fighting a planet, I bombard the shit out of them. Mostly because I'm a hateful person.
What was it? I'm forgotten the word something. It was a orbital stance. Armageddon. Yeah.
Oh, the Armageddon bombardment? I hate that you can only get that now if you're doing fucking the Crisis. Yeah. Well, the spoilers or the Crisis run. Same thing with the raiding bombardment. That used to be one of my favorites. Like, haha, I'm kidnapping your people. They're my people now.
Very nice way to get pops.
It is. I might have to give them a second look at running an empire like that, because, having a spot of a hard time getting the pops that I need. Just saying.
I also just like the fantasy that you could bomb a planet into oblivion. Which was the only way to do it before they had the Colossi.
Ah, the big, just fuck you gun.
Man, it took me many years trying to get that fucking achievement for it, for get someone to try to use it on you, and then you kill it just in the right second.
I got it on accident.
Really?
Without knowing it was an achievement, because and it was like maybe 4 or 5 months after they released it. I was doing an Iron Man game, and I got into a war. There was no way in hell I was gonna win. It was a fallen empire that I had pissed off. And you know how they gave them the Colossi, because, you know, that's fair, obviously, that they get, you know, a fucking free one. So they have gone and shot at each one of my planets, and I am down to my Ecumenopoli. That's my last planet in the system. Last 2, actually. 2 planets in total. Because they had blown up like all 22 other planets I had. Though I think it was a pacifier, so... But either way, I couldn't get those planets again, you know? Because that's the... Pacifier is the one that does the shield, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Wait. Yeah, it's the pacifier for the shield.
Okay. Yeah, because they shielded
Euro
them.
sweep. The sweep to actually clean the planet and make it for yourself.
That's right. Yeah, they used the fucking pacifier on it because they kept shielding my worlds. I pulled all my fleets back to my home system, and I was like, I'm gonna hit this thing the moment it comes in. Like, so for whatever reason, the AI jumped that thing in before their fleets. And I had all of my fleets that were left parked at the very back of the system. So they weren't engaging with me right away. As soon as their fleets came in, I jumped out of the system, trying to get just a few more ships built up in there to, you know, try and make the damn thing go away. And I noticed it started firing, and I panicked. So I activated the jump drives and jumped into the system, but now with, you know, the half-strength fleet that you get for, 120 days afterwards? I lost most of my fleet, but I blew up the Colossi when it was at like 85 or 90%. So I stopped them cold. I still lost that playthrough because they then just turned around and bombarded my planets until they didn't exist anymore. But I got the achievement on accident from it.
That's very lucky. I would have been happy with that. I spent years trying to get that thing.
A lot of these I've gotten on accident. Yeah, stay on target. My name is Ozymandias. I got that one on accident without even knowing what the fucking Eternal Throne was.
Not sure if I've got that one.
That's
Actually,
where you... You know those...
I stopped...
Sorry, go ahead.
I stopped hunting for them the Christmas, not last Christmas, I think the Christmas before last. It was before they added the Astral Threads.
Oh, okay, because that's an Astral Thread one.
Yeah, so I haven't actually gotten a lot from there. I haven't played the game a lot since Astral Threads, unfortunately. Well, I say a lot, but you know, I have played about 60 hours just from this DLC.
Right. Yeah, that one was, if you do the, what do you call it? The thing. The one thing. The thingy thing. If you explore enough of the astral rifts, you get a special wormhole that opens up to the center of the galaxy, which can, depending on the choice you make there and how lucky you are, can either turn into an extra mid-game crisis, or you can vassalize the thing in there, and they give you the Astral Throne, which makes all of your leaders immortal. That's where you get that achievement from.
An Eternal Psychic Throne. That sounds incredibly RP.
Yep, it increases the amount of astral threads you generate. The fuck just happened?
Yeah, everything got slower.
I think
we
my
are not
game.
moving.
I think my game just crashed.
That sucks.
Hold on. I still have sound.
Everything looks fine on my end, but we are not moving a tick.
I have no idea what's going on. My screen is black. I have music.
Ooh. So, save.
Alt-Tab isn't getting me anything.
How about
Control-Shift-Escape? Save me? Control-Alt-Delete? Something?
Alt 4, was it Windows 4? F4, you know, the one to shut down
Yeah,
your current...
no, I tried. That's why I'm very confused at what's happening. Uh-oh.
I'm hearing a lot of wind sound from you.
Wind sound?
Is that your computer? Yeah.
Oh, that's probably because I have the windows open. I've got fresh air coming through the windows right now.
Just wondering if that was your computer doing that.
Yeah, no, it is not the computer doing that. The fans are only at about 20% speed right now. And what is the little temperature gauge says I'm at like 66 degrees Celsius for the motherboard. So not that. Could we figure what the fuck is happening here? Yeah, no. I got a Windows stop code. Yeah, my PC crashed. I don't know why. It was a split second that I got a blue screen, but it crashed out.
So you're not on Discord through your main computer?
Nope. I've got a dual PC set up with an Elgato pass-through.
Ah, nice.
Courtesy of Basil. He sent the stream PC to me. So it's 20.
Yeah, didn't he also send you
3
like
years
a
ago.
laptop a few years ago?
Um,
Or did he send you a PC which you used to replace your laptop?
yeah, he sent me this PC, which I used to replace my laptop for recording, and then I built a brand new PC to be my gaming PC. Which he did send me a couple parts for this as well. No, Basil's good people. I appreciate the hell out of him. Because he didn't have to do that. Huh. It's very weird that it crashed out like that. I'm sorry, by the way, I got really heated when talking. I wasn't trying to sound like I was getting angry or anything.
That's alright. A healthy disagreement. No, not really a disagreement, a healthy discussion.
Well, and I'm not, I will say, the last 10 years of working in the factory really seems to have eroded my skills when it comes to discussing like that. Because, I didn't really ever have time to interact with people. It's part of the reason I'm really happy I'm taking a couple of public speaking courses for next year. Because you need them as a teacher. Makes sense.
I also would like to practice my orator skills. Especially in English. I notice that I am very, how do you say, slow to speak English because I'm constantly forgetting the words.
My guy, you speak how many different languages?
Well, I'm very understandable in two, my native language and English, but I also speak German and Danish.
Okay. I
But
speak.
those are I am not very confident in them. Let's just say that.
Okay.
But I am understood there. I am understood if I start talking in them.
I am fluent in one language and comfortably fluent in it. That is English. I grew up with my native language of Spanish that I have forgotten. I can still understand it when spoken to me to a certain extent, but not as much as I would like to. I also haven't anyone to practice that with in a long time, despite hanging out with David. I need to just take him up on his offer. I know Arabic, but I'm not comfortable speaking in it in conversation, nor am I really that great with it being spoken to me. I used to know
words in Arabic, but I never studied it. My cousin, he studied it a lot. So I heard many things from him and learned that way. I'm also much into history, as you know, and well, I learned the
Right.
words here and there and learned many names. That's why when you mentioned Al-Khaldun, I recognized it. But yeah, Ibn Al-Khaldun.
Yeah, Ibn Khaldun. It's
Ibn
but
means like son of. It's used as son of.
yeah,
It's
Ibn
always
the son
Ibn
of
and father.
yeah. Well, and that's but again, I know a smattering of different languages. I was conversational in only 3 in my entire life: English, Spanish, and Russian. I don't even remember how to really speak Russian at this point. I remember the pronunciation rules and everything like that, but most of the words I don't remember because I haven't used it in, well, now over a year. I haven't had any occasion to use it. You are fluent in at least 2 languages. Anybody who gives you shit for being, quote, slow in a language is number 1, an asshole. Number 2, a nativist asshole. And number 3, I would challenge them to learn as many languages as you have and still be fucking not only cognizant, but understandable and able to think in those languages and switch clearly back and forth between them at will and still not be, quote, a little slow with one of them. Those people can fuck off. That is my personal opinion, of course. Those people are... Ugh. Did you end up getting a save made?
Yeah, I did save it. Should I host it or should I send you the save?
Oh, what time is it for you? Because it's 12 in the morning for me.
Yeah, it's 6:30 in the morning for me, and for some reason I'm not tired at all. Maybe I drank too much soda or something today.
Maybe.
I'm just super duper awake.
Can I actually join off of you is the question.
See, multiplayer.
Oh, it doesn't show you as being online.
It doesn't. Let me see why not. Friend list. Oh, apparently I'm invisible.
I've done that before. Oh, I can't join off you. Oh. Well, you can go ahead and host the save.
I'll be in. Wait. Irritating authority. Who the fuck are you? Oh, there it is.
Though,
Selected.
what year is it currently? Because you already have the game open, right?
Nope, just opening it up now. Confirm my empire selection.
Yeah, once you see the excuse me.
Yeah, 2286.
Okay. As soon as this loads, because now it's going to take an extra couple minutes to load, thanks to a crash out.
I sent you the code. Should I just invite you through Steam, maybe?
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Steam.
Because I'll check and see also where my whatever autosave I got came in.
I can only invite you to watch.
What?
King Kinky. Are you still loading in the game?
Yeah, I'm still loading in the game.
Alright, maybe when you've loaded in, maybe I will get the other option. If not,
Yeah.
I did send a code.
We'll have to see.
Yeah, when me and my mates are playing multiplayer, it never actually works for us to go through Steam for some reason. We always have to send the codes.
Huh. I think I've only ever done that maybe 2 or 3 times, and it was because the Steam invites, it was actually a problem with Steam that Tory and I were having. And that was only a single run that we had to do that every time we loaded that save.
Oh yeah, I remember, you did that like 3 months ago.
Yeah. I think before that we've been relatively lucky, which, you know, maybe we're just getting lucky on some stuff. I'm okay with that, given the amount of unluck I usually have. Though, I will say again, I apologize if it sounded like yelling. 'Cause I know we were on that.
Doesn't matter. I'd say one of my friends, he actually is, not how to describe it, he's not socially 100% or in even 90% like most people. And I have a lot of conversation with him, and he has a lot as well. Like I said, he is not sure what you'd say. Social.
Socially
Anyway,
liberal, fiscal conservative?
Sure, let's go with that.
Or are you saying like social democrat, socially?
No,
Are you saying he's socially
personality.
inept? Oh, he's socially inept. He
Yeah,
doesn't understand
like
social cues.
Yeah, like a brain thing.
Ah.
See, I would like to find better words to describe this, you know, instead of sounding like a caveman saying brain thing. Here's the word mental. No, I've forgotten the other word I was going to say. But yeah, you understand what I mean. So he is often screaming and such, and I still only get the ability to invite you to watch.
Then the save might be kind of goofed at the moment. Hold on a second. You said 22. Here, I'm gonna see, because I should have known.
86.
2286. October 1st, 2286? 10-1?
November 29th.
Okay, so the autosave I have is a month before that. Let me see if I can invite you to this one. I try not to do it, and most of the time I'm rather successful with not getting, not letting my being overly passionate get the better of me. But there are times where I get too, how would somebody say it, like lost in the sauce. I get too passionate about what I'm talking about, especially if I'm talking about any personal experience I've had. And I just kind of, I don't know, I just kind of lose it. Or not lose it, like in the sense of screaming, but I don't, I can't even think of the right word to describe it. Like, I get loud and rambunctious, even though I'm not trying to be aggressive or, I'm not saying this very well. Either way, I hope I have not offended you, and I did not mean to, or to sound like I was attacking you.
Oh, not at all. Plus, another thing, I am Icelandic. We Nords, our way of speaking is often considered to be rude and demanding. So I have often been conscious of when I speak English if I am sounding like I'm ordering you to do something or not.
It might have to do with the whole, you know, you guys invaded most of Europe thing.
Yeah, true. I mean, also our word for please, it's actually it's literally do it. That's how we say please.
That's fucked up. That's funny as hell, but that's fucked up.
Multiplayer. Oh no, not host. Direct join. Here we go. Here. Connecting.
Ah, there we go. Okay. Well, this loads in. Please allow me a moment to use the bathroom, and I'm going to turn my fan on real quick. It's starting to get hot in here again.
Giggity.
Happy to oblige. All right. I return.
Welcome back.
You good to go?
I am.
Another part of the reason I think I end up getting so heated sometimes is I am far too used to having to justify my actual existence to people because of how fucking just disturbing the US political climate is, you know?
What do you mean, justify your existence? Seems a very odd wording to me. Can you elaborate?
Because there is a not altogether small section of the US populace that wants people like me dead.
Because you're part Jew.
Huh?
Because of you are part Jewish.
Oh, there would be that too, though I didn't even really consider that angle of it. The fact that I am Hispanic, the fact that I am a part of the LGBT community, and the fact that I'm also now Muslim, that's... And alongside my political beliefs, there's a large section of people in this country that think I should either be dead, chased out, you know, whatever. Especially when it comes to like the LGBT, people just think we shouldn't exist in general. That we're an aberration, an abnormality, and that's a position a lot of people begin the conversation from. Or like being Hispanic, a lot of people begin the conversation with, well, you don't belong here, you shouldn't be here. Well, here's the thing. Puerto Ricans are American citizens, my friend. We're born citizens, so you may hate Hispanic people, but we're already citizens. Thank you. And then there's a lot of them.
Something very interesting, like, why do you call South Americans Hispanic when they are not from Hispania? I think it's always been very interesting.
Etymologically, I think it just kind of ended up as a catch-all term. Like, it's kind of one of those words that definitely did not mean that originally, but, you know, means it now. It's like, oh geez. What's another word? There's a whole bunch of them, actually, thinking about it. How a word like Kleenex, tissue paper, you know, for your nose. How that became called Kleenex because there was one brand that made it first and it became ubiquitous. Now, even companies that aren't Kleenex call their product Kleenex. You know, people...
Yeah, it's like a hot pot and a jacuzzi.
Yes. I think that's kind of how that word evolved. And that's... There is a whole... Just from the entomological standpoint like that, there is a whole conversation that could be had about the evolution of language. And it's really wild. But yeah, I think that's where that came from. because almost nobody, the term Hispanic, as we understand it from our history class, going like off of the notes that we got from our U.S. history class, even at the college level, is that term originally applied to people from the island of Hispaniola, not Spanish people. They are Spaniards. And because that island's population ended up migrating to so many different places, and because of the distribution and evolution of language, I really do think that's how it ended up as the catch-all. Kind of like how African American ended up as the catch-all for black people, regardless of whether they are actually.
I've seen a lot of Americans call Africans African Americans.
What's that?
I've seen a lot of Americans call black people from Africa African Americans.
Well,
I found that very.
if it is funny, if they move here, they might call them that, which that kind of makes sense.
So weird that you call them that. Like, you don't call white Europeans European Americans.
Well,
like, you are not a European American because you're Hispanic, meaning you're of Spanish blood at some point, right?
There are certain groups though that do get that moniker. Irish Americans will keep that moniker. Italian Americans will keep that moniker. German Americans don't. People from the rest of Britain, outside of, Irish areas of Britain, don't. Lots of areas of Europe, and some of it is down to a racial thing, because lots of areas of Europe, especially the northern and north central, were all considered white. Irish.
Jefferson person would not have considered us Nords to be whites, even though we're a lot whiter than he ever was.
You might not have been at one time, yes. Irish weren't for a long time.
Course, yeah, it depends on who is considering it, because every single European nation had their own version for white. And Greeks, for instance, they are the first people to call themselves white. And they called themselves white, and they called the Chinese white. They did not call my people white. They called us Santos. Santos. No, it's a TH, Santos. And Santos, that means bright or blonde, which was a specific racial marker. And it had nothing to do with our hair.
Yeah, and for Americans taking the English view, Scots were white, English were white, Irish were not, French were also white, Spaniards were not, Italians were swarthy and not white, Germans were white.
If I remember correctly, only Northern Germans, and they did that to justify because they were Anglo-Saxons.
Yes. No, that's it entirely. So
like,
it's...
you had like all the Franconians and the Bavarians, Swabians, pretty much every other German who wasn't Saxon wasn't white.
Oh, Swabians would never be white in their system. No. Swabians can't be white. They have a little bit of Slavic blood in them. Can't be white with Slav blood. What do you mean? That's why Russians weren't considered white. Basically, any Slav was not considered white, period.
We have encountered some manner of
we Europeans overall are not very fond of the Slavs. Or the Romanians. Don't ask why.
I have a special hatred of the Welsh, but it has nothing to do with actual racism.
The sheepshakers.
My special dislike of the Welsh has to do with them fucking me over in every game they exist in.
Poor Basil.
No, Basil's okay. Basil's more British than Welsh. See? That's how racism works. But no, in a serious way, a lot of it just comes down to racism. Like, especially in America, there are still groups that don't look at Italian Americans or Irish Americans as being white. there's still groups that look at anyone Slavic as like, no, those aren't white people. Like, come on. It's only if you have the Nordic blood or the Anglo-Saxon and Germanic blood are you white. It's wild. Even the fact that I have to identify as Hispanic. It is. It's super odd.
Like in America, I mean, for instance, by American law, you do not consider the Spanish to be white. Actual Spanish people from Spain. But you do consider the Portuguese to be white. I mean, where the fuck is the logic there?
There isn't one. And, you know, that's the gospel truth. There just isn't one. It's, like, racism as a concept in general, to me, doesn't make sense. I mean, as an abstract and, like, as a joke, obviously, I understand it because we make jokes about it, but, like, actually hating someone because of the region that they're from is wild to me. Like, I could understand regional rivalries. Like, when it comes to drivers from other states, I get so annoyed when they drive on the road, and if I see a license plate from out of state, I'm like, this person's either going to drive like a moron or an asshole. Never mind that people here drive the exact same way, but it's, you know, it's those kind of things. But ratchet it up to 11, it just doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. Because unlike something like Africans, which Africa did have not a truly homogenous culture, but large sections of it, even spread throughout their tribes, have homogenous cultures, or semi-homogenous.
Yeah, you can argue that the vast majority of it belongs to what they call the Bantu culture group.
Yeah, the Bantu, that's a good example.
Very few would actually consider them to be Bantu, but what we call the Bantu culture group is very big, even though very few would actually use the name.
Well, and you could look at other culture groups, like when you're looking at the Middle East, Arabs and Turks, which also goes into Central Asia. And
they are completely different people, different genetics and all.
Oh no, genetically,
yes. Same with Persians. That's why one of the reasons why Persians are incredibly offended if you call them Arabs.
And I am not saying you are incorrect there either. That is, you know, sometimes I think the people that are racist would stop being racist or become even more racist when they play a game like Crusader Kings and can see the culture groups.
Let's take one American example in the 60s. You had two guys that were very known for I want to say racial preference and racial supremacy. You had Cromwell, who was like the leader of the American Nazi Party. I think it was Cromwell, something very similar to that. And then you had Malcolm X, who was a very black superiorist. Those guys, the two of them, they had a very popular, very well-known meeting. And after the meeting, Cromwell, he said to the press when he was asked about it, he said he's a very how would you say, wise and educated man. If he were white, he'd probably be my best friend. So yeah.
Yeah, and that makes no sense. Like, why? Like,
incoming transmission.
The concept of racism in general is so mind-blowingly stupid.
I cannot completely agree, but it really depends on what you mean by racism, because racism it's become a massive umbrella term, especially in the last 20 years.
Well,
if you take just the idea of racism being racial hatred, I completely agree with you.
Yes, I mean racial hatred, like believing that there are sub-races of humans or a racial hierarchy of humans. There are ethnic groups. That is, without a question.
Some of these groups are better than other groups at certain things. That's due to genetics and where they are brought up, where they have evolved.
Well,
so we are different.
But only within reason. Saying like, if you were to be like, oh, Asians are better at math because they're Asian, like that's dumb. But
That's
saying
very dumb. But it is grounded in American culture that you had very poor Asians that moved over and kind of forced their children to study because that's how they would survive in the future. That is a specific American culture. And
Yeah,
then you can also point into later East Asian culture of forced schooling, especially like in Korea.
Special project.
Kids are forced to be in school the entire day. They don't really have time out. They start early in school, then after normal school they go into prep school, and after prep school they go into night school. They are in a student slavery pretty much almost their life. And then they take their biggest exam to possibly be hired for a big company like Samsung.
on the same,
If they fail, they feel like their life is over if they fail.
and you have the
Their
same
life
in
is nothing after.
Japan as well. But
Yeah, not as radical, but still.
yeah,
You would not want to be a Japanese student. I would not want to be a Japanese student.
no, I wouldn't either. But like the idea, stupid racial ideas like that, that's dumb. But if you were to say that people from the area of the Himalayas, so your Nepalese, your Bhutan, Tibetan peoples, are going to be better at mountain climbing most of the time, are going to be better suited for living in high altitude climates. Absolutely, that ethnic group is. They're going to be much better adjusted for it. People from Northern Europe are going to be able to deal with frigid areas a lot better, are going to be able to deal with cold weather a lot better, because they have the adaptations for it. Now, if you want to make that kind of argument, that is well within reason, and you still have to be kind of careful with it, not to do some racial stereotyping, but it's when it branches into the cultural aspect of it, is I think when it crosses the line into racism. Like, oh yeah, all black people love chicken. They like,
Again, that is a very American. For fuck's sakes, why is this happening? That is a very American culture thing. With calling that, saying black people like chicken. I mean, who doesn't like chicken? Well, there are a few people who don't like chicken.
If you don't like fried chicken, there's something wrong with you, first of all. Second of all. But like, no, that's exactly it though. The stuff like that, when it comes down to cultural calling out, or like going up against being like, oh, Irish and potatoes. I'm guilty of making those jokes all the time. French and surrender. Germans always looking to start a war. It's more the cultural angle where I think the line is, I think, very blurry when it comes to racism and kind of fluid. Because in one era, something that is not racist might be racist for the next, or something that wasn't racist might become racist. It's a perception thing. But there are certain things that are well outside of it, for sure, like being like, okay, people in this area of the world that are, have been here for generations are going to have this adaptation. Sure, that's how evolution works. Makes total sense.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Himalayas, for instance. They have something that is called the athlete gene. They process oxygen way different than us, everyone else. Basically, this gene alone would make them superb athletes. They process it differently so they can breathe better in higher things. They can also move a lot better. But they also have many negatives. They are smaller. They don't have long muscles. They have short muscles. And other things that make them terrible sport persons.
Yep.
So, they are an interesting mix of that. But if you take like an average black guy, most Africans have what we call long muscles. That means that they are very good at, have the possibility to be very good at sports.
That means they have an higher athletic ceiling than everybody else.
Yeah. And if they had this gene from the Himalayas as well, I mean, genetically, you would have the perfect sportsman.
Yeah, and the only time you really have to be careful there, and where it could potentially be crossing into something like eugenics, scientific racism, is being like, well, every black person is going to be like that. Well, no, because different parts of Africa...
Everyone with this genome has the higher possibility of having that possibility due to having long muscles. But of course, not everyone is good at things. Not everyone has interest in the same thing.
Exactly.
Like,
and then if you were to
Like
try...
me, I'm a Nord. I have a genetic advantage when it comes to height.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, most people from my area, they will be considered tall by most everybody else, even though we consider them somebody to be small or average sized. Like someone being 185, it's not big for us. But if I were to go to America, we would be considered very tall if we were only 185.
Mm-hmm. And me, I think I'm 199.96 or something like that, because I'm 6'6". I always forget how many centimeters that actually is. I'm sorry, it's 198.1. I would be even more of a giant. And I'm already a giant here in America. I mean, it also helps that I have a genetic mutation, but that's also, the genetic mutation influences my weight as well, which is why I'm so much larger, no matter how much weight I actually lose, than everybody else around me. Hopefully it doesn't mean I die 20 or 30 years earlier than most people, but there's a possibility for that too. But where it gets into the scientific racism territory is when you're like, okay, so people from Africa generally, more than likely, depending on which part of Africa they're from, are going to have these better muscle groups and so on and so forth.
Not necessarily better, they are longer, meaning they are more likely to be better for
well,
exercise, sporting.
I'm saying it wrong.
Have,
I'm saying it wrong on purpose.
Better, some updations are better for different things.
I know.
But yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, I'm saying it wrong on purpose. Certain Africans from this area are going to be better for certain things. Let's say working in a field. And on top of it, compared to
because
us,
you are mentioning the field, when the Spanish took over South America, they found that the native population of South America to be too small, too weak, and unable to do the hard work that they wanted to do them. They found them to be unfit to be slaves, and that is one of the reasons they went to Africa.
Yeah.
So you see, yeah.
But
because they saw the value of those long muscles and the not so much value from the others.
But that's the thing, though. Now we're branching into the scientific racism area of it. Because
but yeah, let's go. I how to say I'm not against many things that are considered racism because they just are facts, I would say.
But
People
that's
are different depending where they are. But
that's also
like
a gray area,
hatred and so, I find it ridiculous. I don't find it a gray area. But then again, I'm not from a culture where race is everything that you talk about and it's all about your life. It's race.
Well,
like in
it's
America.
Not just that either. You're also not from a group that's typically used to keep you down. That's the thing. It all depends on the group.
Culture.
Well, yeah, but me being Hispanic does put me at a level of disadvantage. Luckily, I'm very white passing, but so I don't have some of the same difficulties as someone like David would, just inherently, because of that obsession. Now, if I were to go to somewhere like Japan, if you're not Japanese, that's it. It does not matter. You're a gaijin. It does not matter. It all depends on the places you go. In somewhere like Iceland, you are the in-group. If you weren't, you might experience something different. That'd be like, well, any non-white group coming into Europe. They experience a certain level of racism and hatred even from people that aren't, quote, racist or don't think the concept of racism is silly or that it's not real, what have you, wherever they are on that spectrum. Everywhere from between people like me and people like you, they're still going to get prejudiced behavior towards them because they're different. Now, that's how group psychology tends to work. But that does also make it a spectrum because it's going to be different for each person. At least in that regard. If, you know, that's kind of the whole crux of it. Where we start getting into the really odd territory of like scientific racism is, again, okay, these black people are more athletic, whatever, they're going to be better working in a field. We're going to take them, we're going to bring them over here. Culturally, they also aren't as advanced, quote unquote, as we are, which is a subjective thing. That's not an objective statement. And look, they have slavery. They're not using guns. They're still using basic iron tools, swords, bows, spears, that kind of thing. They're obviously inferior by their nature. All right. Now we move those people in. We do hundreds of years of brutalization. We then say, okay, you're now all free, but we're still going to keep you down in some ways. That leads to a combination of different factors alongside the racism that creates a perception of things like crime. So now the scientific racism kicks in again, and people go, look at those blacks doing crime again. They are just inherently predisposed to crime. No, they're not. You're engaging in a form of scientific racism at that point to try and justify a prejudiced belief. Oftentimes, that is when prejudice, which we all have, prejudice crosses into actual racism, is when you begin using cultural or scientific means to justify that prejudiced belief. That's why it's kind of a gray area, because some people do, some people don't. Some people are smart enough to kind of understand how that concept works and use it to their advantage by doing things like dog whistles, the racist dog whistle tropes. So it's, and I get what you're saying where you're like, okay, but it is black and white. And for the really obvious stuff, absolutely. I am on board with you. It is clear as day, black and white. Someone like, you know, David Duke from the Ku Klux Klan is about as black and white as it gets. Someone like Adolf Hitler is about as black and white as it gets. But Jimbo down the street, who's flying his Confederate flag and only started doing it because a black family moved in next to him in his otherwise all-white neighborhood, now we're getting into some murky territory. He's definitely got some prejudices. But
Situation log updated.
Oh, yeah,
is he crossing the line into racism? Depends on who you're asking. His fellow white neighbors? No. The black family next door to him? Abso-fucking-lutely. And where he will cross that obvious line will be if he calls one of them the N-word. Then it's like, okay, now, like, yes, you are just confirming what people suspected.
But speaking of that battle flag, for instance, there are a lot of many black Americans who do use that flag as well, and often disagree with why like northern people dislike it. So you also have a cultural annoyances with that.
And some of
white
that,
and black who apply it and disagree with the, how would you say, the meaning that the more North Americans are putting onto the flag.
And some of that comes down to a couple of different things. The areas, this is why everything is a web versus like straight linear progression. You've got a combination of lack of investment in education, generations of people trying to fit in with the culture around them or trying to become accepted by that culture around them by embracing more and more of both the what could be good elements, but also the destructive elements that are self-destructive to them. And that's what you get. It's like the tall tales, and they are tall tales because it's not true. It never has been true. Not only has it never been true, there is zero evidence for it that is not only verifiable, but it's impossible to have been the case because of the laws of the time. When people talk about black Confederate veterans, they did not exist. They weren't real. They were a creation of turn of the century and lost cause propaganda. The only two documented, quote, soldiers that we can point to that received an honor in the Confederate Army were not soldiers. They had no rank. They were porters. They were not soldiers. They did not fight. They were not allowed to hold weapons. In fact, if you were known to have given a black person a weapon in the Confederate Army, you were to be executed for trying to incite rebellion. So things like that, that's where you get it. But then you get the white folks telling them, well, you're more special than the others. That you're different because you're one of ours. You're one of, here's one of the racist statements. You're one of the good ones. What the fuck does that mean? What do you mean? Are you saying that entire group's bad? That's racist. That's pretty cut and dried. But it's a dog whistle because it's a gray area term.
And there you have gone away from what I consider to be absolutely normal differences between people to a cultural view of somebody being inferior or superior to another.
And that's still racism, though.
That's the thing. I really dislike how big that word has become. When I was young, we had a word for it, which is kynþáttahatur, meaning racial hatred. So I really disliked it when I was a teenager, and suddenly this word was bigger and bigger and bigger. And
well, but you notice
the word has been bigger, and that's mainly American influence, because you're putting a lot of things under the same hat.
But you notice it still has the word race in it. There's no such thing as race, scientifically. There isn't. There's ethnic groups, but there's not race. Otherwise, we would be No.
That's entirely what you mean by race, because when most people say race in English, they actually mean species.
Yes, species. There is no other species. Race means species. That's it.
No. Race is a minor subgroup of a species.
Now we're talking ethnicity. That's a different word.
No. And ethnicities, they break up the race. If you go and check out what the word race was used in the 1800s, 1900s, and 1700s, 1600s, it's completely different how people are using it in America today. It was given after World War II. The word race was given a lot more power and a lot more influence, and often conflated the species. I'm a big fan of history, and the more that I read older text, the more silly modern usage of older words become.
But that's the etymological shift.
Yeah,
also,
there is a shift. I'm just saying that I disagree with it, and I prefer.
You can disagree with it and dislike it, but that's what it means. I may disagree with and dislike that people treat something like the red banner or the hammer and sickle and instantly go, Stalin. That's not what those things mean. But that's what they came to mean.
People are also judged on what they do or somebody did on their behalf, and not actually what they believed in. For instance, a lot of people, when they see communism, they think of Mao, they think of Stalin, and some of them think of Lenin. And a lot of which people, they do not like them. Remember, Lenin was considered to be a traitor to the revolution, which is why people wanted to assassinate him. You know, a lot of more authoritarian aspects of communism. And people think of all those things when they think of communism. Now think of Nazism as well. People try to, how would you say that if somebody's a Nazi, it's a bad because of this is a Nazi law and all that. But a lot of Nazi laws are common laws in Europe today.
That doesn't make them better, though.
No, but you're still using, because you are judging the Nazis from killing a certain people in a certain way. That way you're judging everything else that they did. The ideology of National Socialists, of the Worker Party, is entirely different from how they acted in the war.
But there's
the
also
ideology is completely different. I'm saying that is the same thing when you think about communism, and then you go into communist leaders, and then the Marxist theory.
No.
Those are in many ways different. People act in a certain way, so you judge it by the people act in a certain way.
No, my friend.
All right. Let's think thing here. The first state to ever put protections on animals and giving animals pet rights, that was Nazi Germany. Should everybody repeal this law because Nazis made that law?
Does that law affect human beings and harm them in some way?
No.
The context
exactly
when you
were
remove
judging all of Nazis.
when you remove the context, you are removing the context from what I'm saying.
No, I believe you are doing that to mine because I started this conversation on this specific topic. When you have a group with a certain ideology and people, and that's what they say they believe, then you have actors who do something. You will judge the actor and everybody due to the actor. You will not judge the ideology as it's supposed to be.
Because in certain things, there is a case to be made for it. I didn't say there wasn't. But when it comes to something silly and stupid, like race and ethnicity, there's no case for it. And, well, thank you, Gamu, I suppose. Hold on, I need to actually be able to see what you said. Tricky thing here is, are people a part of the ideology or not? That is a tricky thing, indeed. But when it comes to, especially something like the Nazis, having read and learned and studied books I rather wish I had not, things like Doctrines of Fascism, Mein Kampf, you know, the various scribblings and scrawlings of the fascist leadership, people like Hayek, people like, oh no, I don't remember his name, the other one that started the Chicago School of Economics. Oh shit. There's another Austrian. Anyway, it's immaterial at the moment. But when you read those books, that genocidal part of the ideology is there. It is plain as day. It is written in plain word, in verbiage. That kind of genocidal ideology, you can indeed judge the people ascribed to it because it is a core and inherent part of said ideology or grouping. When it comes to something like a race or a racial group, where is the pamphlet I received as a Hispanic person on how and what I'm supposed to do that gives someone the right to judge me as a Hispanic person?
People judge everybody for everything.
But that's
just normal. It's a ancient survival instinct. You will always try to find the foreigner.
That does not mean that it has to be the default, though, or that it should. That doesn't make it morally correct.
Yeah, I'm completely agreeing with you. But it is the default. Little children, they get scared to start crying when they see someone who looks different from their family.
And then you teach them not to be.
You learn to...
Racism...
to mold yourself towards morals of your culture and society.
But when it comes...
by default, you are... who looks like me, who is friendly, who doesn't look like me, who is unfriendly. This is a very primal thing. That is why children often are scared of someone who looks very different.
But that's also the
either
thing.
Scared or incredibly fascinated.
We don't have to do that. Just saying it is the
I'm
default.
just saying that's how it is with children, and you will teach. You are molded by your civilization to be different.
Right. But that's also why something like a political ideology, much as I hate that people like Stalin are a part of my branch of politics as a Marxist, I do have to debate and justify and be like, okay, what they did, not what I would like. Here's the parts of the ideology that are worthwhile. Here's the parts that are not. That's also a default thing that humans do, so that we don't end up in complete cognitive dissonance with things that may not entirely otherwise fit our worldviews. But
I like since we are thinking here America, because obviously you think from American because, well, you are American. That is your culture. That is what you're most familiar with. From a view here of a European, I find America, and to a lesser extent the UK, to be heavily tribalized. Like, you are supporting groups, political parties, because it's your group, and then you try your best to demonize the other one, which I find very... Well, we don't have it here. We have a very bigger thing. It's like, take the Republicans, for instance. Most of them do not agree with each other. You have many, many factions within their party. If they did not fear Democratic taking over, the Republican Party would split into many, many, many parties.
well, that's
Because they
also
do not agree with each other.
that is a consequence of us having a uniparty. Well, I say uniparty, a bi-party state.
It can't be uniparty on many issues, I have heard.
Well, no, and
It
that's
really depends on the system.
that's why I almost said uniparty, because that's also the joke that people who dislike the system use, calling it a uniparty
for
state.
instance, during Obama's administration, it was very common to say that Democrats, these are the values that the people want you to have, and the Republicans, those are the values that you are allowed to have, like the edge of what you're allowed to have. And often also heard that the Republicans are Democrats 5 years in the past. That is one of the many things that I've heard, that always are increasing the idea of a uniparty or a highly collaborative party group. I hope I'm getting my idea across.
No, you are, but
It's the same in the UK with the Tories and the what are they called? Labour. I find such tribalism very odd, which is why I find it very odd to talk politics with Americans, because they are so incredibly, how would you say, sensitive to almost every topic, and often are carrying ideas and such which they cannot verify, because they are just talking, this is my team, I believe this because I heard this from this person who was not the person who initially said this.
well,
Like a lot of people, for instance, in America talk about your Orangeman. During the Charlottesville thing, he said something to, there are good people on both sides of the argument except for the white supremacist and this one and that one. And yet it's always said, he said there were good people on both sides, and he's talking about the white supremacist. Many people believe this line because someone that they listened to on their party told them that this is like this. No, on the party, sorry. On their team, which supports the same party. See what I mean? Tribalism. Why did you go into tribalism?
but
See, I have a very bad memory. Things are constantly...
because we're talking race, ideology, politics, things like that. But to go into that for a second, he was. That's a dog whistle. He knew what he was doing. Now, I'm no Democrat. That should be very obvious. I despise both our parties. And I'm sure I'm not the only person that ever says that and then goes, well, but I vote with them. No, I don't vote for either one of them. I don't. Neither one of them have my support. Conditionally on certain issues, they might. But I'm not a member of either party. I'm not consuming one team's media or another. I am, also at my core, a pragmatist on certain things, as most people are. There are things I'm willing to drop and things I'm not willing to drop. But when he said that, historically what it means, going off of history, the argument of both sides is classically used by people in positions of power to placate those who are in some form of uprising or rebellion, and to energize their own supportive base to let them know, I do not think you are bad people. But we should back off for the sake of peace because they might not be bad people. Now, inherently, is there anything wrong with that concept? No. But how it's been used is the problem, the context that goes with it. Just like with any idea of any sort of ethnic and racial hatred, context. When you remove context, sure, everything fine and dandy. The context is what matters. And yes, tying it back to that, when things change, when cultural mores change, when ideas change, because people like me, just going as, let's say, as a bisexual man, 40 years ago, not long before I was born, lots of violence against us. Lots of very savage violence against us. Mostly hidden because the world was starting to change, but still out in enough that comedians were making jokes about knocking the teeth out of the mouth of gay people, or being like, no, they're actually an F slur or what have you. Don't let a man who tells you this thing let you believe he's not gay. He's actually gay, he's just too scared to say it. Things like that. The difference now is it's more accepted, and the prejudice towards it is not accepted. Because punching down at a group that's already downtrodden shouldn't be accepted. That's one angle of it. But another angle of it is that you're just an asshole. Now let's go with Hispanics for a second, another part of myself. Lots, not just Republicans, not just Democrats, lots of conservatives and liberals both would say, we're prone to crime. We live in high crime areas. We do crime. Large numbers of crime. Well, what's the context here? Most of us had to live in poor areas because of things like redlining that affected black folks too. It's why black folks are mostly in high crime areas, not because they're doing more crime, but because redlined areas inherently don't have the same level of services as non-redlined areas, are given less services, and are quite often left to rot. So when people feel powerless and helpless, they might turn to crime, regardless of race, if they're in that area. Now, let's add into that as well the idea that not being white means bad.
Oh, I see we have lost Mr. Chat.
Oh yeah, Gamu was down here. Regarding the tribalism, I agree groups are problematic. Better democratic system implemented down on a single party rule. The multipolar system is always better. All Americans do this. You and I talk to other Americans as I don't find such an aggressive placing of ideas on someone else. I don't know that person. If I generalize like that, I'd be falling into the same hole of tribalism. Also understandable. Truly to understand someone else's viewpoint, I believe. Listen without placing of the culture on that person. I think the real issue we see in a lot of the world is people are just not listening to others anymore once they hear a differing opinion from their own. So what a topic to wake up with. Yeah, you never know what you're going to get in this show. So, how did Forrest Gump put it? Life is like a box of chocolates. Or in the case of my show, it could be like a box of hand grenades.
Oof. Hey, are you still there? You went very quiet.
Yeah.
I was wondering if I had lost connection.
Oh, did you not hear me responding to Gamu?
I heard like that, but then cut, so I wasn't sure.
It might be something to do with Discord. Or it might be something to do with my internet. Oh, no, the connection is stable. Might have been a Discord hiccup then. Or maybe my mic didn't pick up everything I said. Oh, excuse me, equal possibility there. I decided to have coffee and now I'm getting the hiccups.
Species. That is the fault.
Beautiful.
Full citizenship. Alright, so I'm attacking people. I am abducting them, beating them up, putting them on the searching table, cutting them to pieces until they turn magic, and once they now have magic, I'm giving them full voting rights.
Wait, I'm sorry, magic? What?
Oh yeah, I'm turning them into psychics.
Oh, you're doing the psychic assimilation. Okay. It's like, the fuck do you mean magic?
Even in game, when you're not playing that and somebody unlocks it, you will get an event to calling them filthy sorcerers, or maybe you only get it as a xenophobe.
Probably as a xenophobe. Or, well, I actually haven't abducted or vivisected, even though I can with most of my empires. I've never actually done it because I'm always paranoid about first contact wars. I generally don't feel like I win those.
Well, I won my first war. Didn't get too much out of it, though.
Oh, holy shit. So putting 600 people on a planet, having the medical worker, plus the roboticist. Holy shit. That, my planet's actually achieved a proper growth curve. My economy is stabilizing. I'm gonna have to keep this in mind. I'm gonna have to go fuck with this in a single player game now to see if this was just a fluke or not. 'Cause if it's not a fluke, I'm doing this every fucking time I play from now on.
How is the origin so far?
Scientific breakthrough
Was what?
achieved.
The origin that you're playing, how do you like it so far?
It's pretty neat. I have a cluster in the center of my empire I can't really fucking interact with in any way, though. Which is a little weird because, you know, some dickheads are in there squatting. Some former colonial master fuckers. Or whatever is... I think they're whatever's left of the hive mind, actually.
Oh, speaking of that, have you met the hive mind FE?
Which one?
Fallen Empire, the hive mind one, the split one. Have you met them in this game, I mean?
I don't think so yet, but I haven't discovered all of the galaxy yet.
I'm
kind of
most of it.
Kind of keeping
I
myself.
discovered you. United Urdian Authority.
Yes. That would be me.
Yeah. You need to pump up your fleet numbers.
I had a lot more. I'm still trying to fight off the shit from my origin.
Oh, one thing I absolutely love with this update. They actually changed the Federation thingy. Now you can't. Now it's just a technology. You don't have to
really?
sacrifice your traditions for it.
That's
Don't have to
beautiful.
go diplomatic. I hated having to sacrifice a slot if I want to be a Federation.
That's actually great.
Because diplomacy is not that good unless you want to do the politics in the galactic community, and even then, it's not. It's
Just
better
take
to
the politics tradition then.
Yeah. There is an embassy.
Damn, that was a good cup of coffee.
Are you going to expand, or can you expand without going to war?
If I can get rid of the mineral extraction fuckers down here, I will. But I'm also, since I've just started to stabilize the basic resources, I am working on now trying to stabilize the advanced resources, and I'm kind of hitting a stumbling block there at the moment.
Right, because we can spend influence to help each other with all our deals. No, we cannot. We need to be more friendly with each other. Alright.
Working on it. Wait, which one? What's the name of your empire again?
Oh, the Vestal Virgins.
Oh. How did... My fat drug addict died.
Construction complete.
Ooh, Tomb World adaptation.
Ah, there you are. Well, this will be a good way to get the things starting. Told you I was on the other side of the galaxy. So I spawned my Broken Chains empire, and I do not see Minimar.
Same.
I guess I would have to be playing them to get them. Oh no, you're corrupt. Get out. You're fired. I don't care who you are. I don't care you're only a scientist. Out, 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 out the door. Because if you ever end up leading my empire, you are going to blow it up. Get out. Rotten bastard.
Ah, seems that I have the youth.
The youth?
Yes. I just discovered them. And not as an event, I discovered them because somebody's selling me a relic to them. Which only happens if I have them.
Huh. Well, that's nice.
Yes. A resurrection.
Incoming transmission.
Oh, what do we have here? Caravanners.
Special project complete.
Orbital trash. Yes. Give me the orbital trash gun. I love it.
I'm getting 900 Unity a month, and I'm still incredibly slow to get my traditions.
I'm only getting 250. What the fuck? Oh, I'm also just now coming out of the early panic, and we're back to the money being fucked. What happened now? Why'd the money get fucked this time? Are people... Oh, I forgot to prioritize the jobs. That's why the money is fucked. Oops. I made a couple of new planets and did not prioritize the new jobs that go with them. I'm so good at this. This is also why I usually can't launch into involved conversations like we were having.
Ooh, your
while
neighbor
I'm
is getting
playing
very
a game.
friendly.
Which one of the two fucking pricks next to me? Which one?
The sovereign Ranian Confederation.
Somebody's gonna get a pee-pee slap. It's coming. Bailiff! Whack his pee-pee! I'm gonna wait to pick my next tradition because I need to get my archive built.
Oh, I haven't even built that yet.
An alien
Yeah, I still need to
Didn't do
build
it first
mine.
because it's a waste of resources, but now that I'm don't need it. I
Oh.
don't need to think about the resources. It's
I don't
not
have the
waste.
technology yet.
I
Sovereign
did destroy
Rim
one in the last war, though.
Confederation. Do y'all want your dick slapped? All right.
Oh, I already discovered
Council
use
agenda
the Utah
That's it.
system.
Rivalries for everybody, because I get pop growth per rivalry.
Oh, do you take amity?
Incoming
Yep.
transmission.
Fuck you guys. Fuck your mamas. Fuck your grandmamas. Fuck your dead great grandmamas. And fuck your aunties.
Incoming transmission.
Screw you guys, I'm going home.
No, essentially.
Some manner
Not to
of
turn into
space
Cartman for a minute, but abso-fucking-lutely. Screw you guys, I'm going to...
Incoming transmission.
The great army of Missouri. And the way he spoke when he was being southern was in that episode was very great. Missouri.
Missouri. Yeah, no, that
actually-
episode was a fucking fever dream. Most of those episodes are, though.
Do you know, have you ever heard anyone in real life say Missouri instead of Missouri?
Yes, people from Missouri.
Really?
Yes. There's a whole accent in that area. Basically from, like, the old Mason-Dixon line to, like, the south of Arkansas and up north to, like, the bottom of Nebraska, the very bottom edge of it. There is an entire accent group that exists there that exists nowhere else in the country. And the way they pronounce things, I have never heard anywhere else. Like here in the Great Lakes, Chicagoland area, actually, I shouldn't even say Great Lakes because it's more specifically in the northern Illinois, northern Indiana, and northern Ohio, as well as southern peninsula of Michigan. We have a very specific way of speaking and pronouncing things. And it's a lot more. I think it owes a lot to the Germans that moved out this direction in previous centuries. But if you go, we have a set way of doing things. Like I have an accent as much as I think I don't. My wife keeps loving to point out to me that I do. And when we go to somewhere like North Carolina, everyone down there points out I have an accent. But the people from like Minnesota, they sound more like, and the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, because so many Swedes, Danes, Norwegians, and people from Iceland moved to that area. They have a very specific sub-accent all their own. There are, inside the US, I think we have like, it's anywhere between 15 and 20 different regional dialects. And if you start breaking it down beyond that, each one of those regional dialects has like various sub-dialects. But that one from Missouri, where they call it Missouri, is a very, very specific area in that geographical location of the south of Arkansas to the very south of Nebraska. Because some people here in Illinois do it too, especially if they're from the Illinois side of the Mississippi River, living near like East St. Louis, Quincy, and Cairo. Don't even get me started on Cairo. It's spelled Cairo. But the same people that call the state Missouri call it Cairo. And they're also the same people that will call Des Moines Des Moines. Fucking barbarians, the lot of them.
Council agenda available.
Interesting. But you mentioned like Germans that moved to America. I heard that in America, I think it's in the Texas area though, there is a specific German, actual
Council
German language that
agenda ready.
evolved in America.
Yes. Because prior to its absorption by the United States, there actually was a dual Prussian and Hanoverian colony, founded in, I think it was 1781, and it's near, I don't remember if it's Austin or San Antonio. It's one of those. I mean, the state is fucking huge. We're talking, a whole state's length apart. But one of those two areas had a colony, in as much as it could be called a colony. The project was pretty much dead and gone by the mid 1840s when America ended up absorbing Texas. But they were. And it still is, I shouldn't say that they were, there still is, they still are kind of their own really unique cultural group with a blending of German of that era with a lot of Spanish words, but also a lot of mid-19th century American slang and isms that are in there that you don't find anywhere else in this country. And it's like only about 100 square miles, that entire area that you're talking about. But there's, I think, 25 or 30,000 people still living in there that can trace their families directly back to the German settlers. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm going to leave the game running. Because I don't remember the name of it. Where was it as well? That's New Braunfels and Fredericksburg. So, yeah, that's the German belt. It's the hill country, so it's closer to San Antonio. We're talking more southern Texas. The largest wave coming in the 1830s, that's right, because that was German explorer Friedrich Ernst who did that. And then, interestingly enough, there was an attempt, not a very strong attempt, but there was an attempt from the Prussian government at the time to attempt to purchase that land, especially because it was so close to the coast and a nearby, one of the nearby port towns, before it got absorbed into the greater metropolitan area down there, to actually have it be German land. It wasn't a very serious inquiry, mind you, and President James K. Polk at the time was quite famously hateful of everyone that wasn't James K. Polk. He kind of laughed at the whole offer and was like, yeah, no, I don't think so. And actually, if I remember correctly, he tried to kick them out at one point. And there are members of that community that actually fought on the Mexican side of the Mexican-American War. Kind of like the Irish brigades that went and fought for Mexico as well. And that's why there's so many red-headed, Irish-looking Hispanic people in the area around Mexico City. With Irish first names and Spanish surnames. But anyway, yeah, no, it's a really weird chapter of American history, and it's not the only attempted German colony here in the Americas. Well, calling them colonies is also a bit generous as well, because what they did was they moved in to where an already established nation had something, and they went, hey, could we buy this? Because we don't want to do the whole colony part. We would just like
that would still be colony, because colonia is to settle down, to make a settlement. So if you're new on some spot, then you are colonizing, even if you're not making it for another nation.
Well, yeah, but
so if you went to the woods and started your own village, you would technically be colonizing that area.
It's more of
I know what you mean.
Yeah, they wanted all the prestige and everything without having to build the infrastructure and bring the people in, and Germany tried to do that in the Americas alone, I think 8 or 9 different times, and with the US government like 5 different times out of that. Because there was once with Brazil and another time with Argentina as well. And then I can't remember if it's what's now Belize, what used to be British Honduras, or if it's Panama that they did it. But Central America, they tried to do the same fucking thing. So if you colonize a colony, does that make it a super or a sub-colony? Also insert the colon joke here. Jesus. That's a good question, actually, Gamu. I think that would make it like a super colony at that point? Or is that do you only hit super colony level when you get like a queen or something? Is it like an anthill? Or is it more like the bugs with the terminus?
Sub-colony. Wouldn't that like be a colony that's a colony as you colonizing?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, like...
I mean, think about it. Carthago was a Phoenician colony, but it had its own colonies within Hispania.
Yeah, because then you had Nova Carthago. So, I mean, sub-colony, I guess? Or would Phoenicia be like Colonia Superior kind of thing?
Because those new colonies don't have any allegiance to the mother country, they have allegiance to the colony. Which technically has allegiance to the mother country, but as you know, Carthago really didn't.
Well, wouldn't that make it at that point like a de facto independence?
Yeah. It's like with the Umayyad Caliphate, the later Umayyad Caliphate in... no, they didn't really claim Caliphate until later. Anyway, the Umayyad rule in Spain, for instance. I mean, they told the Abbasid, yeah, we accept you as the Caliph, my great lord. And then when they sent in orders, then, yeah, it doesn't matter. Go fuck yourself. You know?
Yeah, I mean... come on, there's... Muslims, just like Marxists, are well known for sectarian infighting. I say that as a joke. I say that as a joke to any of the brothers or sisters who may be watching.
Oh yeah, also with the Umayyad, the Abbasid had exterminated almost the entire family. The Umayyad used to be the caliphs.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, they didn't like them at all. And also, like, when we were talking about the Abbasid Caliphate, they didn't rule as much as they claimed to rule. Most people were independent. They tried to show this in Crusader Kings with the independent nations and Abbasid not being that big in 867. But if you look at map from this time, most of the Muslim states were part of the Caliphate officially. They didn't heed the Caliph's words.
Well, I mean, theoretically, that's almost the same situation as the Pope.
Yeah, though the Pope thing doesn't really get powerful until almost in the 1200s. And really, the Pope's ascension to a great figure doesn't start until 1037, when Emperor Henry III invaded Rome and tried to restore it away from the mafia-like
Borgia family?
Yeah, he tried to make it more religious, because he was a very religious man, which was very bad for his son Henry IV, because, well, the many radicals, religious radicals, were not Italians, who came from like Lotharingia and Holland and there around. They went down. I don't remember his name. I actually did a massive report on this guy.
You talking about Jan Hus?
No. That's in the 1400s. This is in the 1000s.
Oh, I thought you were moving to the. I thought you had moved into the 1400s. My bad.
Yeah, these are like radicals who wanted to do more strength, to strengthen the Pope, to strengthen the idea of a universal church with a leader, because the bishop in Rome was just the bishop in Rome.
Not the Franconians. Oh God, which society was that? Fuck. Anyways, continue. I can't remember their fucking name now.
So yeah, the radicals, they got into power, they got elected into high positions, became the popes and so on. And then there came the thing that we call the investiture controversy, where you were arguing with if the pope should appoint all of the bishops or if the emperor should. Everywhere in Europe, the rulers did this. The pope never did. And the pope picked a fight with the empire for political reasons.
Well, obviously.
France, for instance, France, the how would you say, the first daughter of the church, the king had full control over the bishops there. Pope had none. So, you know, it was very political. And this actually split up the empire. In Italy, for instance, you had cities fighting each other with no prompt by the emperor or the pope, because one of them supported the pope and the other supported the emperor.
I'm just going to say, obviously,
they should have about the emperor on his feet in the snow. That's Henry IV after he gave up.
Well, obviously, the emperor should get to pick. Truly, obviously.
After all, they are, how would you say, ruling a piece of land in the name of the emperor. They are ruling his personal land.
It's his demesnes there, exactly. They're peasants. They're jumped up peasants with a title. They don't actually own anything. The nerve of them. The nerve of them. These little people thinking they're actual people. It's cute. Disgusting, but cute.
Construction complete.
One thing that is very interesting about this, which I find interesting, you might not find it interesting, but due to the treaties that were signed after the controversy, they settled down a specific region, the specific law owned by the church. This is the first time in anywhere in the world where we have the ground of the modern state, of a specific land with a specific law, which is not the property of somebody else. So, yeah,
I thought some of those
stuff is the beginning of the state, which I find very interesting.
I thought some of those ideas also came, they came later, but like with the Magna Carta, borrowing language from. Is that that wasn't the Treaty of Trianon? What was the name of the treaty that ended that?
Magna Carta.
No. In Italy, in France, the treaty that actually ended a large section of the hostilities at that time. All I can think of is Trianon, and I know that's not right.
Trianon. Are you talking about the investiture controversy?
Yes, the investiture controversy. What was the name of the treaty that finally ended that?
Concord of Worms, I believe.
Was it in Worms? I thought the Concord of Worms had to do with Lutherans later.
No, the Lutherans, they were in the 1500s.
Well, I know they were in the 1500s, but I thought that conclave that brought the end to the 30 Years' War happened at Worms. Or did it and it didn't get the title of... Oh, whatever. So many different... Oh my god, so many different places in Europe had so many different fucking treaties assigned to them at one point in time or another. It does my head in.
Hey, wait, Worm? No, with that, I don't think that was Worms, that was the old Saxony that didn't call Saxony, Westphalia.
Westphalia?
Yeah, Treaty of Westphalia. That was the end of the 30 Years' War. Signed there.
That might be how I mixed it up. W and W.
Yeah, that's also a very big one towards the state, the idea of states.
Oh. But
I mean, I really like history and so many aspects of it.
The reason I get so confused sometimes on where these treaties were signed and by who is because y'all always fight in the same fucking places, so you always sign the treaties in the same fucking places. Pick a different fucking place sometime. Does it always have to be at somewhere like Compiègne that something is signed, or Versailles. Do you know how many fucking treaties of Versailles there are? And trying to remember which goddamn one solved which war?
Yeah, just imagine how many treaties, law, agreements, trade, and everything have been signed in Versailles.
I don't want to, because I wrote a fucking report about it and I thought I was gonna scream. It was like when they had us do Paris. So in our political science class, talking about the history of politics as a science, not just political science itself, but like understanding how politics as a science works. We had to do an entire section on the importance of Paris as a diplomatic center from the medieval era on up to the modern day. There are more than 1,000 fucking treaties that have been signed that are technically the Treaty of Paris. And some of them were signed multiple times in the city and aren't numbered. And trying to know and understand and remember which Treaty of Paris did what thing, and if the Treaty of Paris that was signed perhaps even later that next week was part of that conflict or something all the way around the world. It's insane. Pick different cities. Y'all have enough of them over there. Pick a different goddamn city, please. For the love of God, please. And stop making the French so fucking important.
Actually, there was a chance that France would have been a lot more important, and there's a very good chance that the French would have had more influence on language and culture all over Europe. They were almost elected Holy Roman Emperors once. There was actually a massive war fought just to keep them out of the imperial crown.
And then there was the whole crisis, the multiple crises over Pope and anti-Pope.
Who was the right? Rome and Avignon. People ended up with the Pope in Avignon, who then later moved to Rome and then moved back to Avignon.
Because nobody fucking liked him.
Yeah, and also if you look at the Papal Palace in Avignon, it is built to defend from assassinations. It is armored to the teeth. And if you're going to watch the Pope when he's doing a segment, you have to be lucky enough to be directly in front of him, because he has walls that protect him from the side, and if you're on the side, you don't see him. And it's considered to be a big thing that you see the Pope when he's giving you the blessing.
Yeah, I know.
A cultural thing, not the religious one, but a cultural one.
Yeah, I know. So we share that part with the French in that regard. I mean Hispanic people in general. What was I gonna say about the Pope? There was something funny about the Pope. Nope, I don't remember anymore. No, it wasn't a joke. It was like a funny bit of history to me to do with the Pope.
Ah, the War Pope, maybe.
Oh. It tied into what I was going to say about the French. When you were talking about how important they became. Because the joke I was going to make was like, oh yeah, even more than they already were with, you know, kind of invading England and fucking up the development of Anglo-Saxon and Danish cultural blending that was going on at the time for the purpose of bastard offshoot family, who then made it so that English royals only spoke French for the next 500 some odd fucking years.
And that is why you speak a broken language.
Oh, I'm not. English is 3 languages in a trench coat that mug other languages in an alley in order to steal spare verbiage and vowels. We love vowels. For some reason. Not as much as Spanish, though. Like, there is an obsessive amount of vowels in most of the words in Spanish, and I don't know why. And I don't like it.
Oh yeah, you were brought up with Spanish, so you're probably not the best one to ask this, but how do you... how does the Spanish sound, work for your ears? I mean, do you like the sound of the Spanish tongue?
Oh yes, I do. Spanish to me, like, as much as I can bag on Spanish, and I can, it is my right as a Hispanic person to do it. Just like, you know, hating a French is an entire part of the cultural identity of Mexico for some reason. Well, not for some reason. Anyways, getting off topic. A lot of the Romance languages, I really enjoy the way they sound. French, and I don't mean this with irony or to make a joke, French is the only Romance language I do not like the way it sounds. It has a very strange tempo and canter to it that a lot of the other Romance languages don't have. It also has some very strange pronunciations that don't seem to follow the rest of the Romance languages. Portuguese actually partially has this problem, but not as bad, where it just hits the ears wrong. But going back to Spanish, I love the way Spanish sounds. I still do. When my mother is speaking Spanish or other relatives of mine are speaking Spanish, it's beautiful. Even when I hear Spanish spoken by like Mexicans or Hondurans or Guatemalans, Panamanians, each one speaks it a little differently, but that kind of gives it a beautiful flavor in the way it sounds. Hope I explained myself okay. Hope that wasn't...
Yeah, well, personally, I have never really liked the Spanish one. I like the European Spanish a little bit better, but I'm not a big fan of it. And yet, when I hear Southern Italian like Sicilian, I like that, but that one is heavily influenced by Spanish.
It's also very heavily influenced by Arabic too, thanks to being conquered by the Arabs at one point. Well, and Normans.
Yeah,
don't forget.
It is influenced by Norman, French, and Arabic, but not very heavily. But they do have many common words, like messa, which is an Arabic more, I believe it's called Messi.
Mm-hmm.
I've forgotten what it meant, but it's one of the Sicilian words that I was reading about somewhat recently, maybe a month ago, and I find it very interesting. Anyway, they have many words like that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I found it weird because I like the sound of that, but I don't like the sound of Spanish. And French, I don't like French either. I don't like Romanian. Normal Italian I like. Sicilian and Southern Italian I like a lot more. And I don't think there is one Slavic language that I like the sound of.
I find Romanian to be a really fascinating language just because of how it evolved.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely fascinating and interesting to listen to. But I find it a bit... I think the reason I find it a bit annoying to hear because how they speak like the Russians trying to speak Italian. It's very hard to listen to.
That's an interesting way to put it. Russian, like, when it comes to Slavic languages, I love the way Russian sounds when it's spoken. I guess it would be more of like the northern dialect of it. So like the area around St. Petersburg, Moscow, that area. It's not that it sounds more learned, though I guess that would be the implication, but it sounds more refined. Whereas if you hear your random Joe from somewhere like Rostov-on-Don or, areas closer to like Ukraine or the Caucasus, it's a little bit more rough. And it's spoken with more of a kind of rapid pace. Like if you were to compare a Mexican speaking Spanish to a Puerto Rican speaking Spanish, we can both go fast, but Mexican speaking Spanish go way, way faster than even Puerto Ricans. And they also drop some of the emphasis on certain words for the purpose of speaking rapidly, whereas Puerto Ricans speak rapidly and with like a punch to it, like overemphasis on certain words and vowels and sounds. It's kind of I've noticed kind of a similar trend with Russians as well, whereas St. Petersburg, Moscow, it's much more punchy. It's much more deliberate in the way it sounds. And I like that. Compare it to something like Serbian. Serbian hits the ear weird for me.
Yeah.
I don't know. Serbian and Croatian both hit the ear very strange.
Oh yeah, Croatian and Bosnian, which are pretty much just dialects of Serbian in my opinion. I know this will start a fight if anyone is from this
Oh
region,
God.
but-
I hope there are no people from the Balkans down in chat, because you're gonna start the fucking 6th Balkan War down there.
But yeah, I find that branch of the South Slavic family to be very irritating to listen to. But it's not just those that are foreign to me, like Danish, a very closely related language. I find that very annoying to listen to it.
Well, that's because they insist they're the real Vikings and you're the fake ones.
Yeah, also like they speak... You know, it's very...
Now, I'm not going to say that they're correct, but they might be correct. Just a little bit. I didn't hear about no Sigurd snake in the eye coming from Iceland. But I'm not here to stir the pot. Far be it from me to stir up some sectarian infighting. I don't do that.
Ever heard of Egill Skallagrímsson?
No.
One of the most popular Vikings. He was born in Iceland.
Wait, could you say the name again?
Egill Skallagrímsson. He is very well known that when he was 5, there was a kid who beat him in a game. He got so angry, he went to his father's house, grabbed an axe and killed the kid. He was 5 years old. If you watch the Vikings, that story is attributed to Ivar. Or you call him Ivar, but his name was actually Ivar.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you over the sound of pronouncing it incorrectly.
Oh, it's just if you have the different sounds, you have a different meaning. Like you pronounce it Ivar, it actually means lifelong warrior. But his name was Ivar, which means you warrior.
Incoming transmission.
Yeah, but I think the name sounds cooler.
Entirely.
But the name sounds cooler the other way. Like, even the meaning sounds cooler. Come on. Don't tell me you don't see that.
Hey, you're allowed to have your opinions.
Oh, come on. You have to use the rest of the line. Come on. You've been here long enough. Do it.
I don't remember.
You're allowed to have your opinions, and you're also allowed to be wrong.
I mean, you're wrong.
There you go. See, now you start to fit in. First rule of this stream, though. I am always right. Second rule of this stream. If I'm ever wrong, it means my wife was probably correct. And if she wasn't here, then I'm still right. Oh, I said that within earshot of her, and she let me get away with it. Shook.
Incoming transmission.
I'm shook, actually, that she let me get away with that. You finally getting tired yet?
No, I'm fucking surprised. Why am I not tired? 7 in the fucking morning.
2 o'clock in the morning for me.
I'm wide awake.
I mean, you were just arguing with some dickhead on the internet. Well, not really arguing, but you were just engaged in a discussion with some dickhead on the internet. That'll always wake me up. Hi, it's me. I'm the dickhead.
What the fuck just happened here? No.
What happened?
I lost the game. Almost. I will.
Wait, what? Oh. Oh, God.
Yes.
The Khan woke up. In your house. Surrender to the Khan. Just surrender to him for 20 years.
Not in a war with him. He can attack me without declaring a war on me.
Yep. That's the Great Khan for you.
Seems that I've lost this.
I mean, you can come back if you just be a satrapy of his for a little while.
Yeah, but he won't allow me to do that. I'm not even at war with him.
What you can do is you click on his name. You could say, we would like to discuss surrender. And,
But he took all of my new stuff.
yeah.
Damn, I didn't see the event for that. I would have surrendered immediately had I known.
I think I saw it for a quick second, but it didn't click. Oh, my vassal's about to get his dick slapped.
Special project
Oh, no.
complete.
Well, I'm not going to have a vassal here in a minute.
Yeah, I'm usually a lot further along when I come to the Great Council. I can usually beat him up, or far enough away so I can beat him up once he arrives to me.
We're only 125 years in. I'm super surprised he woke up. That's not great that he woke up this early.
Nope. And my entire economy was based on the new people that I've gotten. Fantastic.
That's not good.
Yeah, I'm getting negative 300 for almost every single resource.
Ouch. She must have had a good reason in letting you get away with that. After all, she's always right. See, there you go. Somebody gets it. The Khan must have heard about people talking about Ivar, and mispronouncing it. He woke up and he was like, y'all talking shit? I have a feeling one of those wormholes by you goes over to me and I'm about to get my dick slapped.
Construction complete.
This does not spark joy.
Construction complete.
I would offer to help a little bit with what you're going through, but I'm still trying to cook the books in my favor over here.
Oh, did my trade deal with you not help fix you?
What treaty?
A trade deal I made earlier.
We don't
When
have
were
a trade
discussing.
deal.
What? You accepted it when we were discussing. Oh, it did go away.
Yeah, I
We
think.
have a yeah, we do.
Oh, the commercial pack? Oh, because those now do trade. I'm still trying to get my trade off the ground. Because I was so focused on basic resource generation, I did not make any trade hubs. I should actually, now that you've reminded me, I should go make some. Because I'm also trying to get my Unity in order. I'm making 378 of it now. Think into belligerent. May want to go with fortify the border because I think I'm going to get slammed into by the Khan here any minute. What do you need the most of?
Several craven civilizations have
Energy
joined
credits at the
together.
moment. I'm trying to build up a lot of those centers right now. I could survive with less mining, I suppose. Need to make that too.
I got my energy situation under control finally. Now it's just the rest I'm trying to catch up on.
Yeah, I still actually have a lot of credits at the moment. They're going down fast, but better lower it down before I accept something like that. And hopefully I can fix it before I need to.
Well, let me know when you need it then, and I should be able to still send it to you.
Thank you.
Now I'm actually trying to get my food production up. Ooh, moat harvesting traps, absolutely. I could do the automation stuff to get it going, but the only problem is each tier of automation you do makes the upkeep of the entire district go up by another 10 energy credits. So I think the deficit would actually increase wildly. Oh yeah, it would. Planets that are currently making energy credits would go into free fall economically. Your history in new buildings. C++ saying that. Each to sing about a daisy girl. The cortex doesn't impress me, so go ahead and try Turing test. Oh, what happened? Ah, I found an artifact. It's a toilet. It is a toilet, and my scientists suggest that it was used for the preservation of food items. Frankie T got their ass
find
stomped.
some food there, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't want to think about that. Please don't make me think about that. I really, really don't want to think about it. Oh, God. I'm yawning so goddamn much. Oop, this'll help me out. Consumer goods upkeep being still help. That helps me out.
Construction complete.
Ooh, how much
We
would
have
this
encountered
cost?
some manner of space-borne beast. Construction complete.
Regulatory facilitation helps. Comfort the fallen helps, even though I'm a tech-related empire just because it makes citizens happier, which is kind of a big fucking deal. Okay, pardon me. I need to pause for a moment to use the restroom again. Right. And just so that something doesn't happen again, I make... Every time I do one of these pauses, just in case there's like a desync or something, I do make a save. So, I will be back momentarily.
Hello.
Oh,
Look, Ronald.
good morning, or whatever time of the day it is for you.
It's 12 a.m.
Oh, noon.
Take step out for a moment.
Yep, he went to the toilet.
Ah. Coffee again?
Could be.
Urban cargo.
Did you say something?
I just said, how you been, my guy?
Ah, well. Bad, actually. Here in Stellaris. The Khan woke up and he was like in my territory, and now I lost like half my empire. I was so focused on the
Damn.
war that I didn't even notice it. And now I am having a neck level recession.
God, no, please don't tell me I need level recession. So we can describe your situation as going through it, yes?
Yes.
Damn. That's just awful, my guy.
There it is. And he awoke about 100 years into the game.
I get it. I had the Great Khan Awaken right next to me.
Hmm.
I think that fortunately for me, one, I had like 10,000 bees. I like to call my vassals. And
Your
the other
slaves?
thing is, they are my angry bees, my angry beehive. We don't use the term slave anymore. We call it the forceful volunteers.
So is that the other math?
I'm going to be real honest, Chrono.
Yep.
I am drunk.
And why are you drunk?
I was drinking wine.
Huh? Helvitis.
I was like a few seconds ago at a friend's party.
Red or white? Majorities.
A wine and not to get ex gum. Believe it or not, I do need to behave when in polite society. I know that this is not my usual behavior, but these were wine drinkers. And you know, when in Rome, you do as the Romans.
Away.
I have yet to meet a society which is polite. You don't have to meet a society that is polite. You have to make it polite. Through force, coercion, and quite possibly a lot of alcohol. What is my definition of polite? It's very simple. If you're having a fun time with someone, it's because they offered you a drink.
Then you're being very polite. Accepting gifts.
Yes. Some may call these being bribed. So you scare people into politeness. Exactly, you know? So you're nice to them. And if they're not nice back, you force them into being nice. call this model David Crossy. Oh, I don't know.
Crossy. Tell me, do you use stations, defensive station, when you play Stellaris?
Yes.
I rarely do myself. Don't think they're very
I,
worth it.
They are very worth it.
Apologies for that. I also had a
Hello.
very strange incident. Hello there, David. Just had a very strange incident with my father showing up at my door at 2 o'clock in the morning.
At least it was not another time of Tory just showing up to your house.
Oh god, those always freak me out. Now that I'm not in the garage, that's not happening as much. Chronom, you good for me to unpause, sir?
I am.
Beautiful.
Hey, David, how do you say your name in your version of Spanish?
David.
We
David.
have encountered some manner
It's
of
okay, he's wrong.
space-borne
He's allowed to be, though.
I'm going to kill you, keep killing you, and then I'm gonna kill you again.
We've been on this
We have that,
conversation
we do have
about
that name
language.
in Icelandic. We do have that name, David. Though for us it's David. A soft TH sound at the end.
I will keep it in mind. I have now absorbed that information into my body being Chronom.
Has it become part of the deep David lore?
It is always part of the deep David lore. Like how that time I once fell down the stairs several times and cracked my head open. It happened more than once.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and if in case of an emergency. David, by the way, says Ave, true to Kaisar.
Hi, David.
She gives such a sweet greeting when you do that.
He's a sweet person, eh? See? This is what I'm talking about.
She doesn't call me
Polite.
sweet. But see, my wife likes everyone more than me.
And you blame
Oh,
her?
I said that while she was still in the room. I have made a critical error.
Can you blame her now?
No, no, I can't. If that's true, I can't blame her for it now. Because I have fucked it. She's just sighing at me. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Dutch says, well, it was good knowing you. Was it, though?
I mean...
Yeah, if he...
Scientific
I mean, if he ends up needing a ride or something. Yeah.
Ask him.
Of course, he's a Kuma.
Can't let
It's your might.
you don't. It's hilarious.
Yeah, you're used to fighting monsters, and he's a monster of a different type.
You're not used to someone else saying, "Hey, catch these."
Be true though.
Listen, in a world where people just carry weapons that are 3 times their size, You should fear someone hacking hands.
Yeah. Oh no shit.
And still use your.
I might have to check that out, actually. So you scare people around you into politeness? Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they were talking to you, David. Okay. Now I've caught up. Gamu was talking to you.
Yeah. I'm also very drunk, Nick.
No. You? Your body isn't like 85% tequila at this point? Come on.
At this point, it's 100% wine, actually. Red wine.
Oh, you're fancy, David, right now.
It was a fancy occasion. I was in polite society, Nick. I'm sorry they didn't invite you to those events.
They invited the wrong person, obviously, if they invited you.
Absolutely not, Nick. Like you, I know how to behave when in polite society.
I know how to behave when in polite society, plenty. I just don't want to.
See, that's the problem, Nick. I do want to be polite with people.
Construction
I don't.
complete.
Yeah, that's the problem. You see why you're not being treated nice?
My abrasiveness is part of my personality.
And you see why the people don't treat you nicely, Nick?
My wife just said from the other room it's part of my charm. See? I'm charming.
It's being polite, Nick.
Is that what we call it?
Oh yeah, I sent here a picture of the Khan's empire, and then I highlighted what they had before they attacked me and what they got after they attacked me.
Alright.
I lost all of that.
Yes, angry dragon lady, you are absolutely getting employed in my empire. I don't care what your ethics are, you now work for me.
This is so sad.
Construction complete.
Kenpo. $60. I would help you, Kenpo, but I'm not playing at the moment.
You mean Cronum? Kenpo's not here tonight.
Sorry. Listen, I'm not good with names.
No, you aren't.
I have done this to my best friend who I've known all my life.
Maybe I should have you call me something like Juan Carlos de Valera. Because, you know, there's a lot of Irish Mexicans.
I can call you bitch if you like.
You're a bitch. Who's out here killing ancient threats that I wanted to kill?
Some manner of space-born beast.
This is hateful, and I will not stand for this. It's a good thing I'm sitting.
Scientific breakthrough achieved. We have encountered some manner of
So commercial, go up. Could everybody stop dying at the same time, please? I beg of
I don't
you.
think that's possible, Nick.
It just... The more of them that die at the same time, the worse shit gets for me.
You do know that when people are born more or less at the same time, they die more or less at the same time, right?
Somebody beat the Khan.
Yeah, somebody slapped the bitch out of him, it looks like.
Maybe it was a fallen empire again.
That would be funny.
Do you remember that? What saved me, Nick?
Yeah, the Fallen Empire came out of retirement, was like, no?
Oh, but technically they're still in retirement. They just weren't like, I'm sorry, sir, this is a nursing home.
We're gonna have to ask you to leave if you can't be polite, sir. It was a very Dutch response from my end. Good thing I am. Good lord. Gamu and Dutch. The two Dutchmen. Ooh, y'all should make band and call it the Flying Dutchman.
What do we do with a drunken sailor? What do we do with a drunken sailor?
What do we do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? Way hey and up she rises, way hey and up she rises. Way hey and up she rises early in the morning. Don't get me started on that. Oh, I'm getting yelled at by my wife. It's David's fault. I understand it's 2:30 in the morning, but I couldn't help it. It was the tism. Sorry, my dear, it was the tism.
We have encountered some manner of space.
She just said, I know your brain turns off this late, but stop that. Afraid the band's name's already taken. Also, I don't think that singing is a good idea. Just because the band's name is taken doesn't mean you can't have it. You just have to fist fight them for it or something. I don't know. Isn't that like Dutch tradition? Is fist fighting your neighbors? Oh wait, no, that's the Danes. Sorry.
Yeah, man. Like, get your act together, Nick. This shit is basic history, okay?
Okay, David, they are in my D&D campaign. They already know that I do not have my act together. I told Dutch that we would meet up at 1 o'clock today so I could help him level up his character sheet. What the fuck did I do? After reminding him about it yesterday, I promptly forgot.
Nick, two things. First,
yeah.
Thank you for calling yourself out at this moment.
I'm nothing if not honest.
That's a lie.
Incoming transmission.
Second, you didn't have to touch them like that, my guy. I'm just kidding.
Tenacious double D. Oh my god. No fisting. There was force fingering that happened, but no fisting. I draw the line at fisting. Or would I have to draw the line at fingering?
So UK law. Put more than 2 fingers in, you're committing a crime in the UK.
What? See, this is why Britain is not a country, not a real one.
I thought that was France. I thought in your reality France didn't exist.
Exactly, it doesn't exist, therefore it cannot be a fake country.
So, to Cronum, would you please explain the burning hatred that Mexicans have for the French? Because I can't do it justice the way you can.
First of all, they decided that Napoleon III decided that the best way of Mexico paying off its debt to France was to invade Mexico, change the whole government into a monarchy, and put a German guy in the throne. I didn't want it to be the monarchy the way the French wanted it to be. So the French occupied the country for a considerable amount of time. Not years, but some time. They did a poor job at it because it was Napoleon III. They're not quite as good as Napoleon. My guy. And all of this happened because of a pastry. This is why it's called the Pastry Wars. Because the pastry shop was destroyed.
But what didn't the third invade, alongside with the Spanish and the British because Mexico owed all of them a whole lot of money?
So what happened is that Benito Juarez decided to halt paying the debt, so they did invade together in Veracruz. But unlike the Spanish and the Brits, the French decided that, you know what? Mexico is actually rightful French clay. And the Brits and the Spaniards were like, hold on, my guy. We came here for money, not for land. We're out. Benito Juarez paid the British actually by giving them Belize. That's why that's British, actually.
Scientific breakthrough.
I don't remember what they gave to the Spaniards.
The people, yes, the country is beautiful. Napoleon was also quite stubborn. He had to be banished twice before he learned his lesson. Oh yeah, no, that was the better Napoleon. This was
Napoleon, his nephew.
This was the Napoleon III. His distant relative that couldn't quite live up to him.
So what I get is that you hate them because of pastries.
Listen, that was the excuse they used to invade. And then they decided that Mexico was rightful French colony. They failed at it. Because they
I mean,
attempted to
they
impose,
did install an Austrian on your, you know.
Yeah.
So they were successful. Though I don't know. I think I'd also be very. I would also hate the French if they were to force a Habsburg to be my ruler. I know.
You know how long that lasted?
I mean, think about it. A Habsburg, your ruler, he will be the face of your country. And the face of your country would be a guy with a terrible, deformed chin.
Well,
would you want that to be the face of your country?
You have to feel slightly bad.
Maximiliano was actually quite handsome.
You have to kind of feel bad for him too, though, because like he thought people legitimately liked him, and he loved.
That's the thing.
Mexican
French
people
lied to him. The French lied to him to get him to accept the throne. They were like, "Oh yeah, the Mexican people love you. They want to see you in power." And he was like, "Hell yeah, I'll be there." The Mexican ruler that the Mexicans really want. It sounds like a good job.
Scientific breakthrough achieved.
And he was like, "I can reform this place and make it better for all Mexicans." And
special project.
Oops.
Scientific breakthrough achieved.
He was a weird mix of conservative and liberal, because he had like liberal ideas, but he didn't have ideas that were too regressive even for the Mexican conservatives. For example, he wanted to bring back slavery into Mexico, something that we abolished from our first constitution, from our first attempts at being our own thing. And he wanted to bring that back. So he managed to alienate the conservatives that did support him at first. And he couldn't get the support of the liberals because they were getting big money from Big Daddy the USA, who, by the way, Benito wanted to sell half of Mexico to.
Sounds like a good deal to me.
It wasn't a good deal because that was not the part of Mexico the US wanted.
Yeah, but I wanted it.
Yeah, but your opinion doesn't count. You're Puerto Rican.
Ouch. True. Continue.
The second big crime the French did against us, it's called Emilia Perez.
Ooh.
It is a movie made by someone who doesn't even that thinks Spanish is the language of a developing country. Basically, the language of the barbarian. It is a movie that has 0 Mexicans in it about Mexico, and that treats its subjects as well as can be expected from someone who thinks he's above everyone else.
To be fair, the Spanish speak Spanish.
Yes, that's the weird part. Like, he was like, Spanish, the language of the poors. Motherfucker.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the language of a
Spain?
barbarian, and well, the Spanish are not really high up on the technological tier in Europe, you know.
See, they have not reached the machine age. They're still in the information stage.
Special project complete. Scientific breakthrough achieved.
Listen, Puerto Rico can into space.
They are assaulting our spaceport.
You know what? No, I was about to be too mean. I am polite today, Nick. I'm gonna be nice even to you.
Even to you.
That's just rude.
I just told you I was going to be polite to you.
Yeah. Why are you gonna be polite to me?
I'm sorry. Didn't you say you wanted to be treated nicely?
Yeah, treated nice. I didn't say shit about polite. You're treating me politely. That means you don't like me. I understand Hispanic culture, David. I know where this is going.
No.
Is that
I'm not
where the
speaking
Mexican,
like
no, the
as in
accents get the
politician.
idea? Bless your heart. Is that the Mexican thing?
Yes.
I'm not being political. You understand? Like, not being political as in like politics. Like, political as in,
Battle
you know,
is
smiling, waving hands, even though you fucking want to disembowel the person before of you.
Yeah.
I'm not speaking of that. I said I was going to be polite with you, which means that I will tell you you have a nice ribcage as I disembowel you. Understand?
Construction complete. Scientific breakthrough achieved.
We understand each other. Have we reached consensus?
We've reached something.
Scientific breakthrough achieved.
I think it might be the bottom of the barrel.
Listen, I was drinking wine, so I might have reached that some time ago.
Drunk.
That's why I'm here already. Very good wine, actually. Produced in Baja California.
Do you understand what I was saying now, though, about the absolutely insane hatred for France? And David's not an anomaly here either. If you ask a lot, especially from like central and the eastern coast regions of Mexico, people in those areas still hate the French more than the rest of the country does. Because some of the French people, I was going to say some of the French people that moved in never left.
I mean, it's not like they could, you know.
I mean, to be fair, no, they really couldn't. But
After the Maximiliano and Carlota were like executed, all of the French that were going to leave left, and they were like left behind. But apparently, you can take the Frenchmen out of France, but you cannot take the Franceness out of the Frenchmen.
it's me. I was the secret Frenchman.
Now you're Puerto Rican, Nick. Ah, yes. Fun fact. In order to like justify their presence, the French came up with a term that you might have heard somewhere, sometime. You know, it's a small little unknown term. You know, Latino America.
Mm-hmm.
The justification is, you know, we're all Latins. We're like Latins, and you're like Latins from America.
Wouldn't it be Latins in America?
Scientific breakthrough achieved.
Living in America.
No, see, that would make sense. They're French.
So they were, the French were Latinos, and we were Latin Americanos.
Yeah, like if you read the old stuff from the 1900s about Napoleon, they always describe him as the Great Latin.
Blocker
Before that, we just Latins in America. We use the term Hispanic. More.
Which is a word which we were talking about just a few hours ago.
I actually like the term Hispanic more than Latin Americano.
Because it kind of makes more sense.
Because
But
it's
don't
not
you think
solely by the French.
Don't you think it's weird that you call yourself Hispanic, but you do not live in Hispania?
I know, it's because the people from Hispania turned us into vice-royalities that we use that. A Iberian culture mixed with those here.
construction
But when you have people like Newt Gunray, you know, lording it over you. Oh wait, wrong kind. Never mind.
You know what? I'm gonna let that go because I was about to chuckle. It's not that I don't want to be called Latin America. I said that I merely use more Hispanic because it's not sullied by the French. Not that I wouldn't use it.
breakthrough achieved.
It is an appropriate term. It is, etymologically correct. It's not etymology. Listen, I'm very drunk, so I'm not gonna mess up words. It is a correct term. I just don't use it as much. Hell, I'll even just call myself Latino. Short, not just like a shortened version of Latino Americano, because I'm Catholic, The Latin.
Yeah, Kaya says you're not though.
Kaya can reject it because he's buried deep in the earth.
He was a visionary. Come on, he was Mexico's best president. You love him.
I'm gonna take a shit in your bowl of cereal, Nick. I'm gonna shit in your coffee. And you know what? It's gonna taste better.
Dry Dutch said, that was hate. Gamu goes, yeah, for a European, this just sounds like mild annoyance. Dutch agreed with that. And then Gamu said, well, you're using a language based on Latin. If you don't want to be called Latin American, use a language not based on Latin. You hear that, David? It's so simple for us.
Nick.
We don't want to be Latinos, we just don't speak Spanish. That's why I am obviously Hispanic instead. My name's even in it. Hispanic. I think it just made David's brain fucking shut down. Dutch said, get out. David, you're being mean. Yeah, bud? You enjoying your fucking soundboard down there?
I'm going to crap in your eyes.
David, you lazy bastard.
The council has spoken. Or was that just money? I think that was just money that did that. Oh my god! Oh man. Oh hey, I have a Dyson Swarm. Right, I just built one. Forgot.
Then sober up. Listen, you're taking the fun of it. I'm Mexican. I spent all of my time drunk. And being sleepy and jumping borders and what other stereotypes we got?
Working in the garden.
Yeah, gardening.
Mowing the lawn.
The local Home Depot.
Local Home Depot, yeah.
Why do you think there's a section in my Discord called the local Home Depot?
Yes.
Where do you think I found my local Mexican? My local Home Depot. Puerto Ricans were known for staying on our own island, drinking a shitload of rum, and being confused for being Mexicans.
It's just, listen, it's just that you're off-brand Haitians,
Off-brand Haitians? Excuse the fuck out of you, you fucking Guatemalan reject.
You wish.com, Santo Domingan?
Oh, alright, I'm sorry, Timu Panamanian.
Fun fact, actually, a lot of Central America used to be Mexico.
Most of it was at one point New Spain, right?
Yeah, the viceroyalty of New Spain, and then under the Mexican Empire. It lasted a whole ass year.
Lasted. I was gonna say it lasted about as long as the get together of Creedence Clearwater Revival. About a year.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, my hat just came undone. What the fuck? Oh, no. Tighten back up. What are you doing?
Oh, there is a state in Mexico that wasn't part of Mexico, then became part of Mexico?
You talking Yucatan?
Debris analyzed.
No. I'm not talking about rebel states that were forced to not be rebels. Too drunk to remember and too lazy to search it up.
That's That's a special level of drunkenness.
Hey, we're having a good time here, my guy. Isn't that why we get drunk? Well, you don't. You're a Muslim.
I was gonna say, I don't. What the fuck do you mean?
We have established a new
Well,
no, we as in the Wii U. No?
Definitely not me, over here acting like I never have drank or been completely sloshed on fucking stream. Though most of the people here now have never seen it. Only you two, I think, really have.
I have.
Yeah, you and Cronum. But I also haven't really been in my drinking days for years now. The last time... what?
No. You cannot be in the drunken stage now. You're Muslim.
Well, yeah. But the last time I drank in any large amounts was... It wasn't good because it was right after I converted. But it was also right after midterms, during first semester. Or right after finals, right before we had our winter break. And I grabbed a 12-pack out of the cooler at the local liquor store, and I was like, I was so spent from stress. I'm like, this whole thing, tonight, in one go. And I did. And then I remembered why I don't drink. Because the next 2 days were a living hell, because I smelled like a fucking brewery, and my stomach hated me.
I don't know.
I managed to fix my economy, finally.
You wanna know how I didn't get a hangover, like after spending 3 whole days drunk?
How's that?
I don't think any figurative way. I was straight up drunk the morning, the moment I went to sleep, the moment I woke up, the moment I went to sleep.
Yeah, and how'd you avoid it?
I'm Mexican.
I had a feeling that's what it was gonna boil down to.
The secret is just keep yourself hydrated, like just have a Gatorade or like.
Ew, water. Water is disgusting.
Wet Gatorade. I mean, water is optimal, but there's things to get when you get dehydrated. Decent water, then electrolytes. And just have them in your body,
Electrolytes, it's what plants need.
What are you, a character in Idiocracy? But it has electrolytes. Plants need electrolytes. Motherfucker. You need electrolytes.
And you're talking to a Mexican about healthy stuff. These are the people that cook everything in lard.
I mean...
Of course he's gonna...
you're not wrong. You're not wrong. And I do not take offense to that. Beautiful statement.
It's, I can't even give him shit about that because, we, kind of do the same thing.
We also have a lot of food that doesn't need lard, but people still put lard in it. It doesn't really. That's a pet peeve of mine,
You know what I hate? When people go to make barbacoa and they put too much fat in it. Yeah, barbacoa is supposed to be a little bit more fatty. But there are some people that go fucking overboard with it. When you've got half a tub of Crisco in there, what are you doing? Not only that, it makes it taste fucking weird.
You know what are two goods to get when you have a hangover? There's one.
Churro?
No, that's not even related to the subject at hand.
You said a good thing to eat after a hangover. I always am in the mood for churros.
Kid.
Oh, never mind. Continue.
Second, you're always in the mood for churro, whether you're hangover or not, my guy.
Yeah, I'm fat. I like churros.
It is not related to the subject at hand. Come on, focus, my guy. I know you have ADHD, but one thing is having ADHD, the other is being a moron.
Oh, I'm sorry. Because I want some churro, I'm a moron? Then I don't want to be a smart person.
Oh, you're not a moron for wanting a churro. You're a moron for knowing what the subject is and getting derailed. But Angry David, you got Angry David.
No. He's a moron because he's a Haitian reject.
Don't you fucking help him. This is a racism battle between Hispanics, sir.
The Iceland-Mexican alliance stands strong, Nick.
That is not an alliance I would want to see come to fruition in something like Crusader Kings or Hearts of Iron. It'd be terrifying.
Yeah, now our alliance would work perfectly because we already have a wall between us. It's called the ocean.
Exactly. City man gets it. You see, like, it's two things. Birria, and I want it spicy, you know? You feel me?
Yeah?
Birria. And like the tortillas with, like, I want them, like, soft because, like, getting them. Sorry, I'm having a drunk moment.
I think you're having more than a moment, buddy.
Cilantro, like lemon, you have a little bit of. No. Sorry, I'm getting my mouth watery from thinking of birria. And the other thing, tejuino, Nick. That shit gets you over the hangover quickly.
The one thing that always used to get me over a hangover, carnitas. Ugh.
Absolutely.
Oh, you take some carnitas, you put some, I used to put some like salsa verde, a little bit of pico de gallo, maybe some crema, and if I really wanted it, I would put some guacamole on it, and I wouldn't even bother putting that shit in a tortilla. I would put that shit in a bowl and just mix it up and be like, I'm lazy. But the best is when I would take like arroz con gandules and maybe take, I don't know if I had a little bit of pollo with it, or sometimes oh shit, could have been beans, could have been anything, but I put that in the bowl too, and just like, it looks so nasty, but if you have a hangover, that's gonna cure it. Or even just pick up the carnitas and just fucking shovel it in. You don't need anything else.
I think the
beans could
Argentinians
have been everything. That sounds like every Mexican food I can imagine.
Argentinians had the right mind with it. Well, I think about it because I don't remember a single instance of getting drunk when I'm also eating some arrachera.
Yeah, no, that's some good shit.
Oh,
I'm playing Warhammer 40k Bolt Gun in the meantime. I love how the subjects align so well. Again, no shit. Hangover fixes. Lots of water and several small breads with croquette and some eggs. Oh, that's baby stuff. You gotta get the carnitas and just fucking. Oh.
You go to like.
No. You need to eat
to a taco place, and you're gonna know it's a good taco place
a lot of it,
because it's gonna be named some shit like Tacos El Goku.
Oh no.
I mean, like, I thought for a second you were gonna insist on like Sith-storming or something like that, and I was going to have to buy a plane ticket to Iceland to come physically fight you for making that suggestion, and at the same time bring you some proper tacos.
See, that's the difference between you and me, Nick. You would like take a plane, I would just swim there because I'm just built differently.
I mean, built wrong?
Absolutely. I might have also befriended a couple of whales.
Is joined.
I'm not speaking in a figurative speech like some fat person actual for real whales.
I was about to say, don't talk about my mother-in-law like that. You might summon her.
Council agenda ready.
Oh, that bitch is huge.
The bitch is you.
She a big bitch. That is a big woman. She got her own goddamn zip code.
See, I don't believe
take
you when
it
you
Tim is
say
not close enough to hear that.
Oh no. I should clarify. Stepmother-in-law. Her actual mother is a saint. I love that woman. My actual mother-in-law is a wonderful person. My stepmother-in-law, though, the fires of hell are too good for this woman.
See, that's why you have to take her, Nick. To the Mongolian hell. Or she would be boiling in hot oil.
Yeah,
Nick,
but...
have you noticed that the game is slowing down?
Yes, it is a little bit.
Yeah, now when I move around the map, I get like hiccups.
Oh, it might be because you're reaching that state, you know.
Yeah, we've hit the mid game, so like.
Yeah, like the game is calculating a lot of the population and the jobs they're not doing and the jobs they are doing and the empty building Nick keeps around.
Yeah, neither one of us has a colossi to, reduce the population. And I'm not playing a hive.
I like to call it galactic pruning.
Several craven civilizations.
That's a good way to look at it.
Together in a federation.
Need to neutralize some carbon footprints.
Listen, I'm just out here having a finally somewhat functioning economy.
Incoming transmission.
Yeah, despite losing half of my empire and being in a massive recession over there, it's finally back on track, and I'm again making plus 100 things and everything.
Oh, now
everything comes up, Chrono. You see, my guy?
Now the people that hate me decided to team up with the Khan in a federation. I'm about to get my pee-pee slapped.
Wait, the Khan is in a federation?
Yes. They're in a federation with the Rian Confederation to my west.
You see, Chrono, you see it as losing half your empire. You see, you're not seeing what you should see is that you lost a lot of people who would not be working. Therefore, your economy recuperates from that. The economy is healing.
To be fair, these were conquered lands full of foreigners.
See? See? Just lazy bastards.
Indeed.
That is a joke. I like to say
Lazy
that is
peons.
a joke.
For legal reasons, these are the jokes.
Or as the Americans call them, Mexicans.
No, those are the hardworking ones.
I'm trying to insult them.
You wanna know how hardworking Mexicans are? They
Oh,
got no alien theories
you guys
about
are so hardworking that even one of your own, Selena Gomez, even did it with Justin Bieber. Now that's a job that not everybody would do.
No, that's true. She took a job nobody else wanted. Gotta respect her for that. Precursor data cache. I mean...
Mexicans are so hardworking that we don't got alien theories about our pyramids. There is no doubt who built them.
Yes, the feathered serpent. The god came from the sky.
Absolutely.
And, exactly.
Quetzalcoatl, I thought it was Cortez.
I said pyramids, Nick. Cortez has nothing to do with the pyramids. Well, except
yes,
Saturday.
Cortez. He was a great pyramid builder. He even went back in time to make them, and then they went into the future to discover them.
If you were to ask Cortez, he built them. Because remember, he faked being Quetzalcoatl. Fucking lying bastard.
Okay. That
If it worked, it worked.
an exaggeration of what happened. But I'm too drunk to tell you the actual story, so I'm gonna let it go. If you ask David sober about the story, he's also not gonna tell you because I doxed him. Is a joke? Let's.
Construction.
There was a book that I read, the translated version. I think it was called.
Debris analyzed.
Oh, I forgot what it was called. It had a Spanish name. It was in Historia Nova Hispania.
Incoming
Lexica
transmission.
Codex, something Codex. And basically, it is a book that was written down by a priest about 60 years after the conquest of Mexico. And he's writing down he claimed to have written it down by listening to an old man, an old Aztec. And the old Aztec, he is, how would you say, he is talking about events that were clearly for the eyes and ears of the royal court of the Aztecs.
Blocker cleared.
So he was showing a lot of, he's talking about how the Aztec king reacted to several things. He was talking about how weird the Europeans were when their faces when they saw how they were offering not sacrifices, like blessing the food, because they used blood for it. They sacrificed an animal and used the blood to bless the food. And he was saying all of those things. And many have talked about, if this is true, then the old man is very likely someone who was high up in the Aztec kingdom.
Sounds about right.
Sounds feasible. The only story about a codex that Drunk David can recall right now is that the guy who actually managed to decipher the Aztec codexes was this like Russian guy named Yuri, who thought of it as like a sort of mathematical problem. While he was doing the whole decoding, he claims that his cat helped him decode them. And he got into a battle with his publisher because he wanted to give credit to his cat. The publisher was like, no, you're not gonna give credit to the cat, the credit is yours. And he was like, no, the cat helped me to decode it.
Most Russian fucking thing.
And that delayed the release of the book he wrote for quite some time. We actually got a statue of him in Mexico. Because he did actually manage to break the codex. I can't recall the last name, but I do remember that the first name was Yuri.
Oh.
What I do recall is the what's the name of the guy that made the melting clocks?
A what?
The painting, the clocks that are all melting.
Van Gogh?
The surrealist. No, there's another guy, like one of the fathers of the surrealist movements. Forgot the name. But he actually came to Mexico, and he said he never wanted to come back because he couldn't stand living in a country that was more surreal than his paintings.
It's the one they fucking named an AI after him, didn't they?
I don't recall the name.
That does AI artwork.
Oh, that's like an insult to my guy.
No, but I mean they named it after him because the AI does like a lot of surrealist art. That's what people have been using it for.
Our construction ship has been ambushed.
Fuck.
Now I remember the Florentine Codex. It was part of Nova Historia Hispania. Historia Nova Hispania. And it's supposed to be the perspective from the Aztecs. Or at least from the views of this old man who the priest was talking to.
Dali. Thank you. Salvador Dali.
Yeah, Dali. That's the guy.
They are assaulting our spaceport.
And thank you, Gamu. I will smooch you. This is a threat.
Fucking void worms.
know what? I couldn't be bothered naming that clip. You can name a Jess name.
Okay. Again with the smoochies?
Special project.
David gets very much into the smooching when David is drunk.
Listen,
David.
Mexico has a smooching culture, my guy.
Scientific breakthrough achieved.
There's a lot of smooching, my guy. And I wait to say hi to people here just to give them a little smooch. You feel me?
No, I don't think I am feeling you right now.
A weak Nick.
Not only do I get the Cybrex, but the head of Sarklon.
This is bullshit. I demand a recount of relics. I think Nick should get the Federation one.
The Ute? That's the one. Fuck. That's the one Cronum has.
Yeah, and they took my prize. The prize is now part of the Canet.
They should give Chronum the Cyberx homeworld.
Wait, they took Ute Prime?
Yep.
Oh shit.
This is bullshit.
They took my entire Northern Empire. More than half of it. Thankfully, these were conquered lands.
I mean, you could always take them back.
Yeah, I just need to level the playing field. They are overwhelming in both technology and navy.
You and I are equivalent in terms of navy and technology.
I'll be back in a second. I grab thingy.
Okay. Maybe I can help level the playing field.
Ooh, and I now have a filthy void worm attacking colonies that I don't have access to due to the fucking Khan.
Let me see what I can manage here. I might be able to do a little bit of assisting here. I'm getting parts of my industry online now that the basic resources are flowing in. Let's see. What have we got going here? I think I can afford to do this. 1.8, 1.3, 2.2. Okay, so that's fine. Let's add. You know what? Let's add another city district here.
Oh no.
Oh, I maxed out my energy credits finally. Shit.
Alright, your neighbor who was getting very friendly with me. He is now inferior to me in ships.
Which one?
Oh, he's ocean. The Sovereign Reign Confederation.
Yeah, they're the ones who are in the team with the Khanate.
And they are a ocean paradise. That is very great.
Alright, there we go.
Scientific breakthrough achieved.
Wouldn't mind that planet. Back.
What's that? Alright, now I need a Forge World. I need a consumer goods world, a forge world, and a mining world to sustain everything. This will be my mining world. As soon as it's up and running. Fallen shipyard, scrap miners. Plus 800 housing. 1 scrap miner job per 4 pops. Hold fuck. That's a lot, actually. Oh, yep, this will be my mining world. Absolutely. Let's get some mining support infrastructure going. Oh, I didn't mean to hit a second city district. Let's get a commercial zone and a civilian foundry. Then, even though I know my people hate it, let's get a couple more of you fuckers moved in here. Just to balance it out a little. So about 600 is what you need for the population to really start growing. So boom, Bob's your uncle, Fran's your nan, and we are cooking.
Scientific breakthrough achieved.
We are here to drink your Nej, det är tysta. Är det fint kanske? Nej, jag var mycket.
Okay. But, what are we producing now out of here? 33. Okay, I need to get the other Dyson spheres going. How much do I need to activate the war for? Take that. 5k here.
I'm back.
Beautiful. Welcome back.
Welcome.
Who said there were smooches, please?
That would be Gamu. Oh no, Jed said that to you, David.
It was me, Nick. I said the smooches.
English is hard.
You know what else?
Thanks, I know it's a list of wrong names, Jed. I'm not as put together as I appear, shocking though it may be to the people watching.
We have
You don't even appear
encountered
put
some
together,
manner
like-
of
Shut the fuck up, I don't remember asking you, drunkie. I'm just kidding, I love you,
Don't
David.
ask it wrong. You don't get you don't.
construction complete.
Yeah?
We have encountered some manner of spaceborne beast.
Today, Junior.
Situation log updated.
You don't get to choose, Nick. I'm drunk. I'll say the truth.
I don't even think that was a coherent fucking sentence.
Oh well.
No, I'm not smooching nobody. Nobody's getting smooches from me.
Everyone's getting smooches, Nick.
What do I look like to you, a whore? Don't answer that.
Yes.
Damn it.
Absolutely. Absolutely, man.
My players are gonna have so much shit in ammunition for the next D&D session.
Absolutely.
Jed, it was a rhetorical question. You're not allowed to even do that, drunkie. You were tripping over your own tongue not even 30 seconds ago.
Who is mooching, Jed?
I don't need this stuff. Oh, thanks, Dutch.
See, Dutch?
I didn't trip over your name. I was trying to see who said the thing because I didn't see the colors for your name and Gamu's name were the same, and they are a shade of blue that I can't see very well on that computer screen, and the text is really fucking small for some reason. I think it reset my chat sizes again. But anyways, there were a litany of things that made the things a thing the way they thunged. There we go. Now I increased the size of the chat again and I can fucking read it. Gave you enough during D&D? Oh dear.
We have encountered
Jed?
some manner of space-born beast.
Bailiff, whack his peepee.
There shall be no whacking of peepees, Nick. I declare it.
You mean the forgetting the kid again during the meeting last Friday? See, when I remembered, I thought I had forgotten, but I actually didn't because I remembered before it was time that it would be forgotten. So I was actually 15 minutes early to go get him, so I didn't forget anything. So in reality, I was the perfect father again.
Nick?
Yeah?
You're not even a good Hispanic. How are you gonna be a perfect father?
Easy. By being me, because I'm perfection.
That's a big ass lie, Nick.
No. I only tell the truth.
It is
the whole
a
truth.
lie so big, Nick.
And nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Gravitational pull. It is a lie so big, Nick. It is bending space-time around it. It is a lie so big, Nick. They already made several multiverse franchises of it. It is a lie so big, Nick. I can see Disney trying to buy it. That's a lie so big, Nick.
Yeah, don't sell yourself to Disney. Nothing good comes of it.
No, nothing good comes of it. But it is a lie so big, Nick, that it even surprises the level of alcohol I have in my body. It surpassed that. That is how big that lie is.
I didn't forget about the school event, right? I mean, I did kind of forget, but my son also didn't remind me. That's not like he didn't even come home and tell us. The only reason I knew was because Tory said something.
We have encountered some manner of space-born.
What you're saying is,
though they did not
you were not paying
deserve
attention
it,
as a
a
father.
pre-sentient species has
No, my son did not tell me about the event, and the school only texted me about the event that evening at 3:15 p.m. when the event was supposed to start at 6.
You see? We're not paying attention. Nick.
I don't even think he knows he has a kid. I do know. I was there.
Absolutely, Dutch. Absolutely. Bailiff, send this man to the sensorial deprivations chamber.
That doesn't sound like fun.
Our ships have been made superior.
It is not meant to be.
Sorry, Nick, I'm crashing the market.
Oh.
It's alright. You're only gonna ruin Nick's economy.
Joke's on you, my economy's been broken the entire game and is only just now starting to fix itself.
That is no joke on me, Nick. Because the real joke is the friends we made along the way.
Shh, I'm sure he was there for the prologue and the creation event. You would think so. I was there for the creation event. Pretty sure I was there for the prologue.
I'm pretty sure you were there when God said, let there be light.
Superior.
I'm not that old. Fuck off. No, but I think my father was there. I think my dad was there. I think Eve was his ex-girlfriend or something. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that you were there when
Our ships have been made
Yeah?
superior.
No.
Yeah, bud?
Available.
I forgot the mid sentence.
You forgot the joke that you were telling, didn't you?
Council agenda ready.
God damn it, David. The Flesh is weak, brothers.
Nah, the flesh is ethanol at this point.
I'm not sure you have much flesh left, if I'm being honest.
I don't know, Nick. I'm kind of fat, so I have a lot of flesh. You feel me?
No, that's the whole point, is I'm not feeling you right now.
You see, that's a you problem, Nick.
I feel like this entire conversation went from 0 to haram very quickly.
You need to feel your homies every now and then.
Maybe the years are like Marvel movies, only the first few are memorable. Damn!
Absolutely.
No, I don't feel David at other times, Jed. That's... I have done a misnomer on myself, a misconception, an oopsie, if you will.
So all of those nights didn't count, Nick?
What?
And all of those nights you and I were killing Sovieticons and weird Swedish robots? That didn't count?
The only time I felt you during those events is when you shot rockets at me. Because you can't fucking aim.
He didn't shot rockets at you. Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry, shotguns.
I shot an orbital cannon at you. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, it was kind of like a Mac gun, I guess, because it was more like a stupid mortar. That gun is a stupid mortar.
Listen, if you use it like I use it, you would use it better.
This conversation has gotten so fucking weird in the span of only a few minutes. No, the rockets were not red. Is this a euphemism? No, it's not a fucking euphemism.
It is a euphemism. It's just coping.
No more. I'm doing more seething right now than coping.
We shall cope with the seething and yes.
And yes? Fucking hell, dude. And the officer asks you if you've been drinking. You're not supposed to down the entire bottle in front of him.
What do you mean I'm not supposed to do that? David, come over to Nix and give him smooches to calm him down. You know what? I will do that, Nick. Prepare yourself, because I'm drunk enough to just walk all the way to Chicago. I got my permit.
Oh, Lord. You were feeling David, you'd be on a different streaming platform altogether. How did I miss that when it came in? God damn it. David, come over to Nick's and give him smooches to calm him down. So this channel should now be called Angry Nick. What is fucking happening? And why are the void worms jizzing at my planets again?
Because that's what void worms do, Nick.
They're disgusting.
Yeah, a void worm sees you unjizzed, and he just goes, I cannot allow that.
Sees you unjizzed. Yo, what the fuck? God, I got a lot of fucking questions.
Yeah, well.
Which you don't want the answer.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think I do.
I got the answer, Nick.
Yeah.
Scientific breakthrough achieved.
I'm waiting to hear the answer, drunkie.
Yeah, well, I'm not giving it to you.
Construction complete.
Oh, I got free money? Shit. I'll take free money.
I wish I would take free money. You're like vagabond. You.
You're calling me a vagabond?
Yes.
I mean, you're not completely incorrect, but like, fuck you.
Didn't you say it wasn't one of those channels?
Oh my god. Why am I still here? Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
Tribes of the Nab.
There were a rebel faction next to me. They died.
Yeah, but
Who
the Nab
is
the system for the human faction?
one of the human factions, but it was not this time. Who is beating the ass off of my neighbors? Someone beat the fucking brakes off them, and I don't know who did it, but it frightens me. Because it happened close to my house.
You know what happens close to my house, man?
Cartel shit?
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to get to that. How did you know? I told you this.
I keep telling you, Rye whispers the sweet nothings in my ear. It's like 80% nothings and like 15% bad financial advice and like 5% sweet stuff. It's a complex relationship.
You don't fool me, Nick. All of your bad financial decisions were you.
You don't have to say it so fucking loudly.
I'm drunk, Nick. I do have to say it loudly. It's the law, Nick. It's something you sign in when you like get drunk. Nick.
Stop right there, criminal scum.
Construction complete.
There's a hidden titan up in this bitch, and I don't know how to fucking deal with it. So I think the smartest answer is that I won't. Oops.
Situation log.
I should not have touched the pre-FTLs. Oops.
Did you just do an Italian in Ethiopia?
No, I did more of a contaminated their society.
It's in America.
The Stone Age people think I'm a god now. And I implanted cybernetics in them to monitor them, and now bad things are happening, and oops.
Nicolas Cortez.
No, I'm not here to conquer. I'm going back to fix my mistake and then leave.
You do not fool me, Nick. We're gonna have the vice reality of new Puerto Rico.
Everything the sun touches is the rightful Puerto Rican clay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And why are you still like a part of the U.S.?
You see, there's a funny story about that, actually. You see, once upon a time some shit happened, and when said shit happened, it happened hard. And when shit happens hard, you hard.
Giggity.
When you hard, you hard.
Complete.
I'm not hard, Nick. I'm drunk.
Does it hurt being you?
No.
Oh.
You know what did hurt?
What?
That weight that hurt my leg. I have like these weights, like fucking.
David? You having trouble with words again, bud?
Construction complete.
Like, I understand you're, like, multilingual, but, like, bro, what the fuck is going on over there?
Rugly.
What?
Listen, Nick. I'm thinking in Spanish and having to translate my thoughts, okay? I'm not thinking in English at the moment.
Well, try harder.
I'm not trying, so I cannot try harder.
Yeah, it's that fucking obvious that you're not. Like, when you're so incoherent that even I'm confused, like, bro. You're like talking to King Tism over here, and I'm even like, I don't know what the fuck he's saying. It's a level of fucking tomfoolery that's beyond my comprehension. And there's not much beyond my comprehension, for I am the king.
It's just a bit of buffoonery, Nick. Come on.
I don't want anything to do with baboons, though.
Buffoonery, Nick.
Oh, you said buffoonery.
I mean, if you want to be a baboon, it's okay with me.
Sometimes I am. It's just, you know.
You already look like one.
Hey! I get I'm a hairy guy, but that's like... That's fucking rude, brother.
You told me not to be polite.
I haven't seen a betrayal quite like this since, Oh, I lost the joke. Never mind.
Good job, man. You just made fun of me for doing that.
This one wasn't tripping over my own words. It was like the thought just completely left me. Damn, it was a pretty good one, too. I'm actually kind of upset about that. Because it was a stupid history joke.
Yeah, well, there's like
Dahlia.
3 people that get those, Nick. If that might be me.
What's Gibby thinking about?
Absolutely nothing. My head is empty.
Because we're going to be allies, I'm actually curious. What does your house look like inside?
Council agenda ready.
What does my what?
Your house. I'm trying to see with your eyes.
Can you repeat?
I sent you a trade deal so that I could have your sensor data, and in return you could have mine.
Ah, I didn't notice.
The worst betrayal since Julius Caesar? Yeah, since Brutus and Julius Caesar. That's a good one.
There has been no betrayal, Nick.
Scientific
I refuse to
breakthrough
betray.
achieved.
You and I are actually equivalent now in most areas. I finally managed to catch up.
Yeah, he did literally cut me in half, so I'm actually very far behind that I was expecting.
And I'm actually quite far ahead of where I thought I was going to be.
I believe in you, Chronum.
Thank you.
I thought for a second you were saying crumb cam, and I was like, what the fuck does that mean?
No, I was about to say like Chronos, but...
No, I'm Kronos, because in any game where I can go after my child, I do. Yes. Especially if that game is Among Us.
Something happens.
You see, we're playing a game, and if Somingo is playing with us, Nick is killing him.
Did you get
his nickname is no longer Somingo, right?
What?
Like, his nickname is no longer Somingo. The son.
So I saw something very interesting now. The Khan, he's no longer overwhelming in fleet power, just superior.
Yeah. Calm down, P. Diddy. No. It's not it.
He's starting to look like a rightful Chronom Clay, you know?
I mean, you do have your precursor shit over there that you want back, right?
Oh yeah, I want my entire empire back. You know, I think I will take the rest of his empire as well. You know, for interest.
Yeah, it's an investment.
This sounds like a measured response that, you know, a sane person would do, so I'm on board.
Unfortunately, I do not have a Colossi. If I did that, I would have the best casus belli in the game. Unfortunately, I have to rely on claims, and I lost all my claims when he took my stuff.
Don't you have claims over the stuff he took from you?
I don't, which sucks.
Ah, you just reminded me to put down some claims of my own. get some sensor data.
Oh, it's froze.
Uh-oh, I think we're desyncing.
Oh.
Yep, desync. Random count.
Well, we did make it 160 years.
Well,
59.5, but you know.
Considering that it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning for me, which means it's well past 8 a.m. for you, you should get some fucking sleep.
Nah, it's already 9 in the morning. I think I'm gonna be awake until I go to sleep later tonight.
You're a madman.
I know.
You are very smart, Chrono.
If you're Kronos, does that mean Kim's Rhea? Ooh, I don't know if she'd like that. What?
How you see what she's impolite to you?
I'm saying I don't know if she would like that. That's just me being honest. I am gonna make a save though, Rodham, because stream's been going now for almost 8 hours. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, almost, and I am actually pretty fucking tired for once.
Damn.
So I actually think I'm going to call it quits here myself because I can feel myself dragging, and I'm going to start saying increasingly unhinged shit the longer this goes on.
That's my job right now.
Yeah. So I think at this moment, gonna call it an 8-hour stream. Is that any different from normal? It's not really, if we're being completely honest. But you know, oh, no problem, Dutch. Yeah, I'm gonna say thank you guys for being here. It was a pleasure doing a show for you. I hope I didn't scare anybody away with my rather unsavvy pontificating earlier. I still need to try and figure out how better to have a political-based discussion.
Pontificate?
Yeah, I was doing a bit of pontificating. Well, I mean,
talking about politics and stuff for, I don't know, 50, 60
I thought you were
minutes?
Muslim and now you're telling
It's
me
just
you're
about.
a pontiff?
Listen, my sign, the card that governs my life is apparently the Hierophant, so take that as you will.
A hero elephant?
Oh my god. Go away, drunkie!
I'm just messing with you, man.
Pontificating was an interesting way for me to wake up. I mean, that's me, yeah.
I think people that came here to watch some Stellaris and then they end up, you know, listening to ideas on racism and politics and
well, I mean,
Marxist theory. I mean, that's kinda
that's not the first time.
I was once called the CEO of racism, and I don't remember what the conversation was.
That was one of the first things you ever got me to do, Ronham, and why I ended up putting the politics ban in place on the old channel, because I realized I get too heated.
Damn.
And it's not that I don't want to have conversations either, because my desire to learn far outweighs any loyalty I have to any sort of political ideology. Plus, I'm a pragmatist. It always helps to hear ideas opposite your own. But anyways, I'm getting lost in the weeds again. That is going to do it for the show tonight. Thank you all for coming out. Chronum, thank you for being here to play some Stellaris. We'll have to do it again very soon. At the very least, if you can join us next Saturday for more Stellaris, that would be awesome. Thank you, David, for drunkenly coming in and being David. It's always appreciated.
It's always a pleasure being David.
That and certain other parties didn't want to face any fallout from your ideologies. That's true as well.
But Follow is a fun game.
Thank you guys, the viewers, for being here as well. Wouldn't have a show without people to watch. Otherwise, it'd just be some idiot screaming into the void, which I already do a lot of.
That's me, Nick.
That's you on the regular, bud. as for right now, the schedule tomorrow is up in the Discord. If you're not already a part of it and you want to keep abreast of the schedule, I would go in there. Otherwise, pay attention to what I put up here on Twitch. It's more or less accurate compared to the schedule in the Discord, just a lot less specific sometimes. Tomorrow's going to be Monster Hunter Wilds to start my show because my wife deserves a day where I hang out with her when I'm doing this show for a while. Then after that, I will probably be moving on to some more Stalker 2 or another RPG like that. I'm kind of hoping to move back into Stalker 2 just because of how fucking fun that game is. And start time for that tomorrow should be... Huh?
It's Stalker an RPG?
Yes.
Huh.
It's technically like an RPG survival game. Or at least that's how I've always looked at it.
I always looked at it
I
as,
thought it was like a Modern Warfare kind of game.
I always thought of it as a Western Europe simulator.
Eastern Europe simulator specifically, but yeah.
Same thing.
No. You have the civilized people in the West. You have the monkeys in the East.
Oh, Lord. All right, before this gets any worse and potential Twitch terms of service violations happen, I will be doing some more Stalker tomorrow, probably after I'm done with Monster Hunter Wilds. That is projected to start at about 5:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, -6 GMT. I hope I see you guys there. If not, have a fantastic rest of your weekend, and I will see you for the next show. All right? Good night, everybody.
Good night. You may summon me to kill robots.
Oh, my.